Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 9th Pioneer Invitational brought to you by the Playaway Discord server. My name is Brad, otherwise known as Bradsifer, and I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Alex. Alex, say hello.
Hello, everyone.
We have a wonderful slew of decks in front of us today. This is going to be quite the fun experience. If you joined us last time, whether it was yesterday with Pauper or the last month we did this, we are doing a double elimination is how the format is going to be played out today. We have a lot of decks to go with, and Alex, this one is going to be grindy. Very, very grindy. Are you ready?
Yes, last time, the first time we tried this, we had Pauper, which ran for like 4.5, 5 hours. We were like, oh, it's going to be fine. And then Pioneer ran for like 7.5 hours because our finals was Jeskai Super Friends versus Sultai mid-range, and it went for a best of a 3-match game followed by a 3-match game. Today's not looking any faster.
No.
I've put my red shirt on, seeing if we can Izzet blitz some people to the finals. But I just want to see some good magic, and we've got some very great players playing some. Definitely got some a couple of archetype specialists here, like playing a certain deck that they've been playing for a very long time, and hopefully being able to pilot them to great success today.
All right, and let's introduce you to those players and what they'll be playing. So first up in our first matchup is going to be Uncle Drew, who's going to be on green-black Coco, which is essentially green-black Stompy, versus Haas Power, who is on one of my personal favorites, mono-black Vampires. No Orzhov stuff here. It's just straight up kill you, mono-black. Let's go. Then we have our second match, which is actually going to be our first feature match of the day. It is Real Scratch versus Epic. Scratch is going to be on blue-white Sphinx's Rev Control, and Epic is on 6-color Enigma Fires. Alex, can you explain why it's called 6-color? Because we know there's no 6-color Magic, right?
There's a Thought Knot Seer in there and a Reality Displacer, so it technically runs all 5 colors and colorless, which is reflected in the mana base through lands like Yavimaya Coast and a singular waste.
Exactly. We have a fan favorite, the Immortal Sun versus Ventus. Immortal Sun is on Gruul Dinos like always. Ventus is going to be on 4-color Fires, the traditional kind. And then we have finally Tyler Bulmer, who will be playing Blue-Red Prowess, or Izzet Blitz. And then RQFE is going to be on Blue-White Approach. Now, before we get into how our first matchup is going to look, because we'll take a look at all these decks later down the line, but we want to get into the feature match. Alex, do you have any early predictions for what's going to be happening and who your winner is going to be for this one? Because like we said, this is a grindy meta.
What's initially going to happen in our first feature match is a whole lot of nothing. If we're talking about Scratch, from his perspective, he's hoping for a whole lot of nothing and a whole lot of no to a lot of Epic's cards being played. A very, very hard match to call. Traditionally, I would give the edge to Control because it feels like a deck you can pick apart quite easily, because there's a couple of key cards to counter, mainly ones being Fires of Invention and obviously Enigmatic Incarnation, which is the namesake card of the deck. And I feel like once you counter those cards, you can control your way to the finish pretty easily. And I think once one sticks, the game ends really quickly. Other rounds, I feel like, quickly going over those, playing Stompy versus Vampires. I feel like Vampires has a very good matchup, especially seeing cards like Crippling Fear in the main deck, having a healthy amount of removal in the sideboard with 4 copies of Self-Inflicted Wounds against a green deck. So that's going to hurt.
And they already run Fatal Push. And
4 Fatal Push, 1 Bloodchief's Thirst in the sideboard, 2. So that's going to be very painful. And effectively, the Vampires deck is just going to turn into mono-black Control. And this mono-black Vampires deck is actually really well set up for that, because it still runs 4 Castle Locthwain, so it can actually just start playing mono-black Control. That's fine.
Yeah.
Quickly, Immortal Sun versus 4 Dinosaurs versus 4-color Fires. Probably a hard one to call, mainly because the Fires decks runs a 3-off Supreme Verdict and a 1-off Fumigate in the sideboard, which are going to be the key cards. If you don't find those quickly enough in your 80 card deck, mind you, you're going to struggle against the fast speed of dinosaurs. And then Blitz versus Control. Very classic type of like aggro versus Control matchup. If the matchup isn't won by Blitz by like turn 5, it's probably over. Especially because the approach of the second sun makes it very hard to burn them out, which is something like a is it deck would rely on once its creature plan has stopped functioning.
All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at our first deck list. Should be, I believe, the blue-white Sphinx's Rev control from scratch. And Alex, you are the control player out of the two of us. I'm not that big in control. You are the big Grixis one. Can you go ahead and give us a rundown of this deck, what it wants to do, and your opinion on this list?
All right, so this is a very classic. People who've been playing Magic for a while, or at least have heard of the, depending on who you're talking to, either the glory or the terror days of blue-white control in Return to Ravnica Standard, with Elixir of Immortality, meaning it never decks. Now, for people who don't know, Elixir of Immortality is a 1-mana artifact. For 2 mana, you can gain 5 life and shuffle it and your graveyard back in the library. A card that's notably absent here, therefore, is a card like Dig Through Time, because you do not want to be eating your own graveyard, because your game plan is actually just to wait it out. There's one Teferi and a Shark Typhoon you can use to sort of like give it to, stick it to your opponent. But at the end of the day, it's really just it just revs, which gains you a lot of life and draws you a lot of cards, shuffles back in, rev, shuffle back in, rev, and just wait till your opponent runs out of cards.
Sounds like some riveting game plan.
Some interest. I mean, it's the ultimate control game plan. This is the ultimate control deck. Some notable cards, which I have talked with Scratch about, because being control players, we have chatted a lot about his deck list. He runs Quicken rather than a card Opt that we see much more frequently. Really values that draw go control plan and even being able to give flash to his Supreme Verdict. Some interesting options. There's seal aways and that sort of thing. There's really you see the kind of lacking counter removal spells that a blue-white deck has, but it backs it up by having so many counter spells.
Oh yeah. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the deck list I was more involved with. You had some insight in talking with Scratch about control. I got the pleasure of playtesting and helping out with the at least the mana base and the construction of the 6-color Fires list.
Look at how big this sheet is.
It's like you're playing Commander.
I mean, Scratch runs a lot of one-offs, so it doesn't seem that big of an upgrade going from a Scratch list to an Epic list, but this is truly an Epic list.
Yes.
Ton of one-offs. This is like the mother of all toolbox decks, right? We've got the mother of all blue-white control decks versus the mother of all toolbox decks.
Now, what makes this deck different from your standard 4-color Fires list? We're not trying to just get Agent of Treachery out as fast as possible and then steal stuff. This is running Enigmatic Incarnation, which is an enchantment that is from Theros, Theros Beyond Death. It is 2 and then semicolor, so 4-mana enchantment that says at the beginning of your end step, you may sacrifice another enchantment. If you do, search your library for a creature card with converted mana cost equal to +1 the sacrifice enchantment's converted mana cost. Put that card into the battlefield, shuffle your library. So the idea of this deck is to play Fires, play your normal plan with, albeit a lot more enchantments to help turn on Incarnation, and then just toolbox your way through it. Like you said, Alex, this is the ultimate toolbox deck, and wow, there's a lot of creatures. There's a lot of cards.
There's a lot of knockout cards for certain matchups, like Tolsimir in some matchups, Scarab God, Kalidas, even King Kenny to a certain extent. Like, there are a lot of cards that are just knockout cards in certain matchups. So if you can tutor that up, the matchup ends really quickly.
Yeah, and we see some cute little additions that Epic loves, which is why you have the 6-color, which is going to be your Thought-Knot Seer, but more importantly, the Eldrazi Displacer, the ability to blink your own creatures, because a lot of them, at least the majority are, ETB triggers. So being able to reactivate those is pretty important. And yeah, this deck is very, very, very fun. This is
especially interesting of note that there is a small selection of enchantment creatures, which means you can tutor them up with the Incarnation, but immediately sacrifice the end step after. So you can really climb up the chain, like a birthing pod deck would, but then slowly.
Yes, and there are a few cards that are going to be pretty big. I'm going to go ahead and say that Colossus is going to do a lot of stuff against these control decks, which is going to be nice because if, well, maybe not the control deck we're going against now, which is Sphinx's Rev, which is going to gain all the life anyway, but maybe.
I mean, exiling, eating the graveyard, if you manage to slowly eat away all the Sphinx's Revs, the
True.
mortality plan suddenly becomes a lot less appealing because your big card advantage engine will be gone.
Yeah. Now, Alex, between these two decks, do you have a winner?
I'd give it to blue white because I feel like if blue white is piloted well enough, it can really pick apart this deck.
All right. Alex is blue white. He's the control player. He's siding with control. I have literally no opinion because these two decks are ridiculous. So we'll see what
True.
happens. Now we're gonna go ahead and get down to the battlefield and watch the first match. Now, before we get down there, Alex, do you have a winner for the entire event? Do you have a favorite?
There's too many weird decks here. I'm either rooting for Immortal Sun because I love dinosaurs. So, and he came second in the season 7 invitational. And I feel like he deserves another run back. I love the fact that he really like a sort of like a bit like an archetype specialist, really, but then an
Yeah.
archetype we never see, which I think is super cool.
And a powerful one of that too.
Ixalan represent. It's almost a block constructed deck, and it's somehow beating people up in Pioneer, which I think is great.
Can't underestimate it. All right, here we are. We are going to be looking at Sphinx's Rev on the left-hand side of your screen, while Epic is going to be piloting 6-color fires. I want to say 5-color
Okay,
on the
Epic
right-hand
just
side.
increased his chance to win by about 7-fold with his turn 2 play.
Yeah,
People don't know,
Destiny
Destiny Spinner says creatures and enchantment spells you control can be countered, which immediately just wrecks anything Scratch was trying
It's
to
a
do.
1 of an 80 card
Yeah,
deck.
it's a 1 over an 80 card deck, and as I said, like his win chance just went up like 5-fold. Scratch must honestly, like, he's almost at the point where he starts thinking about game 2, unless there's something like Supreme Verdict in his hand. But the
Yeah.
fires and the Medic Incarnation are going to come down before the Sweeper does. And this is where we really see the weakness of blue-white being exploited with the lack of early game interaction. We see Epic here like being potentially being very mindful, not even attacking, not wanting to give him the opportunity to seal away this Destiny Spinner, knowing how important this card is.
All right, so we are taking a look. Looks like seeing some thinking from Epic's end, and just passes.
Again, you see not attacking, the life total doesn't matter. Chipping in for 2 here and losing it to a seal away is like, that's like, well, if you're, increasing your win chance 5-fold, you're reducing it 5-fold if that math works out. Instead,
yeah.
just cycling a Triome.
And just for those of you watching at home, no, this match has not gone on already. The 2-1 on the bottom of the screen is obviously not accurate.
I believe that is the old setup from the previous one, and it's cleared up. Perfect.
Look at that, beautiful.
Quick shout out to Gibby, our streamer for today, making sure that we only have to talk. All the hard work is actually done by Gibby. So thank you for that. I mean, Brad, we don't have a hard job. We just get to sit here and talk about Magic, which is the best thing ever, anyway.
Oh yeah, I got the pleasure of streaming yesterday for Popper, and it is not fun, especially when you don't know the format and you're trying to pull up cards in the middle.
You're
there.
trying to type it in. It's like, how do you even spell this, right?
Exactly, and I would misspell cards, and it would come up saying,
How do I
There are
even
no
get
cards."
like the sideways L for all these ill core cards?
And we see the what's it called?
Very
Champion.
nice.
The
Getting
Rallier.
the Fable Passage back through the Revolt mechanic. Revolt being one of my personal favorite mechanics. I really, really love Revolt. And it's not just because of Fatal Push. I think it's an unbelievably interesting mechanic. And Renegade Rallier being one of the more interesting and powerful Revolt cards at that.
Oh yeah. Which helps fixes the mana for Epic, and that's pretty important when you're
Yeah, we
running.
see Epic having access to every color here, with the exception of red and blue being on the same land. So if he's trying to cast an Izzet spell, that's going to be problematic. But if we have a quick look at the deck list, I believe there are none.
Vision. And that is a thirst for meaning and response, it looks like.
Yes, which is just going to be draw 3, discard 2, unless you discard an enchantment card. Obviously very nice in certain matchups, like control mirrors, to get rid of these seal aways rotting in your hand.
Yeah.
Also
And those of
noteworthy
you
the
might
Trial
be
of Ambition being played into an empty board just to set up for the eventual Enigmatic Incarnation, trying to sacrifice
exactly.
it for a 3-drop.
Yeah. it's dead already in this matchup regardless, so you might as well get down the enchantment that you're more than fine with sacrificing.
There's literally one Skyclave Cleric, which is a 1/3,
And
and
I
one
guess maybe
Shark
the
Typhoon.
token. Yeah.
That's it.
Looks like we're seeing some lines of play being considered from Epic as he swings
Obviously,
in
it's
with
really hard
Warden.
for us. We don't get to see the hands, and normally we can have a bit of a guess at what's in someone's hand. But for Sir Epic's deck, that is impossible.
Yeah.
He could be thinking about like, do I play this Kenrith? Do I just throw this Tolsimir down on the board? Do I Thought Not Serum right here? Like, there's so many cards with so many implications, which also
Yeah.
like makes it very hard to pilot. And I believe Epic decided on his deck list about a week ago. So
Hmm.
interesting to see how much experience he already has piloting a deck like this.
Yeah, we play tested a bit uh prior to this, and most of our testing sessions were me on 4 color fires because that was the matchup he was most questioning of and how it would play. And it is very difficult from both players. Like I had a line where I actually I stole his incarnation at one point because I'm like, I don't want you doing stuff with that. And then he chained the rocks my agent. I top deck a Shark Typhoon, so I hard cast Shark Typhoon, sack Shark Typhoon on end step, grab agent, which is 7 mana, so it works out because Shark Typhoon is 6. Steal Epic's Chain to the Rocks, and then next turn sack that Chain to the Rocks to get my old agent back and steal another thing.
Yeah, no, we do know Epic, like from previous invitationals, to be someone who's very good at picking up decks quickly
Yeah,
because he cares a lot about making the right meta call. This season, maybe season 5, season 6, he picked up Rakdos Pyromancer, I think a week prior to the invitational, won the whole thing.
it was.
And
I think it was actually early. It was like 3 days.
yeah, and I think like one or two invitationals after, he actually played Blue White Spirits, which he picked up relatively early and
Yep.
won the whole thing too.
All right, so he decided to go into Yorion, which is pretty nice. He's going to be blinking. Looks like Rallier,
Just
which
blinking the Rallier just to
yeah,
get like another
that
Fabled Passage out
yeah
there.
hits Revolt.
Yeah.
Um,
Stapling a rampant growth onto your Yorion's kind of okay. 8 mana, 4/5 rampant growth, sure.
he's blinking everything.
Don't know why exactly he goes for blinking everything, but
Maybe trying to dodge a verdict or something, but it doesn't matter because they come back on your own end step. So, and we know they play Quicken, but he doesn't have enough mana to Quicken and Verdict currently for Scratch. So,
just some flair, I guess.
yeah, I suppose so.
Getting more triggers, always nice.
And Thassa's intervention on
Just for
end step.
2. Not countering the Yorion, fairly interesting. Gives me the idea that a board wipe is coming.
Now,
Sometimes
Alex,
I
what do
guess
you
there wasn't
think
too much
about?
value on the Yorion anyway.
True. What do you think about Thassa's intervention taking the place of Dig Through Time as a 4 of in this deck? Because you said earlier that they cannot run Dig Through Time because you don't want to eat your own grave, and that's a big hit to a deck like this.
I mean, Dig Through Time is generally the card that's replaced by Sphinx's Rev,
Uh huh.
and Thassa's Intervention is just kind of being like a flexible card we generally see like relatively few copies of. And Scratch is actually running a full playset
Yep.
and 3
That he is.
Sphinx's Rev. He used to run a playset of Sphinx's Rev and then named his deck, cutely named it 8 Rev. Obviously, in reference to cards like 8 Whack, decks
Yeah.
like 8 Whack and 8 Rack. I'm not the biggest fan of the card. I have tried it. Um, I feel like running too many cards like Thassa's Intervention leads you to board states like this, where your opponent just gets some creatures in. You never run any removal, really, or not enough, and you might just get overrun by faster decks. But like in slower matchups, it's certainly very powerful to have so much more counter magic available.
It looks like a Sky Tether came down on the Yorion from scratch,
Lose is flying.
and has Defender now. Look at that. Pretty much a dud. It do nothing.
Also, for people wondering, even though the Sky Tether would technically be on Epic's side of the field, this could obviously not be sacrificed to Enigmatic because he is not the controller of the enchantment.
Yeah.
Also, a noteworthy thing when we see cards like Lithoform Blight, which enchant your opponent's lands. So even when your opponent has an enigmatic incarnation out, they might actually sacrifice something that's on your side of the field. So definitely the type of gotcha thing that can suddenly surprise you when you feel like, oh, he's not able to get a 2-drop, and then he suddenly says like, yeah, sacrifice that thing that's between your lands, and you're like, oh yeah,
That is a thing you can do.
I'm sure plenty of people have been caught by that playing Doom Foretold on Arena. I'm thinking like, hey, my opponent's got nothing left, and then you forgot that one of your lands is enchanted.
It's always very cute. Now, Alex, what do you think Epic is really trying to look for? If he gets Incarnation down and he wants to sack something, what does he want to get? We'll
I
see
mean,
if
it's obviously difficult because there's few
a
cards here that are like
chain to the
particularly
rocks.
chained to the rocks. That would be going on. I think that has to exile something an opponent controls. Yeah. So again, just doing nothing,
Yeah,
being thrown on here, being able to get a 2-drop.
it's a lot of
A
dead
card
cards
you
for
probably
Epic.
want to grab. I mean, Cloth is obviously a powerful card if we're looking at the more expensive cards. We're maybe even considering a card like you could try and set up getting something going with like a Siege Rhino and a Displacer or something. Maybe seeing if we can get those last drains in, but it's a little bit complicated. Kenrith can start drawing you extra cards, which is also a very nice effect, and also that haste enabling is actually very powerful. You start playing cards like the Scarab God or Tolsimir. But there's nothing much in this deck that is really like a knockout against control. The main one being a card like Coma, but that's in the sideboard. So not a card we're going to be seeing this game.
Is that an animated land for Epic?
I mean, obviously, something you can do too. Still not attacking with the Destiny Spinner. Very much respecting the card seal away here. Maybe we see Settle the Wreckage. Yes, Settle the Wreckage coming down. Making sure that Epic gets some of the last basics out of his deck. I don't think Epic's going to be terribly upset about this.
No.
It's really this is the type of deck that really like nickel and dimes its way to a victory against control. See, like we see a lot of incremental drains coming in. We're using the card Path to the World Tree as an enchantment, which for 2 and Wooburg drains your opponent for 2 and does some other things that don't matter too much. Giving you a 2/2 is kind of nice, I suppose. But you've got things like that going on. You can maybe get a couple of drains in with like Scarab God, a Siege Rhino, a Clever Impersonator, being able to copy these cards.
And for those of you who are
Classical
unaware,
Mimic too.
the Destiny Spinner is what actually was able to animate the land. Forgot that it had more text than just the your stuff
Yes.
can't be countered.
Just other than being super obnoxious, it also is actually a win condition. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why you should run Fatal Push in your control decks.
But Alex, White doesn't have access to anything like that.
True.
You're not allowed to have one mana removal.
Nope. None of it.
What's the one? Is it Condemn? Oh, okay,
Condemn
yeah,
is only
Chains
for attack.
Rocks. Yeah, but you have to run red.
Yeah, then you still have to run red, so you're in a different color. I mean, we're being schooled here by our by Gibby, just showing us a card that is actually on the battlefield. So good job, Brad and I. But obviously not available to a blue-white control deck unless you could run the Triomes and I suppose and maybe Sacred Foundry, Steam Vents and stuff to enable you to play this card. But obviously that kind of defeats the purpose of wanting to speed of 1 mana removal if you're gonna be dealing 4, 6, 8 damage to yourself every game.
Yeah, I would rather have something printed in. I think I talked to you about this before. I think it was I said Condemn. Is that the name
Condemn
of
is
the
for
card?
Condemn. Okay, we couldn't looking at the card like Oust too. It's
Yeah.
a card that could work. But the reality is that we're generally looking at cards like um yeah, Oust. See,
Oust.
this even
Yeah,
works on a creature that wouldn't be always nice to combine with cards like Field of Ruin, which Scratch is playing, you know, shuffling your opponent's library.
so
And I have
animating a
flavor text
Fable
on this one.
Passage, which is actually no, never mind. Doesn't have vigilance. If it was a Nissa land, animated and had vigilance, you could be cute and like in response to something, sack the fatal passage still.
I feel like there's a similar idea here in what Epic's trying, like playing around something like Field of Ruin, wanting to keep some basics in his deck, so would rather just send the fabled passage on its way. Now, Scratch still being at a healthy 17, potentially going down to 13. But obviously, you see a lot of like suboptimal enchantments being played. So even though we had the Destiny Spinner early, which obviously great, you do need to actually find mainly your enigmatic incarnation to really get going until
Yeah,
Scratch until you're too late, and Scratch will find an answer to be able to deal with your Destiny Spinner.
there's a verdict.
Yeah, we see a verdict coming down. This is
Speaking
going to
of
kill the
answers,
Destiny Spinner, and it's late enough that this still allows him to play a card like Absorb in order to counter an incarnation if it comes down.
this is definitely a hand that Epic saw and was like, I can't ship back a Destiny Spinner
Yeah,
and hope to
exactly.
draw into it.
So like I'm gonna have to draw into this 4 off rather than and keeping the idea of being like, hey, I've got this 1 off
Yeah,
that I have to have in my opening hand. There's also quite some cycling enchantments in this deck, like Nihilia's Presence, and just none of those being drawn either. Just Chain to the Rocks and Trials and all those type of lands enchantments that really don't do any.
those are fires, but now it can be countered.
This feels like bait to me.
So if
Feel
you're
like this is
Scratch,
bait.
you're not countering.
It kind of depends on how many cards Epic has in hand, but Epic already has so much mana that the
He
mana
has
discount of fires
two.
isn't particularly
I
relevant.
think I count two in his hand.
Yeah, I would definitely let this fires go. Because again, there's already more than enough mana on Epic's side of the field where the discount isn't really going to matter if there's so few cards in your hand.
Yeah, that's true.
It could actually be restricting if we're considering cards like Omen of the Sea and Nihilia's Presence, where once you start getting like, 8, 9, 10 mana, you could actually just like play 2 in a turn and then find a spell, and Fires actually locks you out of casting that. So,
Mhm.
Fires, to an extent, if you have Fires resolved in a position where you're pretty comfortable being the control player, Fires is actually kind of nice to play against because there's a restriction on it. Knowing like, hey, after this Fires, there's only one more spell coming, really makes you like think differently about what to counter and what to let go.
And nothing else came after that fires. We let it resolve, and that was it. Epic passed turn, and it's shipped right back to
Yeah,
Epic.
Discipline by Scratch are obviously showing this Absorb, which is what made me feel like it was definitely a bait that Epic was throwing.
Mm. Could be a big brain bluff too, from scratch, not having
Yes,
the absorb. And this is where we see the not the world tree itself.
after the World Trade.
Exactly.
Just allowing you to lay of the lands, find a basic, put it in your hand.
Oh, we didn't find it. There it is.
Not finding a basic, well, I believe all the basics aren't even out yet. Or do we see on the left, it might be the mountain and the forest?
The forest is in the graveyard, or no,
Still.
got exiled from because he animated the forest earlier.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, and we see the island too. Yeah, yeah. So he has actually gotten all his basic. I was thinking Epic
Is the
might be
waste out?
bluffing. Yeah, the waste is out too. This is
Oh, okay.
all Epic's basics. I was thinking maybe he's bluffing, not finding a basic while there is still one available, giving Scratch the idea that it's in his hand. And like you really see like the value here because this is the type of matchup that is kind of hard to pilot against control because you really need to know like you really need to like get into the control player's head and figuring out like, hey, what card do they value that I don't, or really trying to find like the rankings of the cards in your hand and being like, hey, if I'm gonna play like a 7 out of 10, that might eat the counter spell, so I can then play like a 9 out of 10.
Yeah.
Or I'm gonna have a turn where I'm gonna do nothing. I'm just gonna play like 2, 3 out of 10s and waste this mana because he's not gonna want to counter anything, which potentially baits him into countering it anyway, trying to be mana efficient.
Now I'm not quite sure what that the token is there for Epic.
I think he immediately went out and sacrificed his path to the World Tree, getting a 2/2 bear.
Oh yeah. And here's a Kalidas.
Not a very scary card in this matchup from Scratch's perspective. Nothing
No.
to exile, no tokens will be generated. Potentially. No, Scratch is just drawing some cards. I'm a bit surprised at the timing of the Stasis intervention because I really don't feel like you would ever want to counter a Kalidas anyway. So why not just Stasis intervention for 7? Sorry, for 5. You need to pay the blue blue.
Well, this goes back to your own thing that you were just saying, Alex. Trying to figure out what the ranking is for the control player as well as your own ranking. Now, logic would tell you that Kalidas should be pretty low in the rankings,
Yes.
which we do see it resolve anyway, so he was encountering it.
Yes, I'm thinking. I mean, obviously we can't hear the communication between the player, but it felt like Scratch was casting intervention with Kalidas on the stack, which is a little bit questionable because then you would rather you're going to let it resolve anyway, so you obviously want to wait to end step, which makes me feel like they were in end step and it had just resolved.
Yeah.
Scratch still having a full grip. Very scary from Epic's perspective. It's going to seem very, very difficult to get back from this point. I feel like, yeah, and then we're going to see the seal away on the Kalidas, obviously. So, like, Scratch is taking 2, but considering Scratch's game plan being like Sphinx's Rev and Elixir of Immortality, I would not be surprised if Scratch ends up ignoring this 2/2 literally for the rest of the game. Being able to take this 2 damage every turn and having the life gain to back it up.
Yeah. The only time at which like that will come into play is probably when there's a bit of a board established and you sweep it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he might have him, like, resolve another creature without trying to counter it. But here we see the Renegade Rallier being countered. Just the Rallier would, give some value, get back a Path of the World Tree, which is yet another 2/2, which might warrant a sweeper that Scratch currently doesn't have in hand.
What we need to find is that one of Shark Typhoon and then
To
hard
actually
cast it.
start ending the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, hard cast it just to end the game, because we might see Sir Epic trying to pull a Reed Duke here. I think, like, no, I want to go to you actually win the game. And then Scratch is going to have to be like, Epic, that's going to take 30 minutes. Don't you want to just concede?
Lucky for him, unlucky for us, there is no time limit in the Invitational. I'm still
Sometimes in
surprised.
matches like this, I'm unsure what to make of
Yeah.
that.
I'm
Every
still
time we have
surprised at
Pauper the
the
day before, and it's
one
like,
of.
yeah, these games end in like 30 minutes anyway. And it's like, yeah, people are playing Thunderous Wrath, not Shock.
An Ashiok's Erasure on the Yorion. Cool. That's another one of in the deck.
Obviously, it would have been cool in the first Euro. Especially, this card is especially weak against Epic's deck because they're like playing, oh, you can only cast one copy of this spell. And Epic's like, we've only got one copy, so who cares?
Unless
Obviously
it's the
powerful
Rallier.
if you manage to get this down onto like an enigmatic incarnation.
Oh, yeah.
Especially because looking at Epic's list, there are very few ways to deal with an enchantment. I think there is literally a one-off of Night of Autumn, which is the only card that can actually deal with it. So and a Deputy of Detention, but obviously that would allow you to get it back.
Yeah, Epic needs something that's hard to interact with. Like, he needs like Colossus or like But even then, is that enough?
Putting live in chat being, yo, we're lucky that there weren't any Tortured Existent or Flickertron decks yesterday in the Pauper one. Yeah, that would have probably gone on for about. We'd have probably still been casting Pauper.
Yeah, there was a Tron list, but it was like 4 color.
Muldrifter beats, exactly.
And we see an Omen the Sea come down for Epic, and he's trying to just
So again, now
find
we
stuff.
know, like, from Scratch's perspective, he knows there's only one spell coming.
And that's like you were saying earlier, that's where the hindrance and the downside, and that's a big Thassa's intervention. Looks like he's just drawing stuff.
Yeah, this is basically dig through time.
Yeah. Now we see on Epic's end, he must have cast 2 spells because he has his dice on 2 on the fires, and that also made Scratch feel like he could cast Thassa's intervention without worrying about anything else.
Not sure what the other spell was. Might have missed that. Oh, I think there's a Nihilius presence on his wastes, which I don't think was there yet.
Yep, that is correct. Thank you, Gibby.
Now let's see if Scratch feels comfortable enough to actually try and play a win condition.
When in reality, he just hasn't found it.
When in reality, he's just going to play an Elixir of Immortality, and it's like, this is a win condition. I mean, it is. 1 mana win condition.
Epic knew
And
when
we
to
see
scoop.
the hard cast of the Shark Dive
Oh,
win
thank
condition.
God. Oh,
We're
Epic
seeing
scoop.
Scratch with like a reasonable amount of mana up. We're probably looking at a hand with at least like a Dovin's Veto, or maybe even 2.
Yeah, I mean, Epic is just, at this point, he's like, I need to find the Night of Autumn
Yeah, he's like,
now.
I'm going to have to find everything, right?
But he's gonna be like, okay, I'll cast Night of Autumn, and then Scratch is like, okay, cool,
Like, even if
counter it.
Scratch counters the Night of Autumn, and Epic then follows it up with an Enigmatic Incarnation, I think Scratch is going to kill Epic before it matters.
Yeah,
Because there's no other enchantment removal in this deck. The only enchant removal that would be left is like copy effects or blink effects, but obviously once the Night is countered, that doesn't do anything.
yeah. There's no reanimation effect either.
Yeah, there's actually also Skyclave Apparition, which is a little bit annoying for the Ashiok's Erasure, which might still make it. And as we see that spell being cast. Now, if I'm Scratch here, I'm not even countering this, I think. Unless I have like a lot of good counter spells open.
Yeah, because this gets back to Yorion, which is a threat, but like
Yeah,
we
but
don't
again,
know.
it's the Fire's restriction. So, you know what? If he casts a Yorion, just counter that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because Erasure makes you recast it.
No, it puts it back in your hand. But still, so it gets put back in Epic's hand, and Epic's like, okay, I'll try and cast it again. That is your second spell for the turn. You just counter that.
Hmm.
And
That's
then
why.
dealing with the apparition is actually going to end up giving you a 4/4, which is bigger than anything on Epic's board.
You love to see it. I'm not a big fan of Ashok's Erasure. I liked it in standard when there was things like shifting Ceratops running around and stuff. But
You even see actually a thing Epic might be considering is getting rid of the seal away, which I believe would be giving him back a Renegade Rallier. No, that would end up giving him back his Kalatos, which I guess doesn't matter. So we see the Yorion going back to hand, Yorion being put on the stack, being actually going to be followed up by a cast out from
on
Scratch.
the
Just
so
getting rid
what's
of the
a four
Skyclave
four?
Apparition. Giving him a 4/4 obviously doesn't matter at all. Well, he gets a 4/4 from the Apparition leaving and a 4/4 Shark, but Epic's just going to end up linking 2 Trials of Ambition.
That is an adorable shark token. Epic
Not
boost
sure
soup.
what ended up happening here with the cast out, because we see Yorion on the field, but no Chain to the Rocks being, no Trials being blinked, because the Shark is still there. not blinking the fires either to like enable the other card in his hand. I'm not entirely sure what happened.
Yeah, I have no idea. That is very weird.
Now getting a smaller shark. I'm not sure what.
There's a neutralized in the bin. Oh, he would have to cast Quicken to get a 1/1, right? Isn't that like one of the only 1 mana spells he has access to?
Yeah, one white. I would think that'd be like a sky tether being cast, but maybe the elixir of immortality being off screen.
That would make the most sense.
By the way, Brad, playmat game. Who wins?
I would say Epics.
Oh, you know my answer.
Oh, is that
That is the
is
Nicol Bolas the
yeah?
Ravager playmat.
That is a dragon boy chilling in there. Yeah.
That's the old Nicky B.
Which, by the way, you would have been playing in this tournament had you decided
Yes,
not to cast.
I actually qualified for this tournament in exactly 8th place. Obviously, in the end, deciding that I would rather be casting it, which gave
The prowess.
yeah, we got the prowess deck by played by Tyler. Tyler got my spot. Tyler was actually 9th in the season, but because I ended up not playing, Tyler got my spot.
Thank God, because you would have brought Grixis
I would have
control,
brought
and you would
another
have
control deck rather than
yes,
it Blitz. So
yep. We'd have 3 aggro decks. Oh no, we'd have 2 aggro decks, and then well, I guess Coco is aggro, so yeah, 3, and then 5 control decks. Oof. Another very big Thassa's intervention to make an 8/8 shark from scratch.
a
Epic,
very
please
quick finish
concede.
here.
Please concede.
I mean, if he doesn't concede, he dies the turn after, so it doesn't really matter.
Uh, extend the vision, the handshake. Concede the match.
I can see no results in, by the way, so far.
Well, while we're waiting for this match or this game to be
We
finished
even
up,
see a
let's take a
Mystic
look.
Sanctuary coming out. That's also the scratch special. Running a
Cute.
3 off Mystical Dispute. Nothing more demoralizing than playing an aggro deck and having him put another sweeper on top of his deck, and you're like, yeah.
Cool. All right, so let's look at the sideboard plan for Scratch. Alex, what do you think he's going to be bringing in? There's quite a few one-ofs, just like the main deck, in the sideboard here.
Of course there is. Cards we're looking at is Light of Hope. Is a super powerful card in this matchup. Allowing the because the enigmatic incarnation triggers on end step. Just being able to like, sure, it resolves, but now I'm going to spend 1 mana to kill it before we actually move to end step, and then the card doesn't do anything, and you're up 3 mana. And Epic's gonna have to try hard to make that enigmatic incarnation resolve. So having a 1 mana answer to it, yeah, as we see, obviously the game being ended by scratch, playing a Shark Typhoon. I wonder what percentage of games he actually wins with Elixir and not just with Shark Typhoon beats.
I hope it's more Shark Typhoon than Elixir.
But other cards we could see from the sideboard: Revoke Existence, Sorcery, exile target artifact or enchantment, kind of for the same reason, except it's not as powerful. Obviously, being a sorcery means the incarnation will actually be doing something. Another powerful card, Grafdigger's Cage, is a card that means that creatures can't enter creature cards in graveyards and libraries can't enter the battlefield. That's all the text.
Yeah.
Obviously, being strong here, enigmatic incarnation again tutors up creatures. Even though it has to deal with enchantment, it actually tutors creatures. Cast out, having another copy in the sideboard. Just again, having a clean answer. This game is mostly about enigmatic incarnation, and most of your other problems can be solved with sweepers. Aether Gust also being one. And having a lot of targets in this deck just because it's a deck with a lot of colors. And the more colors that hang around in the deck, the higher a chance a card can actually be hit by any of those cards. But not a super powerful. Just good for the enchantments. We see a lot of the threats. We see Thought Not Seer, King Kenny, Scarab God, all not being able to be hit with Ether Gust. But maybe still a card you bring in.
Yeah, if you look at from Epic side, I think there's a few options. I mean, Thoughtseize is definitely coming in. And then there is this cute little engine that he can bring in with Fierce Empath, Coma, and Distended Mindbender. That could be brought in. Otherwise, I don't see too much. Maybe Sin Collector makes sense here, and Gambol as well.
Yeah, Campbell could work. Um, yeah, the package with the Fierce Empath, the Coma, and Distant Mindbender is kind of cool. Bit of a shame you cannot tutor up Coma with Enigmatic Incarnation because there are no 6-mana enchantments in this deck.
Yeah,
So you can't like go up the chain and find Coma, but getting a 3-drop out like Fierce Empath is actually really easy. And at that point, it's very not a big problem to have Coma resolve. Obviously, Coma can be countered. And a very nice thing in the blue-white control matchup is that generally, because the sorcery speed-based nature of the removal, that you can actually make it to the next turn. And then you get the Coma's Coil, which means you can give Coma Indestructible. Potentially a point where Quicken might actually come in handy. One of the few ways to enable Scratch to deal with Coma the turn it comes down.
I mean, Coma would be quite annoying, but
Coma.
things like Cast Out and stuff like that are pretty nice against Coma. And so the wreckage is a thing that you can keep in the deck still.
I mean, I legitimately feel once Coma's out, you don't even attack with Coma. You just get a 3/3 every upkeep, and that'll do.
Yeah, I would agree with that. God, this list is so convoluted. The scratch list.
Yeah, I
Because like
mean,
I'm
Scratch definitely makes it a lot harder to evaluate a control list here.
yeah,
The stereotypical, like, control players only play one-offs is yes.
we're playing Commander now. Like I look at this list and the where I struggle is like if I'm scratch, I'm more worried about what I side out rather than what I'm siding in. Like there's so many one ofs where I'm like, do you want to cut this here? Do you want to cut that there? Like you could argue that Settle the Wreckage isn't great against Fire's decks, but Epic's is a bit more, well, obviously a lot more creature focused, and he's gonna have to attack at some point. So
Yeah, there's a couple of cards you definitely want to lean into the sweepers. A card I can imagine cutting is a card like Thirst for Meaning. It generally filters quite well, but if you get to the point where you're like, "Oh, I kind of like every card in my deck anyway, a looting style effect, definitely something one like Thirst for Meaning that unless you're getting rid of enchantments, which is a low number in the deck, and there's a lot of enchantments you do actually want to play, so you don't end up discarding enchantments that often. In which case, Thirst for Meaning isn't even card advantage. It's just card parity. So
yeah,
definitely a card you could cut if you feel like all the other cards in your deck are just fine.
aren't you glad you're not
Spike
playing?
Cleric. See that one going.
Yeah,
I could see like trimming across the board a little bit. Maybe cut an intervention. Maybe even cut a verdict. But that's almost blasphemy with a deck like this.
what about the one of Big Teferi?
Yeah, I don't need it. You just win with Shark Typhoon and Elixir.
Yeah, I'm like, why is this
You go
even in
really
there?
hard. You can even cut the Elixir and cut the Teferi and just be like, I mean, no, cut the Shark Typhoon, cut the Teferi, and just be like, I am seriously just going to win with Elixir.
Oh my god. I still think it's blasphemy to not have more than one Shark Typhoon in this deck.
I mean, it's just not what the deck wants to do.
But it's what I want to do.
The Elixir of Immortality is kind of the game plan.
Okay, but Shark Typhoon is an amazing card.
It is.
And this is a an instant speed deck, so like cycling a Shark Typhoon feels pretty good.
Yeah, Shark Typhoon. while obviously still being a phenomenal card. Have we seen the thoughts he's coming in? Like Epic is really good at drawing these not four offs in an 80 card deck.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if Epic actually ended up mulliganing. I don't think he did.
It didn't look like it. Looked like he kept to 7. So good for him. So we see Verdict, Negate, Thassa's Intervention, 3 lands, and a Sphinx's Rev. And Negate is out of here. Makes sense. Earliest form of interaction from Scratch. And
Yeah,
Epic
exactly.
is going to want to make stuff resolve.
Taking quick note of the hand.
Maybe Scratch is being
Thassa's
quite the
intervention obviously
gentleman.
still being scary too.
Yeah,
Means slamming the turn 4 incarnation is still going to be very difficult.
it's actually Scratch being a gentleman and playing with his hand open.
Ah,
Very nice. If you're playing at LGS, Alex, and someone asks you after you've revealed your hand, as Scratch picks the hand back up, are you the kind of person to accept or decline when someone asks, "Could you play
oh,
with your hand
I
open?"
generally offer it just for the sake of speed. So even
Nice.
if someone like goes and grabs a notepad, I'm like, I could play open. And then sometimes people like the LGS I play, people are sort of like practicing. And we're like, no. I want to get used to having to using a notepad, and obviously, I'll request whatever they want. I'm playing it like an F and M. I don't care.
Yeah.
To be honest, I even do it at like sanction tournaments and stuff. I just don't care. Right? You can write it down. Um, I will not offer it at a tournament, but if someone does it, could you play open? And I'm thinking like, I'll look at the clock and be like, gotta hurry up this game and play control for a change. Yeah, whatever. I'll play open. I don't care.
Yeah. Is that a comb in his
And
hand?
I give him
We
the
just get
arena special, where cards
just
are revealed by default.
Alex. We're getting a peek at his hand. I see a coma. I see a coma in Epic's hand.
Oh, I mean that's gonna take a while for that coma to arrive, but scary
Yeah.
when it does.
We can wait a few turns. I see a coma. It looked like I thought I saw an Eldrazi displacer. Hmm. That is a Triland. Was that a cycle? Oh no, he added Jorgen to hand.
I know one card in his hand for sure now, Brad.
Yeah, Jorgen. He he flashed that card so fast on screen. I was like, oh my god, what was that? And it's
Yeah,
the
Gibby and Chad being like,
typical.
if we caught a glimpse of that coma, then so did Scratch. Like, yeah, that's obviously the downside of playing on webcam. I'm notorious for accidentally showing my hands to my opponent. And so we kind of see it again. I mean, Scratch being the gentleman he is would definitely like not try. If he gets a glimpse from his opponent's hand, like he doesn't like start staring, see if he can get free information. But if he, by sheer luck, actually sees the coma, that is
Yeah.
huge. That definitely changes how Scratch is playing. This could mean like playing Thassa's intervention and finding like an Ashox erasure and be like, yes, I need this.
Oh yeah. I do remember playing in LGS, and there was a few players that would like wear like glasses or like sunglasses indoors.
You can see it in the glasses.
You could, and I'm like, I don't feel that bad.
That's what you get for wearing sunglasses indoors.
Oh yeah, and like the reflective like
That
pilot
probably
shades
means they're
too,
on drugs anyway, right? So they would be bad at playing Magic.
or they're just really hungover. Which I mean, I don't know
True.
why you're playing
Which
a
also doesn't make your Magic skills any better.
well, this was Yu-Gi-Oh,
Chain
not
to the
Magic.
Rock staying in, by the way.
I believe Epic would want to keep in two as a sack target.
Yeah, I suppose you want to get the two.
To
You want to find that Destiny Spinner.
yeah,
Or just not enough to cut. That 4 Trial of Ambition is already in the deck. There's 3 Oath of Gaia. So I can imagine you kind of want to keep that card because at least it can like go upstairs.
yeah, yeah. I would think there's 8 cards you bring in for Epic, so finding 8 cuts is a little weird. And there's a Grafdigger's Cage coming in from scratch, which you said is a pretty important card. And now, does Epic even have any cards besides Deputy and Knight of Autumn to deal with that?
That's correctly evaporation too. There's four ways to do
That is correct. That is correct.
but obviously Scratch gonna do his very best to defend this Graph Digger's Cage. So looking at an 80 card deck and only having to deal with 4 cards, not that hard.
No.
Especially like, Epic's gonna have to like try and like spend resources, try and fight over this Graph Digger's Cage when an enigmatic incarnation comes down. And at that point, Scratch might just have his Light of Dawn in hand. He's like, yeah, sure, resolves. I don't care. I don't care anymore at this point.
And we see if fires come down, this could eat a counter. And it
Yeah.
does neutralize.
Early on, the mana gain is still really big.
Yeah.
As we're seeing Epic here, obviously there's some enchanted lands. I think Epic's on 5 mana. Doubling that, enabling him to potentially, play 6 land, have 12 mana next turn. Knowing one of the spells in his hand is Yorion too, which allows you to do a little trick of blinking your fires out of play. We could actually see Epic legitimately playing like 18 mana worth of spells next turn if that isn't countered.
Yeah. Hall Fountain comes in tapped for scratch and passes over as we see Epic go into an Omen of the Sea, trying to dig and find something relevant to fight off all these counter spells.
Doing the land math. What do I want to tap? Do I want a white? Do I want a red? Do I want a blue?
And then you have to play in like the idea of like what you want to draw into, what colors do you of the cards you want to draw into. So
And
what
then
do
that never
cards have?
happens, right?
Oh yeah,
Because
especially
he
in a deck
already
where you're
has a
running wonders.
Triome and a Nylian's Present Swamp, so very low chance he wouldn't have the mana anyway.
Take a quick gander and see if there's any results that have come in. And we have 2 results in so far. Updates for everyone. First off, the Immortal Sun gets the win 2-1 over
4-color fires.
4-color fires. So that's pretty big for dinos. And then we also see our QFE, who is on blue white approach, gets the win 2-0 over Tower Boomer, which was the prowess deck.
I'm a little surprised Scratch doesn't just run approach to win quickly.
It gains life just like Sphinx's Rev. Like that sounds like on flavor, right?
It's definitely the consideration I would make if I go to a tournament. I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna play approach so my games actually end before the timer runs out.
Yeah.
Deck
I
like
also just
Scratch is
really,
taking full advantage of the fact that these rounds are untimed.
yeah, I just also really like approach. The new Mystical Archive approach, if you can pull that up, Gibby, is gorgeous.
Don't know if they're on Scryfall yet, which is what we generally use to pull them up.
Some of them are, not all of them. There it is, Mystical Archive.
I actually like the Amonkhet remastered one more.
Oh, that one is amazing. Yeah, I wish we can get that one in paper. Yeah, it's so good.
And then we've also got there's the other Mystical Archive one, the Japanese one.
Oh, the Jap. Oh, I haven't seen this one. Oh,
This one is very nice. I
oh, oof.
I am the biggest fan of the Mystical Archives, but there are some nice ones in.
Dude, the Japanese ones are phenomenal. I haven't gotten a chance to see all the Japanese ones yet, but oh, why was there no Thoughtseize in the Mystical Archive? By the way,
Sure, because they wanted to print Inquisition of Kozilek into Historic Brad.
yeah, but they
Oh,
reprinted.
I have not seen that one yet.
Oh, that's pretty.
That's
That
my
is
favorite one so
gorgeous.
far. That one is
The
phenomenal.
the lightning bolt is really nice too.
I find it hard to spot the lightning bolt on the lightning bolts.
I mean, that's fine. Ooh, oh yeah, yeah. That one gets me going. I love
Not
these. The plus side of having these matchups of like control mirrors essentially is just like, hey, we can just do this.
we can have filler time. So if any
Oh
people in
man,
the chat are like, "Oh no, this is the best mystical archive. Get out of here with your Crows and Grip," like
The best one is by far Faithless Looting. No cap.
All the kappa.
I love the Faithless Looting art. I actually really like it.
But looking at the match again, we see the displacer, a lot of mana being up. The Omen of the Sea being played. Rumbling in here for 3. I thought it was 2. That's a 3/3.
That should have been in the Mystical Archive.
Eldrazi displacer.
Yeah. Oh, you know what's had really good art? The Divine Gambit.
Yeah. So now you can make your opponent play show and tell in style.
Mm-hmm. It's such good. The Japanese one is great. Yeah, look at that.
Oh my. Okay, that
Oh, this card has no business having art this good. It's a crime. Also, Defiant Strike is great, which I will be picking up for
this could have
Feather.
been like Sunscorch Regent, which is a card that's actually like nice in Commander or something.
And a Fires comes down for Epic. And we still just see the lone Grafdigger's Cage on the opposite side. And Yorion. Okay, you got to counter this, Scratch. You got to tell him no. You got to stop this.
Yeah, gonna have him stop this nonsense.
I, I like to imagine he's like, which counter spell do I want to use? I have 6 in hand.
There's honestly a consideration sometimes.
Yeah.
There's something thinking ahead. You're like, I can, let's say, I mean, obviously, Yorion is a creature spell, so it wouldn't work. If you're considering the toss up between using like a negate or a neutralize, for example, even if it's a non creature spell, sometimes using the neutralize and having the 2 mana
Did
counter
that
spell next turn, even though
did
it's
that
restricted,
resolve?
it
Oh
resolve.
no. Oh no, Scratch, you have no counters in hand? I know you care about that. I would care about that.
I'm,
That's the double omen hit alone.
yeah, it seems questionable to have this resolve, which really makes me feel like there is no counterspell in Scratch's hand, which is unreal. Especially, do we have no? There is no colorless mana available to blink the Ori, which is a big upside. Oh, and we see the Nihilia's presence actually, so it's gonna be draw. It's gonna be draw a card and then resolve 2 preordains effect.
I mean, ugh.
I just love like Epic's expression where it really seemed with like how he moved his hands. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna draw like 100 cards, right?
So you know, like this is happening. What is in Scratch's hand? Like, are we gonna see like an end step Rev? He has one, two, three, four, five,
Definitely
six,
like a rev
seven
or something.
mana.
Even an intervention would have been enough to counter this Yorion. Yeah, so
There's a
just gonna
Rev. Yep.
now
So draw 5, gain 5.
that way, draw 4. Scratch is
Oh,
gonna
that's
give
right. It's a 3
draw
mana.
4, which kind of sets him up to be kind of even with this Yorion, even when it resolves. Which might mean he did actually have to counterspell, but he was looking at a hand with like a counterspell and a rev, and it's like I now know what my opponent is about to do, and I can evaluate like, yeah, this is about even with a rev, because otherwise you counter that here, and then next turn you're looking at a hand that is just a rev. And if we then see a dangerous card coming out, we're gonna have to like rev for 2, hopefully find an answer. It's just very clunky.
Ooh. What if he goes land onto intervention?
That would destroy his own Grafdigger's Cage and
True.
allow him to be, because there's not that
True.
much support that's like very scary, right? Like you can have like a sweeper and hold up an absorber.
Yeah. I forgot he was running the one of the undo. And I was like, ooh, seeing that result would be nice. So Scratch's deck is the kind that wants to pass turn and do stuff at instant speed. So the fact that he's taking his time right now and evaluating his hand on his own turn um, is interesting.
This could be considering like the value of tapping out here. Well, tapping mana for a cheaper card, something like a Search for Skanta, or even a Sky Tether. Really like looking at his hand, being like, hey, I want to hold up like 2 counter spells. What can I play? Can be an element of bluff, obviously.
Or
Maybe
just using
considering like
your own
different
turn to
room.
evaluate your own hand and know what you want to do for the opponent's turn. Taking your time.
Right, cool. I just threw a message to our tournament organizer, Risen. So also Risen, thank you very much for running the tournament stuff behind the scenes. Went in and quickly hopped into the game and attended Epic that we can occasionally see his hand and see the cards he draws, so he can be a little bit more attentive.
Good.
Is that a Mindbender?
Distended Mindbender, yes. Nice.
Which is a cast trigger, by the way.
I love this card. I love this card so much.
This is where like Scratch is going to be like kicking himself if he didn't end up casting something like a Elixir or a Search for Skanta. Granted, there aren't so many cards in Scratch's deck that actually have a CMC of 4 or higher. Sphinx's Rev is 3 in your hand. Thassa's Intervention also only 2. So we're only looking like cards like Teferi, Cast Out, Ashiok's Erasure,
Shark Typhoon.
Shark Typhoon. Like these are like the only real cards with a high CMC. So we potentially see this Mightbender hitting though. There is the Shark Typhoon,
Oof.
Dovin's Veto, Verdict, and obviously the landing.
So you take the Shark
Stacked
Typhoon
hand,
and
by the way.
Veto? Veto's kind of scary. Like, I think you just accept the fact that they have a Rev and they have a sweeper. Well, maybe you take the
I'm
Rev.
not sure.
You play
There's
around the sweep. You play around the counter.
yes, very hard. I can imagine taking the Rev. There's only one Rev left in the deck. Um, Obviously, Thassa's Intervention has a very hard time actually being a counter spell right here because you're not tapping your lands due to Firesome Invention. So we're probably, I mean, the Shark Typhoon obviously goes because it's the only card that meets the second criteria. And for the first one, I would be tempted to go for the Sphinx's Rev. Just to see if you get the opportunity to bury Scratch here. Because again, a lot of his cards like break even or like plus ones. Right, the Thassa's Intervention, even though it goes deep and it finds very high quality cards, the quantity of cards is relatively low.
Yeah.
Makes me a little surprised that Scratch wouldn't like end up cycling the Typhoon, given there's so few hits that have the high CMC requirement, and very good chance you cycle it away, even just for 2, just don't get a token, and potentially make that Mindbender miss, or at least half miss. Now, by the way, what I did talk about earlier, we do see the wait, was there a verdict in this hand too?
There was.
Obviously, the verdict also meets the requirement, but the Typhoon is going. Yeah, you put a verdict for it. I just missed the verdict being there. Very surprised then that the verdict doesn't end up being taken because we know there is the 'cause that's coma being played, but this is Epic straight running into Quicken verdict, right?
Yeah. Which we're seeing now. What? Oh, is he? He's blinking. Does he have? Does he have a waste available? Or a Yavimaya Coast?
Yeah, I'm not seeing a colorless land here to do this.
He's. How is Coma still there?
Was this with the coma on the stack?
It should not have been.
That would have been really poor timing by Scratch.
Because he would not have had anything to sack for Como to live.
Oh my, we get the Risen with the backup. Yorion is a serpent, so you can sacrifice it to coma. Wow. I was not aware of that interaction. It's sacrifice a serpent. That is incredible. Wow, Yorion, relevant creature type, by the way. Oh my, isn't it like a bird serpent? Wow. I never imagined that being relevant creature typing. That is insane.
I'm not gonna lie, I probably would not have seen that line of play with
I would have
Yorion on
not
board.
seen it coming from a mile away.
Like if I was piloting
Even
the
if I
deck,
was the one piloting the deck,
yeah,
yeah, I would have just like not thought about that.
like well, damn, I
Because there's
guess
like
Como's
never any
dead.
relevant serpents. So I was like, yeah, you need to sacrifice a coma token, not the Orion. Wow, that might actually be Epic just completely playing Scratch here and like playing all of us here, really. Because now we got the coma and the tokens. This coma's never leaving.
Oh
And
no.
there are too many tokens being generated for Scratch to ever keep up and kill it. Because if he just doesn't attack with the coma, it just never leaves. Aside from like there's a few cards. There's two cast out. There's one to ferry. These cards could potentially deal with coma, but I mean, that's only a select few.
Shame on Epic for not having the showcase Coma, the superior Coma.
I think are there any ways in this deck to? I mean, obviously you could eventually play the Scarab God if you find the opportunity to play that. Get a way to reanimate. Kenrith can reanimate coma. So there even are some ways to get this coma back, even if one of the very few answers. That's a lie actually, because they're exile effects that would
Aether
be good.
Gust! Aether Gust!
Gusto. Good God, I am off here. I was thinking like, man, this coma's gonna stick easy, but I really thought the game ended when this coma was stuck, but as I was just so blown away by this Yorion sack. But turns out I need to get better at this game because it's not that hard to deal with a resolved coma.
And Aether Gust makes sense to bring in, obviously, because you have Fires that's red, you have Incarnation that's green.
Yeah, probably coma. I can imagine coma as a card you consider. I didn't consider Aether Gust that much, but yeah, with coma, you can. Why not?
Yeah. I mean, I would
But
do it just for the Fires and the
Aether
Incarnation, to be
Gust puts
honest.
it on top. Here is coma yet again. And now it's like, yeah, you gusted it once. What are you gonna do now?
He's interventioning, leaving
Holding
2
up
open
the
mana.
2 open mana, yeah.
Cast out. There it is.
Cast out. Quickly found the actual permanent answer to coma. Obviously, some cards like Knight of Autumn and stuff being able to play around this, but it's gonna be hard to resolve a Knight of Autumn
Yeah.
or a Skyclave Apparition. Possible, especially because Thassa's Intervention as a counterspell is effectively turned off with Fires of Intervention. Scratch is gonna have to effectively tap out something crazy like that to
I'm
actually
not
get
sure
Thassa's
what
Intervention
Epic is
counter.
considering with the tokens.
I think he is sacrificing them to tap down Scratch's lands. Because all the
Try and,
tokens are gone.
yeah, to try and save. But he still has 3 open mana. And then Skyclave into
Down
the
into gets countered into, or there's coma again.
wow, no counter.
Dancing around this coma turned out like much more interesting than I
And there's
imagined.
a Colossus.
Cloth is coming down.
Again, Epic not getting the superior arts. You gotta get the stargazing one or the
Oh
constellation
no,
one.
no,
Oh no, it's so good.
no! This is the better Clothis.
No, no, no. We like color.
Well, if you like color, this one's got more of it. The other one's like
Nope.
red and green and yellow, and that's it. Look at the
Yeah.
sky in the background.
And a verdict comes down. Sagging a token.
Yeah, the entire match is like revolving around coma at this point.
It's a
Also,
good card.
drummer film guy in the chat saying stream is looking good. Thanks. I had no hand in this.
Yeah. Give your hand all the way to Gibby.
All the hands to Gibby.
They threw it together. Made it they actually when you have the right prep time to go through as a streamer and make sure everything is good, everything looks great. And Gibby is very, very much experienced with doing this.
Yeah, during the prep, like you guys were messing around and saying like, "Oh yeah, you should close this and then open this and have this open," and I was just sitting there like, "I'm here, so you can put my webcam in the right place. I am not here for any technical help. I was just eating. I mean, I've got half my cold dinner still in front of me. Like, at least you can eat soup cold, Brad. It's fine.
That doesn't mean I want to.
It's okay.
It makes me feel like I'm eating it right
It's
out of the
worth
can.
it to see this sack. Like sacking Yorion because it's a serpent is like it's gonna be hard to top that.
I mean, that just goes to
Relevant.
show how good of a player Epic is, because like every memorable like play or like sequence of plays,
This deck already has, right?
yeah.
Such an intricate, like difficult deck to pilot. Especially because we haven't seen an incarnation yet. So
Is
this
it a
is
Scarab God?
that is a Scarab God. Generally a card that really wants to be eating a counterspell. Because then it actually finally goes, but does
No,
it?
counterspell. This is where Scratch is the Simpsons meme. The chuckles, I'm in danger.
Yeah, we see Scarab God, Coma, Clothes, even like Course of Crewfix. This is like an entire board full of like historically good against control cards when they stick. And then we see the reanimation of a Skyclave, which actually gets rid of the Grafdigger's Cage. So that's going to enable the Enigmatic Incarnation if it's in his hand now. Using a load of dice to represent what's going on with the Skyclave apparition.
Which is very nice.
Tip for everyone at home: if you play a Scarab God, buy yourself a couple copies of the card Malfell Twins, and cut out the art, cut out the text box, and now you just have a frame that says 4/4 zombie. You can put it over all your cards.
Ooh. Cute. I like it.
And Malfell Twins is like a garbage draft common anyway, so nobody cares.
Yeah, you're basically buying frame tokens.
Yeah, it's. I'll try and assist Gibby finding the spelling here.
And I know how I felt yesterday. Especially when they use like shortened nicknames of cards. Because like we'll say like, oh, he's getting bolted and stuff like that. I can figure out things like that. But when they say other cards and I don't know the full card, and there's 8 other cards that are pauper legal that have that word in it, and I'm like, oh no. The only reason I even know about Night Market Lookout is because it was a Pioneer staple for like 2 seconds.
Want to look up Ghibli? It's Malfeld, Maalfeld Twins. 6 mana, excuse me. Yeah, there you go. So imagine that one. Oh, it was even reprinted in Commander Legends. Cut out the art, cut out the text box, and now you've got creature zombie 4/4. Cut out the name and mana cost. Put that in an inner sleeve and just slap it onto all your Scarab God cards.
This is what I want.
There is the enigmatic incarnation coming down,
Yeah.
as if the battlefield on Epic side wasn't complicated enough. I mean, here we see like the
The
classical
Dovin's
like,
veto. Dovin's veto.
control. Yeah, obviously being
Bye-bye.
Dovin's veto, but the control versus something else type of board. Like, see Epic's board and Scratch's board is just lands one token, and then he just has his graveyard fanned out just to like get the feeling that he's got stuff on his battlefield too.
I miss Scarab God being a legitimate control finisher. Though that was a miserable deck to play against in standard.
Yes. The Demir control mirror was even more miserable. Let's go for 40 minutes, and then one of you tries to, and then the one who has like 5 cards in his deck, and you've got 8 cards in his deck. So the one with 5 cards tries to resolve commit to memory, which would literally make the game result in a draw. No bueno.
Ew. This is why we should have Inverter back. Just ban
No.
Oracle. Unban Inverter. Ban Oracle. And we
Then
can
you
actually
still
have
have
Inverter.
Jace.
Yeah, that's fine. That existed before Oracle came out and it was bad. No one played it.
It wasn't that bad. People just hadn't like put the thought into it.
It had
Lil.
it had some tournament pop up here and there. Like the before Theros Beyond Death came out. Was not that great. Still would not be that great. Though that would be the surefire way of getting Dig Through Time banned faster.
Yes. Argue.
Because we know it's an inevitability. It eventually has to happen.
I do wonder what Scratch's game plan is. We were talking about a card like Undo Inversion. That feels like a card that just buys you time. It like delays the inevitable, right? Coma's not going to be dealt with. Scarab God's just going to be recast.
Is there an exile sweeper that exists?
Exists, but not available to Scratch. You would be playing Descend upon the Sinful, most likely.
Is that Pioneer legal?
Yes, it's from Shadows over Innistrad.
Ah.
Fun story about this card. In French, this originally had a wrong translation, and it translated to Descend upon the Fisherman when translated from French back to English. This was fixed when they put it in the commander deck, and now the French translation, I believe, is correct.
Looks Pioneer playable to me, Alex. Especially if you have Delirium in your blue-white deck. Which Scratch actually might be able to with all the one-ofs he has.
Yes, definitely.
Actually, he might have Delirium right now.
He's got land, instant, sorcery,
And there's a
Planeswalker enchantment. It's pretty doable.
an artifact.
It would be very Scratch to have this as your win condition. Like, yeah, I make a 4/4 when I sweep the board. That's enough. That'll get me there.
What if he doesn't know about the card and we just opened like his eyes to this whole new world?
I was chatting with Scratch about the tournament, and I said, and we were talking about like the difference using cards like Cast Out, Banishing Lights, Ashok's Erasure. Now, like, well, if you want to do that, why if you want to do that, why don't you just play Ixalan's Binding? And he's like, Ixalan's what? And he hadn't heard of the card Ixalan's Binding. And he's like, oh my, this is quite the card, isn't it?
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, Risen dropping me the bomb of a mistranslated card in functionality. The -X on 8 mana Ugin in German originally said exile all colored permanents with CMC X or more.
Could you imagine?
Zero him and the whole board would just disappear.
Bye-bye.
He had a pretty good card if you ask me. Yeah, Risen, that would be That would be quite good. I mean, Ugin is still like an unbelievably powerful card, even in this form, let alone that.
Let's reprint Tron. I'm sorry, not Tron, but Karn Liberated into Pioneer.
I always just think he sounds liberated because he doesn't have any pants. It always looks to be the liberating part of Karn liberated, because Scion of Ursa does actually wear pants, or at least like the Tarzan cloth thing.
I hate the mythic, what's it called, the mythic edition art for Karn. It's like the way he's holding his chest. Oh no, that's liberated. We're talking about Karn, Scion of Urza.
Yeah, see, here he is truly liberated.
Yes, he's also jacked. There he is. Look at him.
Look at those
Uh,
big pictures.
now he's wearing a skirt,
Yeah, skirt.
which is even more liberating than no pants, I think.
True. I actually one time for a project, I had a school project about Scotland, and I wore a kilt just to like fit with the presentation. It was actually quite comfortable.
Yeah,
Not,
men should be able to wear skirts. I mean,
but we
well,
see
they can.
see a sweeper coming in. Obviously, Coma is still surviving.
And
Cloth
Clothis,
is still
which
surviving.
has
Getting
affected the board. How is Scratch's life still at 17? It's been at 17 for like 90 turns with Clothis on board.
I think with a lot of cards, Epic doesn't want to attack into Seal Away. The Coma's not attacking, Scarab God is not attacking. They're all just hanging back and making like all the like small tokens and stuff do the dirty work. Oh, and life total hasn't been updated. If you see, this is the difference. Epic should be using the plugin Scratch. The plugin doesn't work for Scratch. We actually has to do it with paper. As you see, like the way the life total is represented is different for Scratch and Epic.
Nice.
I mean, to
Good
be honest,
job on Scratch having the illusion tokens on hand for Skyclave.
look at that. I mean, if you run that one-off Skyclave in your deck, you must be able to give your opponent a token.
This is gonna go to game 3, isn't it?
This is going to go to game 3, Brad.
Starting off with a bang. Whoa. While we're watching this board state progress at a snail's pace, we'll go ahead and see at the tournament results and see if anything else has happened. And no. Looks like we're having, I see Uncle Drew typing in results. Uncle Drew takes it 2-1 over Mono Black Vampires. So we have all of our games reported except for this one. We are waiting for Epic and Scratch. The
This game has
matchups will
been going
be
for about an hour, by the way.
wonderful. The matches will be Immortal Sun versus Blue White Approach. Uh, and then whoever wins this match will go face off against uh, Golgari Coco against Uncle Drew. And in the lower bracket, we see 4-color fires facing off against Blue Red Prowess. And then the loser of this match will be playing on against Mono Black Vampires, which I feel like it's a bad matchup
Go a lot
for
faster.
both these decks against Mono Black
Oh, yeah,
Vampires.
true. It's probably going to still take forever.
All right. I think Scratch should probably. I don't know. Should he concede? Like nothing. Like, or can he still win like through Elixir? Like it's an 80 card deck.
I mean, maybe, right? The game isn't like truly over, but it's kind of over.
It's like the chess thing, right? Where you're in a losing position and you're basically relying on your opponent misplaying.
Yeah, it's Epic's game to lose, basically, not Scratch's to win at this
Yeah.
point.
So the gentleman's thing would be to knock your king over and resign. but we're not playing chess. We're playing literally the exact opposite of a gentleman's game. So,
We're going to the bitter end. We
uh,
came here to play Magic. We're going to play half a day of Magic.
isn't that a Pioneer Legal card, Bitter End?
I'm not sure. Isn't it
Maybe
the
could
other
you
end? Yeah, that's
Wasp of the
goes.
Bitter End?
But the card you're thinking of, Brad, is probably other end.
Utter End, yeah, you're right. I want what's it called? What's the word? An altar of Utter End, where it's just like a cow's udder.
No.
Wait, was that Wasp from
That was on a
Power
Nickelback
Devastation?
Planeswalker deck, right?
Oh, I saw the horns and the little set symbol. I was like, I
It
don't
was from
remember that
Power
card.
Devastation, but I believe that was from a Planeswalker deck, but I'm not sure.
Nice. Yeah, it is. Look at that.
Yeah, whenever
Whenever
you
you
cast
cast
a
a Bolas
Bolas
Planeswalker.
Planeswalker spell. Yeah, this is from a Planeswalker deck.
Yeah.
Grix is playable, Brad.
I mean, it's a 2/1 for
Beat
2 with
down,
flying.
pressure your opponent's Planeswalkers until you play your Planeswalker.
When are we gonna get like a 3-mana Bolus? Like as a Planeswalker, he gets a
Never.
spark back and is smaller.
I mean, I suppose it's never really in CMC is never really an indication of how powerful something is, right? In the lore. Because Liliana of the Veil
True.
is a 3-mana Planeswalker, and she is super powerful in that, like, lore wise at the time of that card.
Ooh, D-Spark looks incredible. Alex, you will not want to see the Japanese version of D-Spark in the
Oh, I
Mystical
figured
Archive.
out. I didn't know what the Orzhov card was when I saw it, because I tried to, like, see the Japanese and see if I could guess what the card was through the art.
Yeah, it's D-Spark. I only know that because I remember seeing it originally spoiled for Mystical Archive. I'm like, that's weird. Don't know why that's in here. Oh, but look at that. Look at Bolus getting wrecked.
Oh, there's Bolas getting wrecked. I don't like this.
That's why I said to look away. My boy.
Not a
Best one though, Village Rites.
my boy.
Village Rites looks unreal. This the entire Japanese version of all the
As long as
Mystical
no
Archives
one
look
ever
amazing.
casts the Faithless Looting against
Look
me.
at that. I just bought foil versions of the Kaldheim ones, which I think are amazing looking, and now I have to get these. I have to get these. Legally, I am required to buy these.
We're kind of like trying to fill up as we see the game play out in the meantime. Lots of coils. No need to sacrifice Yorion at this point.
Yeah. This is a position where Scratch
Yeah, crank it in the chat. Scratch's life total hasn't been updated because Scratch can't use the plugin. I think that's putting an undo inversion to stack.
it doesn't even look like it's 8 mana being tapped, does it?
No.
This looks like a commander board state.
Kinda, yeah. But we see
More
the
so
undo
from
inversion. If this resolves, which it should, right? Like I don't see why it wouldn't. This gives some opportunities to Scratch for combat. We could see something like a Supreme Verdict and now no like a cast out to deal with
yeah,
Coma.
cast out would be nice. Well,
But
he's already cast one earlier, and so he only has one more in the deck. So he's gonna sack a thing.
But obviously, this is where Epic might tap some lands that Scratch has.
He has 3 serpents, so he could tap 2, which doesn't really do that much. But I mean,
I mean,
I guess we might as well.
yeah, so you tap 2. You probably just tap like a couple duels. Maybe force Scratch to have a bit of awkward mana. I don't think it's going to matter too much at this point. But so even if you tap out 2 of the duels, he just taps like an island and a plains in addition. It's going to get him to cast out. Then he could potentially have a counter spell for the Scarab God. And then he's like kind of good. Surprisingly enough. Funny the order in which Epic does it. It seemed that he was first sacrificing coils to tap down lands, and then sacrificed the final coil in order to give Coma indestructible. Now imagine if he got stifled there.
I mean, Tails
Like,
End is a card, and that would work. Tails End would work here.
obviously, none of those two cards are in Scratch's deck, so it doesn't matter.
Tails End should be.
I think you're okay.
Man, the strategic planning is really nice too. Man, these mystical archive cards are incredible.
I'm just glad to see them reprint cards like Tainted back. Even though
There's
it's
the one card that's actually a Modern Horizons 2 card that will not be legal
that's
until
the
then.
future shift card we were going to get, I suppose, that was promised to us. Which is like, is it 1 mana, name land or non-land, and then just you get like a one-off abundance
Yeah.
through your library until you find one. So we see a
Wait,
lot being cleared up. Obviously, this is going to be up. Epic, your
your
Clothish.
Quaffins is indestructible. He shouldn't lose Clothis, and he also shouldn't lose Coma, right? He gave it indestructible.
And there is and we see the Courser being there.
Wait.
I'm very confused.
Wait. Is a Yorion blinking everything right now?
That it was there a colorless activation? Did he activate Scarab God in order to get a Eldrazi displacer? And then did he displace his Yorion or something? I guess that is what happened.
Wow. All right, Scratch, scoop it up. This is ridiculous. There's no way to come back from this one. When you're playing to like,
Power of the Scarab God. I'm just saying, what's the colorless land?
I mean, he could have also just activated Scarab God to get Yorion, right? And made it the
Yeah,
token enters as Yorion.
he obviously just went and got the Orion,
Yeah.
not Blink the Orion. This board state's been very confusing for me. Great first match to like get Brad and I into the groove.
Yeah. Welcome to the Play with Discord server where we have commander decks for the Pioneer Invitational, trying to showcase all the power of one ofs available to you, with Yorion essentially being the commander. Well, there's also a waste on the board too.
Don't quite know what to say, Brad. Resolving a lot of card draw here.
I know what to say. Scratch, scoop.
Yes, fair enough.
Like, you cannot win this. You literally cannot come back from this. We see a cast out come in, and cool, you can hit the Coma, but it's just there. Ugh. Like, I know technically speaking,
There is an
Scratch,
out for here.
yeah, Scratch can technically win still through Elixir and all that, but like, man, I mean, if there's a deck that could actually cause an 80 card deck to deck itself, it would be Scratch's deck.
Yes, 100%.
Has any of the Mystical Archive editions piqued your interest in historic at all, Alex? Now that we have like literally an actual Legacy Light now.
All right, I'm gonna be a monster. Tendrils of Agony.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I want to somehow see if Storm can somehow works
It
because that is
probably does.
the type of deck that lends itself for digital client. But most of the other cards, not really. But my biggest gripe was historic. It's not the historic format itself, but it's the arena economy that's gonna like if I
True.
sink a lot of money into historic now, a lot of wild cards. It's just gonna mean that I'm gonna have to throw unbelievable amounts of money at it when Pioneer comes out, and I just can't be bothered. I am stockpiling. I am dragon role playing on Arena. I just have piles of gold and piles of wild cards, and I am just sitting on them.
You're like Scrooge McDuck, like diving headfirst into the pile of
Yeah,
gold.
yeah. I'm approaching like 70k gold.
I always hated that in like those cartoons because I was like, that would kill you.
You dive into the money.
Yeah, head first
There's
into
a lot of stuff that happens in cartoons that ends up killing you, Brad. You
true,
know the height
true.
you fall from and all these things.
Yeah, okay, but I can suspend my disbelief on like things like heights and stuff like that. But like diving into
Yeah,
literal
swimming
metal,
objects.
like you cannot swim in it. You die. You break your neck.
I mean, playing Magic already needs some suspension of disbelief with some of the things that are happening over here.
Like this board state.
Yes, like this match,
Yeah,
suspension of disbelief that this was actually going to happen. So you think like this was the first night I've ever had where like because we changed to what is it, summertime?
cool
This
Siege Rhino.
Drain 3, getting there.
Please let Scratch be at 3 right now.
It is one of the first nights where like switching to summertime has really thrown me off for a change. Like I really had a hard time like starting up today. And I was thinking, oh, but maybe this invitational will go a little bit faster and I don't have to go to bed at 2. Not gonna happen.
And there is the concession from Scratch.
I am confident Scratch was dead. He didn't actually concede. He just died.
Either way, we're going to game 3.
Game 3.
All the other players are sitting there. Time stretch. Yeah.
Yes.
You think Scratch would play that in his deck if it was
Yes.
legal?
Of course he would. As a one-off. Yeah, but I could quicken into it on my opponent's end step, and then I could take 3 turns. Which would be 3 turns of draw go.
Yeah. Pass to himself.
You're up, me. Sure, draw a card, play a land. Okay, your go, me. Thanks, me.
Cast Emrakul to target yourself. I can play your turn now, and now you get 2 more turns. If only it worked that way.
Emrakul would actually be like insane if it could target yourself, right?
Oh
Which
yeah.
is, I mean, Emrakul the Aeon Storm has a Time Walk stapled onto it, so I guess. But that card can be played for 8 mana. Or even like 7. What's the lowest
Yeah.
you can get Emrakul? 7 or 6? I don't know how many card types there are.
It's a 13 mana, so land, planeswalker, artifact, enchantment, creature, instant sorcery.
7? Tribal? 8? No, there's
Oh
no
yeah,
tribal
you
here.
could yeah, but you could technically play a tribal spell to make
So
it
you
work.
could technically get 5 mana Emrakul. I believe the
Gross.
lessons don't count, right? There's a lesson is a subtype.
I think so. Because there's still instant or sorceries, right?
Oh
For
yeah,
the
yeah,
first
still
part.
sorcery lesson. Where like the tribal instants like Tarfire actually say tribal instant.
Yeah. When are we gonna get a new card type? It's been a while, hasn't it?
I mean, do we need a new card type?
Was Planeswalker the last like brand new card type to Magic?
I'm not sure what's older, tribal or planeswalker. It might actually. I think it's both from Lorwyn, which is kind of wild that we got two wild card types in Lorwyn and then nothing since.
Hmm.
Because tribal's definitely from Lorwyn, right? And I believe
I
the
would have
first
thought
is.
I kind of wanted Rune to be its own thing from Kaldheim, like its own new
I
typing.
mean, not with what we ended up getting, God.
No, no, we should have gotten two Kaldheim sets, but whatever.
Instead, we get Twilight. Because everyone we're gonna have to spend two sets on that.
I mean, runes could make sense in Strixhaven. We might get like another cycle of them.
True. Definitely in Forgotten Realms too.
Yeah, D&D makes no sense.
Though cards like Runeforge Champion have definitely like limited how powerful we could ever make runes if we get new ones to show up.
Alex, you're thinking too small. Just ban the card if they're too good. That's how you do it now.
Runeforge Champion.
Yeah. I mean, that
Ban.
would be the card to ban, wouldn't it?
We also need to ban Crown of Runes, or whatever it's called. Runed Crown.
We've decided to ban all runes.
Or they just remove the rune subtype. And Runeforge Champion doesn't do anything anymore. They just get errata to be auras. That's it.
Oh, it's like Goyo, whatever, from Yu-Gi-Oh! All over again. Where it needed an Earth tuner. Ugh. Ugh. For those of you who played Yu-Gi-Oh! And you know what I'm talking about. I know. It hurts me too.
And
For everyone else.
for those who played Yu-Gi-Oh! And Blue Eyes was a powerful card just by sacrificing two creatures like me, you don't know what he's talking about. I've played
Oh, yeah.
more recently, but not that recently.
Goyo's from like Goyo got eroded in like 2016.
Yeah, I generally stop by then. Xyz
I know
monsters new when I stopped playing the game.
well there
Which
have been
2011 or
more
something.
types of cards since then.
Yes.
Like links.
Yeah, that was confusing. I went to Japan and I thought I'd buy a pack of Yu-Gi-Oh cards just like for fun. It's like, hey, I'm in Japan. I'd probably it'd be a cool idea to buy some Yu-Gi-Oh cards in Japanese. And I bought
Mm.
a pack and I pulled a link, which was obviously in Japanese. And I was like, what the hell is going on with this card? What are these arrows? Why doesn't it have any defense? Like,
Oh yeah.
why is there an English word on here? Because Link was still in English, even on the Japanese cards.
And then they eroded the actual ruling because originally the ruling was like you could not have any extra deck monsters out except for in the open zones that Links made because you only got one extra deck monster zone, which had to be filled up by a Link if you wanted to have more than
Between
one.
someone in chat if we're taking a break. No, we're going. They're just side. They're just doing the classic like sideboarding between game 2 and 3 because this matchup wasn't long enough yet, so we need 2 instances of sideboarding.
Turn one island. Turn one Thoughtseize from Gawa Shrine.
Nazis, there you go. Let's get the ball rolling.
Land, Aether Gust,
Oh, what's this name?
neutralize.
A Mole to 5 from scratch.
Gross. All right.
Kind of makes sense. Take the neutralize. Try and just
Epic, if you have the ability to go aggro somehow, do it.
turn 4. Kalidas beat down.
And Kenrith.
Kalidas, Kenrith beat down. All dodge Aether Gust.
Siege Rhino. Nice.
That doesn't dodge Aether Gust.
Oh. Yeah, you're right. If we see a tap sanctuary come in for scratch, that's gross. That makes me sad.
Wait, but wasn't there another island in his hand? So he could have first played the island and then put the neutralize on top. But I guess he doesn't want to. He wants to find some sort of card advantage too.
No, he already. Well, he had a. I don't know. Maybe not. I have no idea.
Drowsy
No idea.
Displacer. No color hate can hit that because that card is colorless.
Hooray! Now we're gonna go into
Beat
Sie-
down.
Siege Rhino, and you're just gonna keep blinking Siege Rhino and beat
What's the
down.
classic 3 mana 3/3 that people always compare it to? What's like the classic? It's like a centaur or something. Classic 3 mana 3/3 vanilla. Beatdowns here.
I know Bear
He's a
as the
grizzly
2 mana
bear.
2/2. That is all I know is the Bear.
Chat help us out. 3 mana 3/3, no text. It's like Centaur Courser or something.
We all know the best one is a 6 mana 6/6.
Grey Ogre. I think Grey Ogre is a 4 mana 3/3 hate. Yeah, it's Centaur Courser. Centaur
Correct.
Courser beatdown. Except you can Aether Gust Centaur Courser.
Unplayable.
Even better.
Dies to Doomblade.
And I think that's going to be Annihilus Presence.
Which Doomblade is in the Mystical
Actually,
Archive.
with the Lithoform Blight on his own land, which I think is really cool.
Nice.
Because that means the land taps for colorless. Or it can be used for mana fixing, but even the colors actually seem pretty okay at this point. Actually, nice upside with the Blight, getting the colorless mana through there. And there's Yorion. That's probably going to be met with some form of counter magic, unless it resolves. Right? Giving a.
He could just draw into nothing.
Yeah. But now we've got Yorion, Eldrazi Displacer, and colorless mana available. So we could just start, like, Epic could just start blinking Yorion every turn. Swing
And
with
then
it.
drawing cards too.
He tries to kill it some way. You just...
I do not envy either of these players because whoever loses this has to go on to the next game still.
Scratch dug his own grave. That's his problem.
Yeah.
I feel worse for Epic.
Yeah, but like this is such a.
I mean, I feel worse for everyone else in the tournament. All the other matches ended about an hour ago, and we're here.
Chain to the rocks on the shark token. More blinking shenanigans.
Was it Yorion Blink?
Yeah, with a displacer it looked like.
Fail passage being cracked, but potentially just grabbing a waste so we can have 2 blinks every turn. Yep.
That's correct. Lucky for me, I have some pre-workout that I can use to keep me
To give
going.
yourself some energy.
Yeah,
Why, Brad? I've got bread,
very biblical of you.
which I should have dipped in my soup.
Yeah, you should have actually. The worst kind of realization when you've been wrong the entire time.
I just got sent the Pirates of the Caribbean meme. It's like, you're the worst pirate I've ever heard. And then you see, this is the worst blue-eyed control deck I've ever heard of. And then you see Jack Sparrow with the name Scratch over it, but you have heard of it.
I mean, I at least Quicken draws a card, so like it's not the worst thing. This format needs ponder.
Yes, Risen put the meme in the chat.
We're pre-ordering. Are there any cards that are from Time Spiral that you've decided to get boomered out for your decks?
No, not really. I like the Thoughtseize. I just don't really feel like it's worth the extra money. Which I
Yeah.
feel like with most of them, they're either cards I don't. I like the old border Beast Whisperer
Mhm.
a lot. I think it's really fitting. Like, 'cause, a lot of these elf ball type of strategies are more powerful in order formats. But a lot of them are like cards I don't really play. Oh, by the way, if we're talking about trying to fill up anyway and pulling up one of the archive cards, can we pull up Crux of Fate, please? That one is unbelievable. I believe in the English, not the Japanese version. Don't know if I've seen the Japanese one.
To talk about the Thoughtseize though, if you want to get the foils, it's like $1,000.
Oh, that one's kind of sick too.
That's nice.
We pull up the other one. It's that's probably my favorite, the English version. Look at that.
Oh, because it's Ugin and Bolas.
Yeah, of course. It's in the original too. In Crux of Fate, it's Ugin and Bolas fighting. It
But it looks
represents
better in this one.
the events of Fate Reforged.
Oh, isn't Crux Fate the one where you destroy all
Yeah,
dragons or all non-dragons?
dragon. It's
Yeah.
Sarkon's decision to go back in time and make sure the dragons win or the dragons lose.
Flavorful. And we see Scratch is lost. This game is over.
The game is over.
All right. Let's go back to the caster desk and get ready for the next matchup. What are we looking at, Alex? We have Epic is going on to play against. So Epic is going to be playing against Uncle Drew.
It's dark, and I had to switch on the lights in my room.
Epic's going to be going off against Uncle Drew, which is going to be green black Coco. Dinos versus blue white approach. And we have 4 color fires in the lower bracket versus blue red prowess. And then blue white control from scratch versus vampires. So I don't think we want to watch another control game. So no to the Immortal Sun and Dinos, unfortunately. I'm between Epic and versus the Coco deck versus 4 color versus prowess.
Turn it into a poll, see what the people want to see.
Yeah. Definitely do that. Get a straw poll going. But yeah, I'm definitely between.
Can you make that? Can Risen make that, or should I quickly make it?
Whoever's faster, make it a race. Oh, Risen sent me the meme too. looking at these matchups.
What's going to be Kiriaman? Uncle Drew was on Stompy.
Yep. Golgari Stompy.
6 Scholar Fires.
And then it'd be 4 color fires versus prowess, I think is the other option.
This is RQFE, that's approach, right?
Yeah.
Approach. Then we've got mono black vampires versus blue white control. And the last one was prowess versus
4 color fires.
this one again 4 color.
So the viewers, you have all the control here to see what we want to, watch.
Create this poll. Let's see, I didn't mess up. It should now appear in Twitch chat.
Perfect. I think I lean.
I misspelled something. I hope not.
I mean, they'll get the gist of it.
I already did dinos with an apostrophe as if it's like the dinos deck. Whatever. You get my drift.
You could just, have the excuse that English is not your first language.
I mean, I've been speaking English for long enough, Brad.
Okay, but you could lie.
will say apostrophe S is how you actually do plurals for a lot of words in Dutch. So, for example, photographs becomes photos, but then with apostrophe S. So it's semi-excusable, but it's also not excusable.
Trying to help you out. You're just digging your own grave.
I am digging my own grave. That's just to help myself improve, bro.
Well, while we're waiting for the poll, let's go ahead and pull up the blue. God, I keep saying blue. The green-black Golgari Coco deck by Drew, and take a look at that. There is something that I do want to bring to your attention, Alex, about that deck, and I want to see if you can spot it. There is some cards missing from the entire 75 that you should expect in a deck that has these color combinations. What is missing? Especially in the field that we have given with 4 control decks.
Shifting Cerberus?
No, I was going to say Thoughtseize.
Oh,
Know what
yeah.
we found.
There are 0 copies of Thoughtseize in this deck. That's right.
Though there are 2 copies of Egon from Kaldheim. That's cool.
I really Egon and Rotting Registrar are very good in enabling the Great Henge early too.
Oh yeah. This deck just seems like a lot of fun. We also see Old Growth Troll from Kaldheim as well, being just a good card.
Back to Nature and Sideboard also being a very interesting one.
I'm sure that's just the respect to enchantments, the possibility of it with Epic being our Enchantress player. Typically, the Enchantress player. But looking at this list, it seems like they kind of covered their bases for like all potential matchups across the board.
Yeah, and that makes me a little bit surprised to not see a card like Thoughtseize, which is such like a generally powerful card. You would expect in a sideboard like this.
One card that I'm curious about is the Crow Harpooners in the sideboard. I'm unsure as to what they were like. Maybe Spirits. I guess they were thinking Spirits for that. But you also have Witch's Vengeance, which would be good against Spirits. So do you bring in 4? And then if there's Abrupt Decay and Assassin's Trophy are good against Spirits. So do you really... Even Ram Through could be good against Spirits. So do you bring in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards against Spirits?
I suppose you do.
Ugh. Gross. No Spirits, though. But yeah, this is straight up
results 75% out of 4 votes, but 75% voted to see Black Green Stompy versus 6 Color Fires. Deck we see afterwards is Dinos versus Approach. Considering that matchup might be going longer, we could even see if it's possible to jump from one into the other. But
sounds good.
Black Green Stompy versus 6 Color Fires did win the poll.
All right, so we already know Fire's list. We now know Stompy. Let's have the players start. Get down to the battlefield whenever we're ready. Make sure our Tio, Risen, understands that we are good to go. Now, Alex, between this matchup of Coco and Epic six color fires, what do you think? Who has the edge? Who are you more
I
siding
would
with?
give the edge to the Fires deck actually, mainly because there's a reasonable amount of interaction in this deck. Pretty early on, we're seeing Chained Rocks, Oath of Gaia, Trial of Ambition, and it's got really some cards that can kind of just get in a rumble, right? Like I can imagine the deck having a pretty hard time dealing with a Great Hand. Well, it kind of depends on the enigmatic incarnation. I feel like when an incarnation is down, it's gonna be pretty hard for Epic to lose. But Black Green Stompy is like the ideal deck to punish Epic if he stumbles. Right? We do not want to see Epic cast like a turn 2 Nyalia's Presence to just draw a card. Because then he's going to very quickly fall behind. But if we're seeing like turn 2 Trials and Epic being on the play, of course, well, potentially being on the play would make a massive difference in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. That is where we're missing cards like Thoughtseize. That would have been very nice to have for Drew moving forward. But they obviously felt comfortable enough with the deck submission that they went with. So who are we to judge their card selection?
I mean, we do have a lot of good cards in this matchup. We're seeing Abrupt Decay is not a card I would bring in, probably. But Back to Nature is a blowout. Assassin's Trophy is very nice. Assassin's Trophy has the similar play as let's talk about like Light of Dawn, coming from a blue-white deck. Being just like you can have it resolve, but kill it before end step, and then the card actually doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
It's a nice type of play that is instant speed and chamber removal has. Whereas actually a card, a slot in a Stompy deck where we would often see something like Masked Vandal or Reclamation Sage being a sorcery speed way to interact with it, this is actually instant. Now, obviously, Collected Company would actually turn those cards into instants potentially, but Assassin's Trophy is a lot more safer and obviously much more of a catch-all. Could also work against potential, even potential creature threats coming out of the being tutored up with Enigmatic Incarnation, something akin to a Scarab God, which is very scary in the matchup. But you know, if Epic's gonna have to tap out for a 5-mana 5/5 twice, that might actually leave him dead because he's just too slow.
Yeah. This is a like Epic has the ability to kind of go through all of his toolbox options to help combat what Uncle Drew is doing. But I think when it comes down to it, Uncle Drew has something that Epic doesn't, which is blanking on the word, uh, redundancy, right?
Yeah.
He can just keep throwing out giant 3-drops.
Yeah,
Epic
I mean,
has to
great thing
play
is that
those lines.
it's 3-drop tribal.
Yeah.
Right? It's just slamming big threat after big threat after big threat after big threat. Card that is actually, even though it's a Coco deck, it is actually a deck that is. How many Coco hits does it have that you actually want to hit? There's 2 Aegon, presumably Lovestruck Beast, that makes for 9, 11. There's about 21 good Coco hits, which is fairly low. Obviously, the elves are technically Coco hits, which makes it 29, but obviously you do not want to be hitting elves with your Collected Company. Because there are some cards here that Drew opted to put into his deck that don't actually fit in with Collected Company, being Garruk Unleashed, the Great Henge, and Suruk, which is a 4-drop. Notably missing Galta, who's very powerful in combination with Suruk. But probably going too low on the Coco hits and didn't want to also include Galta. Which
Yeah.
I can agree with. I think Garruk and Suruk are generally more powerful than Ghaltan is.
We see 17, 19, 21 Coco hits um, on like the 3 drops.
Yeah.
Not counting the elves. So like you said, that is pretty low. But they can bring in Scavenging Ooze and Crawl Harpooner.
Scavenging Ooze is a card you would want to hit. I don't think Crawl Harpooner is a card that comes in, but maybe. Crawl Harpooner is a very fun way to enable Great Henge later on in the game.
Yeah.
Getting a huge power boost and choosing not to do anything with it does mean you can quite easily play a 2-mana Henge.
I do love the Garrick's though, the 2 of. And Garrick
I'm
is
not
really
that big
cool.
fan, generally because they just reduce the amount of Coco hits, and I don't think Garrick is that much better than like another copy of Garrick's Harbinger or Heartless Beast, Lovestruck Beast.
Yeah. I don't know, I like the little flexibility it offers. Doesn't make your deck as streamlined, I guess. Though maybe that's exactly what you want when it comes to a Coco deck.
Right, as we see, there's a table being set up for game one, for table one.
Yep.
And once that table is there, we'll be hopping over into it. I noticed on the stream that we have mysteriously disappeared, but we are still here.
Hello. And now we're a Windows logo.
Still without us. No problem, we're about to hop into the match anyway, which will make our faces not visible. Glad for the audience, they didn't have to look at us for 2 hours, Brad. Only that's the blue-white versus 6-color mirror.
Boy, I know you're glad that you are here casting instead of playing, because you would have been in the exact same boat as Scratch going into time.
No, I play faster.
Fine.
Or rather, I lose faster.
There you go. No, but what if you were the one playing against Scratch?
Actually, generally goes pretty fast, and that more has to do with how the matchup works. Game one, I'm basically hopeless. A deck full of Heartless Axe and Fatal Bushes against blue-white isn't particularly great. And game two, very nice for Scratch. There are 0 copies of Notion Thief in this Invitational, because Notion Thief is Scratch's nemesis, excuse me. Which is just, I run 2 on the board and the game will just immediately revolve around me trying to stick that, and once it does, so many cards in Scratch's deck no longer work. Nothing cycles. Sphinx's Rev is very nice for me.
Yeah.
Can't cycle a Shark Typhoon.
I've been saying since we got the lists.
And I don't
last
read
week.
Duke in control mirrors.
Oh, yeah, as you
I
should.
respect Duke, read Duke's attitude, but when it comes to a game trying to finish it in time, at one point I'm like, you've got like 5 counter spells in hand, you've got a flip Tascanta, and my hand is 3 Fatal Push and an Eliminate. I'll scoop. I'll just go home.
I still think we should have seen Lotus. Lotus combo probably would have been very good against this field. We see literally 0 copies of Damping Sphere. No respect for Lotus Field at all from any of these players.
No Narsets either. Maybe in the
Yeah.
blue-white. I don't have the blue-white approach list have Narset in it.
I think it has 2. It's like a 2-2-2 split between Planeswalkers.
Narset. But
Hey, we're here.
we are heading into the game.
Very, very straightforward black map from Uncle Drew when it comes to the nice Theros Swamp.
I like it. I like the Pokemon energy lands.
I do too. I don't like them as much for like playing, like using them as lands, but I do love them as using them as a way to keep track of floating mana, like in Lotus or like Kethis when I played that, or even Reclamation when I played that. So many banned decks.
I also like it a lot in monocolor decks when it's mostly those basics. As you're playing like a budget deck, you're just like exclusively those basics. They've got like a nice glow to them. when your
Yeah.
whole base just consists of those.
Though I do have a foil one in one of my red decks, and I'm like, well, yes, I'm going to play. I'm gonna play that. I have
Because
to. So pretty. I still have my foil mountain that I got for learning how to play Magic in
oh,
2017.
the
Like
open
one,
house.
yeah, it was a Hour of Devastation mountain. Very pretty.
I sh-
4, by the way.
Forest and I think a swamp. Forest from Amonkhet, swamp from Hour of Devastation. I should have those lying around somewhere.
I am sure I'm always making sure that I've put that mountain in a deck. It's been in a deck for years. Should buy more of them. And we see a turn 1 Overgrown Tomb tapped.
Well, very, very big difference. This basically puts Uncle Drew an entire turn behind his original game plan.
Though we
Now,
do see
this
Fable Passage turn 1 from Epic, so, you know. And
and
there's the elf.
the
He
elf
draws it. I love
on
it.
tilt. Can't imagine he put the Overgrown Tomb in tap to save the 2 life.
No. Hey, maybe he's afraid of Siege Rhino.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that puts him dead to 6 Siege Rhinos rather than 7.
Yeah. Siege Rhino is a Pioneer staple
As he
after
plays
all.
a Llanowar Waste, oops.
He's only going to use it for colorless. He's not going to tap it
Definitely be tapped for
green
colored
black.
mana next turn to play something that didn't like a Steel Deep Champion. Actually, this deck doesn't run any copies of Yorvo, does it? I didn't see any.
It does not.
Surprising. I really like Yorvo. No evasion though, which is annoying.
And bye bye elf. No turn 3. Or, yeah, doesn't
I mean,
really
no turn
matter.
3 Coco, but just what are you gonna see?
Another waste.
Take 2
Regisaur.
both are tapped for colorless. Play Reggie. Now, big downside to running Regisaur is obviously that if it gets killed on your upkeep, you've been 2 for 1. Very hard for Epic's deck to do. It's generally just going to deal with it at sorcery speed. So the downside isn't really going to come in.
I love this card.
Rotting Regisaur is an incredibly fun Magic card. Who doesn't like good old Reggie? Also, Collected Company is a super strong card in this matchup due to like the sorcery speed thing I just talked about.
Oh, yeah.
Because if there is a deck that can dump a lot of power on the board on end step, it's this deck.
Yeah, double Regisaur is 14 power, and you're like, hi?
And if you've got like a Ronas on the field,
Ooh.
which potentially allows them to get trample, you can't even chump them. Like
Oh,
you are taking damage.
or the Tua. I mean, it's not a Coco hit, but Sarek.
Sarek, yeah, the
The 4
Sarek,
drop.
not the Huntsman, but
No, I think it is the Huntsman. Oh, the
the
clan
Hunt.
caller. Hunt caller. Yeah, there you go. He cool. I like him.
I mean, also very nice one to come down after a Collected Company. Collected
Well,
Company, tap Surok, that is an unbelievable amount of power. Out of nowhere. And all avoiding sorcery speed removal.
yeah. As we see a search for the world tree come down for Epic, try to fix his mana a bit more, which is usually what we watch him do for the first few turns. Though going back to the Sarek being in the deck, I like that, but I also like having some Sir. It's the green knight, the 2 drop.
Sir something the Henchhammer.
Yeah, the double green that like
Farah?
give a thing X because it's a Coco hit, and I think I like it.
Doubles up well with pump spells like Carrick.
Mhm.
Because you pump it, and then it will in turn pump something else. Actually, kind of fun and standard at the time to play with Giant's Growth. And we see, not sure what was discarded. See that, but that is 2 mana to play the Great Henge. Here's the power of Rotting Regisaur. And 4 mana. 4 mana being tapped, which I'm going to assume is actually going to be for a Surok. So we're seeing Drew tap his Great Henge, which is going to gain him 2 life. Not super relevant in this matchup, but potentially. So green. He is immediately actually Gonna tap out and play a collected company now. I wonder what he's trying to hit by playing this collected company in his main phase. Hitting a Llanowar elf only. Getting a counter, drawing a card.
Makes me sad.
That is a sad collected company. I was a bit surprised. What was he trying to hit that he won? I want to quickly pull up the Uncle. Nothing really. There's no real reason to play that main phase collected company. No counter magic to be playing around either. So is he rumbling in for 7? Epic yet to lose a life due to his mana base, so obviously going down to simply 13.
Still a 2-turn clock.
Rotting Register obviously being one of the powerful dinosaurs to come out of M21 to push the dinosaur deck along right before it rotated out of standard. So granted, this wasn't the one that really helped the dinosaur deck. Do I believe dinosaurs was played Jund for Rotting Regisaur?
Yep.
The other dinosaur from the deck being Marauding Raptor, which if we get to see the dinosaur deck played by the Immortal Sun, which hopefully we will be seeing later, showcasing that powerful M20. M20 or M19?
I'm 21. That's
M20.
M20. M20. I apologize. Because this was the Chandra M20. Or the core set. Teferi was M21. Yeah, Marauding Raptor is a sweet card. I want
The
more dinos.
powerhouse in the Immortal Sun deck.
Mm-hmm.
But you see Nylian's presence being cast, cycling effectively, trying to find an answer, but not that many answers available now. There's only 2 Chained to the Rocks, I believe. And the what is it? Trial of Ambition. Well, that would just kill the Llanowar Elf. So see Uncle Drew having to discard a card. Again, sadly being discarded off screen, but tapping the Great Henge. Going up to 24 and casting a. Wonder what's going to be played here for 2 mana.
A Mystic. But I mean, it adds up because they come in with a counter, so they're 2/2s.
Yes, and floating a green, another green floating, playing another Llanowar Elf, cycling through these cards very quickly. Probably still trying to hit that like Surrak. Other powerful.
Mm-hmm.
But even now, just hits for 9.
All right, Epic,
Epic's
can you
looking at
find a sweeper?
some form of a sweeper or bust, and there is none. There
Not
is
in
no
the,
Supreme Verdict.
not in the 75, actually, yeah. Unless you count Massacre Girl.
So it's going to be very hard here. Because even these Llanowar elves are going to kill him. Because he is actually at 6. Despite what the life totals tell you. Actually, he's not even at 6, he's at 4.
Yeah.
So even 2 removal spells would not be able to do it here for Epic. We're talking like Skyclave Apparition and Chain to the Rocks is potentially something that buys him the time. But that is.
Or a Kalidas in Chain of the Rocks.
Yeah, that would also be a very powerful one. As we see 3 being tapped and then untapped. Epic actually unable to cast Kalidas because the Nihilia's presence has been put on the swamp and not on the plains.
Oh.
Not sure if it's in his hand, but not an option available to him right now unless he would play another. Play a Courser of Crewfix.
Gain a life.
Gaining a life, going up to 5. Drew should also be, I believe, at 24.
So,
Playing the Heart's Desire part of Love Struck Beast. Then plays the actual beast. Now, the Heart's Desire part obviously not triggering Great Henge due to the non-token clause. That would be going infinite with way too many cards, probably.
oh yeah, definitely. Be funny though.
And here we see the swing out.
Imagine that's blocking the Registrar. You're still taking lethal.
That's lethal.
All right. Quite literally a Reed Duke moment for Epic.
Yep, waiting for him to actually swing and kill him.
So let's look at Epic sideboard real quick while we're waiting for them to actually go through their boards. What do you bring in? I see Heartless Act. That seems okay, but it kind of feels awkward with like the Great Henge sticking and giving everything
The Heart
counters.
Attack is a no-brainer. Because you need to kill that Regisaur before the Henge comes down.
Yeah.
Then we could potentially be seeing a card. Even Blood Baron of Viscopa might be good enough just to be a 4-mana 4/4 lifelink.
But it's 5 mana.
5-mana. 5-mana 4/4 lifelink, excuse me. Still potentially good enough. That pro red actually coming in against some creatures. Might stop a Regisaur from swinging. It can stop Egon. So probably still relevant enough.
Yeah, being pro black, and that's also good against the vampires too. If Epic were to play them.
Yes. I could potentially see the Fierce Empath and Coma coming in, just because Coma is such a beater against this deck. It would probably like immediately end the game, given
How do you
that
feel about Massacre Girl?
little to no ways to deal with it. Massacre Girl is pretty good. Like once a couple of elves are down, it can definitely start the chain. We also know the human token from Heart's Desire. So a chain being set off involving Massacre Girl is reasonably likely. Also being a 4/4 again. It's something that comes up when you start tutoring with Enigmatic Incarnation and technically getting the discounts that almost all these cards become reasonable, but not great.
The only thing about Massacre Girl is there are no 2 toughness creatures on unless it's a counter from a Great Henge on an elf.
It would have to kill 2 1 toughness creatures. Then it should just be going. Obviously, a Scavenging Ooze without counters would work. It could also be a 2/2 from Epic side of the board or something with 2 toughness. Seeing Skyclave Apparition, Renegade Rallier, Glasspool Mimic, depending on what it copies.
And then looking over at
That token actually too, made by Path of the World Tree, also a 2/2, being able to set up that chain.
yeah, that's true. So looking over at Drew, I guess you can bring in Back to Nature that hits the enchantments, uh, Assassin's Trophy. Abrupticate does not feel that good because it misses on the 2 biggest things in the deck and the enchantments you want to hit.
I think just back to nature, abrupt decay, call it a day. Don't think you want to change much more.
Yeah, I get that.
Also, not
Well,
much you want to cut. You don't want to cut on your threes. You don't want to make your Coco worse. So you're probably looking at cutting a card like Garrick. That's what I would be looking.
yeah, make it easy, straightforward.
Yeah, like we saw that somewhat depressing Coco in game 1. You don't want that to happen even more often.
No. Okay. So we just got word that the life extension for the meats is having some issues, so they will not be using the life extension for this round. We will do our best to keep track of it for you.
Not that hard from Drew's side. 7/7/7 lethal.
Yeah.
Bit harder to track on what Drew's life total is going to be. I will get out a notepad and do my best.
Well, while they're shuffling up, getting ready for game number two, we will take the time to thank everyone for joining us on this wonderful day with the ninth season of the Pioneer Invitational, brought to you by the Playaway Discord server. If you want to play some Paper Magic and hop in and play, whether it's Pioneer, Pauper, like you saw yesterday, but we also do Modern, Legacy, and any casual event you could possibly think of that could be community run. Hop in, join the server. There is a link in the chat available for you guys. And if you're watching on YouTube, there will be a link available in the description below. So thank you again for watching, and hopefully we'll see you playing with us over at Play Away. Also, Alex, if they want to listen to you and I ramble about other stuff, where can they go?
They can find the Pioneer Perspective podcast, obviously talking about this wonderful format that we're watching right now. I believe we are available on most places where you would find podcasts: iTunes, Spotify,
Yep,
uh,
we're on
Anchor.
8 different platforms. I cannot name them all, to be honest. I just know there's 8.
I only use Spotify, but I know Spotify, iTunes, Apple Podcasts, I believe, which I think
Yep,
is separate from iTunes for some reason, even though it's both owned by Apple.
there's the Turn One Elf. He's at 19.
What else? I'll track the life total. I'll try my best. At least I can see Drew getting out his paper every time. I have no idea what's written on it, but the moment I see him grabbing that piece of paper, I'm like, I should probably do the same.
Well, that was a letter war waste, so he's at 19 currently.
But that is obviously the best start for Drew, even though Drew is one turn behind due to obviously being on the draw.
Ooh, swinging
Except
in
he's
with the
actually
elf.
attacking with the elf, which is not a good sign.
Ugh, no turn 3 play. Or no 3 drop, I should say. Probably an Omen of the Sea being held back from Epic right now. He has the open mana to do it with the Rogran Triome and the Sun Petal Grove.
Are we looking at Drew keeping a one lander? We're
Oh,
looking at Drew
dude,
disappearing, and there he is again.
I see a third mat.
That's probably Risen, our tournament organizer, or someone else who accidentally hopped in. There you go. That's the one pin, and now
And
the other side, and now the other side is there, and we are back.
Perfect. I hope we didn't see Drew keep a one lander. What? What is that? What is that?
Maybe he wasn't attacking; he was tapping for a Heart's Desire.
Oh, that appears to be the case. Yeah, I think that looks like a Lovestruck Beast on the side over there.
It's a little surprising because I would gladly attack him for one if you don't plan to use the other. And he kept a one lander. Little surprised to find him not just using the Llanowar wastes.
Wait, but Epic
Epic kept a
didn't.
two lander.
Oh no!
There
And
is
then
the
there's.
third for Drew, which is
Ooh,
a hand
Lovestruck Beast can come down at the very least.
drops. The easiest one being Lovestruck Beast that can be played now, but we're seeing Steel
Steel
Leaf
Leaf.
Champ.
Epic.
And now
Oh,
Epic
2 lands.
one going down to the actual 19 I'd written down.
And there's the Path to Roll tree coming down. Find that land for Epic.
Lacking some colors, lacking black, and grabbing the swamp to compensate. But now Drew, what's going to come down next? Definitely swinging for at least 6 damage.
No land drops, but we do have the elf still. A Rotting Registrar would be terrifying for Epic right now.
Something like Land Go. And if he goes Land Go against a Coco deck without attacking with the Llanowar Elf, you might actually die on Drew's next.
There's a
So
Regisaur.
you've been playing
It's
lots
like
of
I played
these,
this game or something.
which means we're seeing Drew with 14 damage on board, which is actually lethal.
Yeah. Epic
So we
needs a
got
removal spell right
a
now.
crazy turn from Epic. He does play the fourth land. We could potentially see something like Fire's Enigmatic Incarnation grabbing a 5 drop.
That'd be cute.
Could be a Massacre Girl killing the elf and the human and then trading with the Still Leaf champion if it attacks. Setting Epic to 6. So obviously he would again be without a board, but he would
Could
have
also get a Scarab God, which would trade with a Steel Leaf, where these still take
Yep, and
7.
he's still taking damage from the moment. And we see Fire's Enigmatic Incarnation. I assume you immediately sack the Fires here, unless there's a 3-drop that I'm not thinking of.
Reflector Mage would be kind of cute.
True. Yeah, so he's going to do that. Potentially grab. If he is to grab Reflector Mage, he can bounce. Probably bounce the Steel Leaf Chump,
Yeah.
the Rotting Regisaur, and he would actually be at a pretty healthy life total.
Yeah, I think I like the Reflector Mage. You could go Deputy, but then you're trading anyway, or you're chumping anyway, most likely, so you just give it right back.
Obviously, could be a Skyclave apparition too.
That's true. Skyclave would be really good, hitting the Sea Leaf. And then you chump the Red Star, give them the 3/3.
Yeah, so you would be donating another body as opposed to Reflector Mage. That doesn't. So we see the Nihilios presence being sacrificed. Getting a
You
Renegade
Rallier.
Rallier. Getting him another land. This is
Hmm.
kind of risky.
Yeah, because
We're
if
looking at being dead to an Assassin's Trophy or something. Or a
yeah,
Ram's.
that's where I'm a little concerned.
Potentially, I don't think you're dead to Garrett. No, you're not dead to Garrett. Sarek can't be played right now, so this is a
Blooming Marsh, nice.
somewhat risky play. Not terribly so. You can get the chump in there. And there's not much removal coming out of Drew's deck. And obviously, getting your 5th land sets you up very nicely for next turn. Because there's a lot of powerful 5-drops in this deck.
Okay, so figuring out attacks.
I mean, you're playing Mono Green Stompy. The attacks is everything, right?
Yeah, I was just confused when he only tapped the token and then just didn't do anything else for a second.
Attack you with a 1/1. What are you going to do?
So I imagine that chumps the Riding Red Star, so he takes 6 here.
X goes down to 7.
And then now we could see an end step Coco
Yes.
from
Like, or
and no we don't. We see a Return to Nature.
Return to Nature. That's a cleanup.
That's very good.
Oh, sorry, Back to Nature.
Yeah,
Return to
Back
Nature.
to Nature. Return to Nature is the worst version. The same thing, and the art's really similar too.
Well, Back to Nature is better. Well, different. It just destroys everything rather than having the flexibility. But this might, unless we're seeing literally like another instance of Fire's Enigmatic Incarnation, this is going to be very difficult for
There's Fires. Does he
Fire.
have another incarnation? There's a
Like,
land. So
tapped.
he has a 5 mana play available to him. And that
Tolson.
is a Tolsmere. Okay, so fight uh I guess the token.
Off, right?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Elf is better than a token.
You gain 3 life, which is nice. So the elf is gone. You have 2 blockers. both of which can block a Steel Leaf. You can also double block the Registrar Alpha, or Register Riding Registrar. Registrar Alpha is a completely different card. Apologize. So I think if you swing in, because Epic's at what? You said 7 or 6?
Epic is at 10 now because of Tolsmir.
Oh, that's right. Okay. So 10. I mean, you still have Coco mana. You just. I mean, I think I would just swing in and see how he blocks. He probably doubles on the Riding Registrar.
Yeah, which is probably a trade you're pretty happy to make at this point.
And then you still drop him down to 5, and then you can still wheel up Coco on end step.
Leaving the 1/1 back. Don't really understand why.
Yeah, because
Like,
he wouldn't be blocking the
either get
1/1.
into 1 damage or get in the 5 or 6 damage, 5 or 7 damage if the token ends up. Nope. I suppose he wants to actually keep the 1/1 alive to enable his Lovestruck Beast, potentially.
Yeah, which is still on an adventure. So it looks like he
Also,
just
he's thinking
chumped.
worst case scenario where he Coco's into 2 and they're not enabled because he doesn't have a 1/1.
So it looks like Tolsmir didn't block anything. It looks like the Riding Registrar was chumped by the token, and then he takes 5, goes to 5. Looks like what Epic did.
Looking at catching a Yorion, putting Yorion to hand, blinking Tolsmir. So he's just kind of making sure, like, not to keep his Tolsmir there, which I suppose means that he was going to keep Tolsmir alive anyway, which means he's not going to attack with the 1/1 because it would be chumped by Tolsmir because Uncle Drew is anticipating Tolsmir actually not chump blocking because he wants to get the value out of Yorion.
Makes sense.
This does mean that Epic goes down to 5.
And if he does that line where he grabs Yorion, has 3 mana open, or he's 2 spells to cast. He goes Yorion, and then he can do something else. Um, hmm. Does a good Coco hit still win?
Maybe.
So there's
Uh,
the grab to Yorion.
I
If he
think
has nothing to play before Yorion and he just goes Yorion, Blink Tolsimir, then that makes me feel like he doesn't have much available to him in his hand. Unless it's like a Kalidas or something like that.
Coco into you want a trample enabler, so you want to hit something like Regisar Ronus,
Mm-hmm.
and that allows you to
Skyclave Apparition.
oh
And then he can Yorion blink it, hit the other Steel Leaf,
yeah.
which you'll give your opponent a 3/3 token, but you're fine with that at this point. Oh, and then you can also, if you really want to, you could fight the 3/3 token with your Wolf token. But you'll probably want to take out his 1/1 token in general.
What's this
Um,
Yorion not being played?
so we see Coco. I can't tell if this is a Coco on end step and we didn't see Orion being played, or if it's Coco like in response to
Feels
like,
like a very strange time to cast your Coco unless it's the end step.
yeah. So another Rotting Registrar.
Oh, so he's doing like this. Bonderson.
Oh, he's saying he's Cocoing in response to the.
In response to the Skyclave apparition.
Okay, that's why he put the Rotting Registrar back. So you get a Harbinger, which doesn't really do much against this matchup, and then a Old Growth Troll, which is recursive, sort of. Um, then there's the Orion, blink everything. Um, So also he can, if he has a 3 mana play, because he blinked fires too, he can play something that's 3 or less. Like Omen of the Sea would be kind of cool. Um,
Obviously, some sort of edict. Reflector Mage,
Reflector Mage would be really funny.
Knight of Autumn, another Skyclave,
Deputy
Deputy.
of Detention.
Sure.
Can hit both tokens.
No, actually, because the one is a human token and the other is a illusion.
Oh, you're right.
Two.
Forgot that it was an illusion already, because it's just the magic backs. My brain was like, yes, these are both humans. So he took away the Steel Leaf Champion
Yes.
with that deputy, and then exiles the Garrick Harbinger. Which, I mean, that is a threat if it makes contact with you from Epic's perspective. So,
Yeah, but it does have pro black, right? Not particularly great against this board.
well, it's hexproof against black.
Oh yes.
But I mean, that's why I'm saying like that has to be the only reason of us thinking of getting rid of that over the troll, because the fact that if it makes contact with you and hits you and it can dig through your deck
Oh,
and just
just
grab a thing.
no. The troll got exiled, and the harbinger got killed by the fight effect of Tolsmere.
Oh, you're right.
With
You're
a
right.
token.
So now you can see the explosiveness of Epic's deck along with someone like Yorian.
So I see him swinging in here with the tokens, which feels kind of pointless. It's like, yeah, sure, block. Feels like we're looking kind of at a lost game here. Obviously, Epic might not have too much action left in his hand. Or we could hope for Uncle Drew to like be ripping 2 Cocos in a row here. Maybe
That'd
a
be cool.
Henge Coco.
Pretty impressive that we it felt like Drew was in a winning position part of that really big turn 5 from
Yeah,
Epic.
it felt like the game was close to over, and then Epic, who should be at 8. I kind of stopped tracking live totals because I forgot. Um,
S tier casting.
I believe puts Epic up to 11 because of the Siege Rhino. And we see the results from table 3. Hoss on mono black. Who was he facing again?
He was playing against Control. That was the that he was playing against Scratch.
Because Hoss just won 2-0.
I see. I said that vampire deck is going to be terrifying for some of these control decks. Like I can really see Haas's vampire deck running the table on that lower bracket, just based on like what decks he has to go against. Now, if Epic wins this game 3 and Drew drops down, he has to rematch against the vampire deck, which we did see it was a 2-1 finish for Drew last time. That's the only one where I'd be like, okay, it's more of a toss up. But if Epic loses here and has to go down to the lower bracket, and the vampire deck has to go against 2 other control decks, most likely in the lower bracket, I am gonna assume that vampires kind of comes through.
Potentially, it is a very powerful deck, though. We do see Hoss really moving away from like the usual additions that have been made to the deck recently. Not going into any Orzhov stuff, not playing any Faceless Haven. So very, very old school vampires deck.
Yeah, still a good deck. I mean, Soren getting champion on turn 3 is very good, especially if you go like turn 1, like Knight of the Ebon Legion, turn 2, Dusk Legion Zealot, turn 3,
Yeah,
Soren
vampires
minus.
get some dirty, dirty good cards. Knight of the Demon Legion is one of the better one drops we've seen in a very long time. And
Mhm.
Sorin is, I mean, honestly, one of the best 3-mana planeswalkers ever.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
very narrow. But in the narrow deck, like vampires would not exist with it wouldn't even be close to a good deck without Sorin.
Yeah, of course.
Like it would just be a generic beatdown deck without Sorin. But Sorin makes the deck so unbelievably powerful. And definitely a card you're gonna have to keep your eyes on when we get into the new Innistrad set at the end of the year.
Oh, yeah, with the
If
vampires.
you're
Now,
on the edge of wanting to buy vampires, I don't want to do MTG finance, but God, get your Sorins now.
yeah,
Because if Sorin becomes good after that, he's gonna become ridiculous after that set.
especially a core set planeswalker from 2 years ago at Mythic. Those are always the ones that hike up in price. Soren's great. Great card. Now, we did see the Vampire Warlock spoiled for Strixhaven. That has it's one of the deans and has like the green one on the back of it.
Is this
I'm
the
curious.
1-mana one or
Yeah, the 1 mana 1/1 Vampire Warlock. That's like the Kalitas stapled on a 1/1. I am curious as to how that could be played if that's a consideration for
oh,
vampires.
Hoss actually dipping in on the chat, our vampires player. The Innistrad set coming is the main reason I dumped money into the deck.
Yeah,
Hoss
it's so cool.
anticipating and actually playing a good deck in the meantime.
Yeah,
Like,
vampires. I've been saying is one of my favorite Pioneer decks. I love playing it.
I like vampires for being a very
And there's the new one drop.
very it sounds really like a very pioneer deck, but it's a deck that sees play nowhere else. So it's a deck very unique to Pioneer.
Oh yeah,
Where obviously like mono black aggro is a unique deck, but like a recursive black aggro deck is not like a super unique style deck. Not as unique as vampires is. Same for a deck like Mono Green Devotion is actually playable in was playable for a while in modern, then power creep kind of caught up to it. But
I would want to ask while Haas is in the chat if he's still there. Why no Null Priest of Oblivion?
well, and why no Faceless Haven? Why are you on
That
this
yeah, that
old
too.
quote old version of the deck?
Yeah, I like the idea of like doing 2 Faceless Havens and having the rest be like Snowlands, and then just like cut 1 castle. Yeah, Null Priest is so good. Such a good card. Like a 1 or 2 of in the deck. And then just like sometimes playing it on curve. It's just a 2
Hoss
mana
doesn't have any of
2/1.
them. He doesn't do proxies. Good reason, Hoss.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Fair point. Fair point.
I really like Null Priest. But yeah, I don't know. I think that 1 drop vampire could have a place. We'll see if more graveyard stuff happens.
We need to get a lot of gross graveyard stuff again for before this becomes any good, I think.
Yeah, it's just the fact that this will have a spot in historic, just as a generic card for black. Um, it seems good against Rakdos Sack or Jun Sack. Now Mayhem Devil. Oh yeah, it.
Giving another 1 drop to vampires is obviously still pretty good because they really only have Knight of the Ebon Legion, obviously.
Yeah,
But generally, being a Thoughtseize deck, they do have quote unquote 8 turn 1 plays already. It's not like they're really lacking turn
and
one.
and being a fatal push deck if you're going against like a green deck with
True.
the elves and stuff, which goes back into like where vampires can just become this mono black control deck,
Yeah,
which is
vampires can black control. It's fine. Like Soaring can turn your vampires into lightning helixes. Also a pretty good control card.
yeah. Which Lightning Helix is in the Mystical Archive, so it's going to be in the as we see a Elvish Mystic turn one elf, which is really big for Drew. Um,
Gibby in the chat asking, do you think you splash green for the backside?
no,
Oh man, I don't think
because
so.
it's not a vampire. It's not a
It's,
vampire on the back.
it's double green, and not being a vampire makes it very difficult. But we see Uncle Drew said with the Llanowar Elf start on the play. This is already scary, right? Tapping 3 for a Rotting Registrar. This is
Ooh,
about as good as it gets. You are protected from Chain to the Rocks. Obviously, there is. There Trial of Ambition. There is Chain to the Rocks, which is the card you really. But
he says go.
now
Ooh,
shock in this Godless Shrine,
it
which
has to be for an omen.
this is Omen of
Has
the.
to be for an omen to see.
So if you play like a Great Henge here, this is who.
Now I do want to say real quick, going back to the question about the backside. Um, these modals in this set cannot be, as we see, an Egon come down and a swing in from that. This is scary for Epic. Uh,
Going down to
was that a
a,
Heartless Act? That was a Heartless Act.
a Heartless
On
Act. Oh yes, Heartless Act is obviously in. I am very, very surprised that Epic gave Drew the opportunity to play Great Henge by not immediately casting the Heartless Act.
yeah, and that is
Like,
Skyclave on
and that
Egon.
is Skyclave on the Eagle, but still, that to me feels like he just potentially handed the win to Uncle, but wasn't punished because there was no Great Henge.
But yeah, these modals and Strixhaven cannot be evaluated in the same way that the other ones have been, as you see a Ronus come down for Uncle Drew. Because if you read a lot of the cards and how they work, they're a lot of them have polarizing abilities and like they're very opposites. I don't look at these cards as being like ones you play in the same deck to be able to cast both sides. I look at them as cards that you can choose which side is playable. But if you have the ability to play both, sure. But they don't have to go together.
And now we see Colossus coming down for Epic. That's going to pad his life total a little bit, potentially giving him a mana jump or two if required. Keep in mind that the casting cost for that the cast reduction that Fire supplies is optional. So if you had 4 mana and you get a 5th mana with Colossus and you have a 5-drop in your hand, you can just choose to cast it.
Yeah.
But we see it's going to
Great
be.
Henge
Don't know what else you tap 5 mana for.
with the 5 reduction for power from Ronus. So that would no. Is Great Henge 8 in double green? It's 7 double green. So yeah, you could be casting Great Henge right now. And then that would leave a green floating that you could tap Great Henge and then have 2 more floating so you can play a 3-drop that gets pumped.
Oh, he played a tapped Overgrown Tomb, then spent 3 mana to pump his elf with Ronus and attack. Because Ronus requires 4 power. So the elf
Oh.
was to make Ronus big enough. That's a lot less exciting.
Yeah. Man, I'm thinking all these big brain plays. What is that?
King Kenny.
Oh, yeah.
Big old 5 mana 5/5.
This is where you don't want to see
See
Assassin's
Assassin's
Trophy
Trophy
on
arguably
the
on King
King
Kenny, of
Boy.
course.
Yep. Giving Epic some mana fixing in the
We see
process.
table 4. Ventus wins 2-0. Ventus was
4
playing
color fires
4-color
against
fires.
Blue White Approach, I think.
Think so too.
No, that was prowess. Or yeah, fires against prowess
Yeah, it was fires against prowess. So prowess
is
and
out.
Scratch's blue-eyed control deck have both been knocked out of the tournament.
Any update on the blue
Dinosaurs
white?
versus approach to be resolved, and obviously
Okay.
this.
Did you just pump the elf again and swing in? Boy, that's what it looks like.
Yeah. Not the most exciting.
I mean, you gotta take the
I
beats
think
where you
this
can get them, I
currently
guess.
has Epic being at 12. Unless I've missed some shocklands, which I don't think I have. I think there's a stomping ground. Don't
But
know if
it
that.
came in. It came in tapped.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Deputy on Ronus, I would imagine.
Arguably on Ronus, yeah, one of the few ways to deal with Ronus being an exile effect.
We're seeing Drew running out of gas.
Yeah, this seems Drew flooding quite badly.
Yep.
Deck, which is a very, very low land count deck, only 21 lands. Playing another tapped land and
Ugh.
passing. This is looking rather grim. We even see Eldrazi Displacer, which might start enabling some shenanigans, especially given the fact that there's a Fabled Passage on. Where's an Epic's graveyard? That might be in his graveyard. Oh, there is a waste on the battlefield, so we do see Eldrazi Displacer being active.
And now Epic's gonna go swinging in.
Getting the feeling that we see Uncle here reduking it out again. Now, obviously, like Epic's board currently is just like a bunch of dorks. So definitely being able to rip a collected company and go for something like a Ronus and a Rotting Regisar, even a Ronus and a Garruk's Harbinger, which would enable him to find more gas, is definitely a way to go about it. Hard to see the amount of cards in hands for the players right now. I believe Uncle Drew is on 0. Do see Epic going in. We see Uncle Drew having to chump with his Llanowar elves, which I've been terrible at tracking the life totals yet again. But it gives me the feeling that this was chumping to prevent lethal. And we see a pass. Now he did, I think, pass without making a play, which to me looks like it might be collected company. No, we're seeing an old growth troll. That was a post-combat Fires of Invention, excuse me. Passing through to Epic, who has 2 cards in hand. Obviously, again, we could just see a blink of the Skyclave Apparition here, or blink whatever, but I'm going to assume Drew was at a life total lower than 3, 3 or lower, and scoops it up. 2-0 to Epic with his 6-color Fires of Incarnation deck, which is totally not a hard name to pronounce.
Not at all. So we are just waiting on the Dinos matchup, I believe, against Blue White.
Dinos versus Blue White approach, yes.
Surprise, surprise, that the Blue White game is the one taking the longest. At least this one has a win condition.
Oh yes, Tyrant with a good one in the chat here in his last turn. Eldrazi displays or makes creatures re-enter the battlefield tapped. So we could even use it to just tap down Uncle's blocker.
That's cute.
Man, the intricacies of this Fires deck really pulls up so many cards. Like, oh yeah, that enters tapped. Oh yeah, Yorion is a serpent.
Oh
Like
yeah.
all these tiny, tiny intricacies that really like I love them. So let's move back to the desk real quick. As we see a quick flex of our beautiful playaway logo made by, I forgot his name, please Brad, remind me, I'm terrible.
Adriano Catani.
Exactly. The artist you also find on all the MTG Goldfish stuff. Please check out his Twitter. All his artwork is amazing.
Yep. He also did the artwork for the Pioneer Perspective logo, as well as our Pioneer Perspective playmat. And yeah, it's great. He does a wonderful job. He's helped out a lot. And I will continue going back to him for art because why not?
Yeah, he's basically when I'm thinking of like needing art for something, I'll probably just contact him.
So we have Sir Epic going on to the next round. We have Uncle Drew dropping down to go against 4 color fires. Power is going to be waiting on either Dinos or Blue Eye Control. And I'm telling you, if Power ends up going against Blue Eye Control, and then Drew drops it to 4 color fires, and then Epic drops it to the Immortal Sun, this is going to be Dinos Vampires.
That would be such a fun match to watch.
Yeah.
I mean, that even already happens, right? If Immortal Sun loses to Blue-White Control, we will actually see Vampires versus Dinos in the lower bracket.
Yep. This is exciting. Yeah, but I want to see Dinos and Vampires in the finals, not in the lower bracket, because that means one of them has to go home, or I guess to their kitchen. We don't want that. Now, either our streamer or Risen, who is our TO, do either of you have any updates to give us on where they are at on the Dinos matchup? Or
the next match is going to be Horsepower versus whoever loses between Immortal Sun and RQFE. That is because we gave a poll in the last one, but we do want to have most players get like their time to shine on the camera. Part of the appeal and fun of being in the Invitational and showing off as many different decks as possible. And also because 6 color fires is giving me a headache, so please can we watch something else?
Yes, I would definitely want to watch one of the lower bracket matchups anyway. And it makes sense to want to watch the more interesting one, or I shouldn't say interesting, but the more unique one in Vampires and versus something, as opposed to another Fires deck versus Coco we just watched. Now, if you were to pick a deck without, because we don't know what's going on with the Dinos matchup, what do you think is the better deck there?
Sorry, between which one?
Dinos and Blue White that we're waiting on.
It's difficult. I'm gonna have to pull up some of the. Let me quickly pull up the Blue-White build. See a bunch of no Woma. We see some Azorius Charms, Absorbs, 5 Sweepers, which is a very nice addition. Attention Sphere, 1 Seal Away. There's some Isolates in the sideboard, which is quite nice. I would probably give it to Blue-White, but close. It's again, I know it's something I said the exact same thing going into this last matchup. But Blue-White is or at least like the slower deck. Dinos is very good at punishing a stumble. Kind of the same as we saw with Drew. Or his deck is like if your opponent stumbles and you get like a solid draw going, it doesn't even have to be your like best draw. If you get a solid draw going, something like turn one elf into three drop or something, then you can very quickly punish someone who like has to cycle a card on turn two to make a land drop. Right, that type of matchup you very quickly win through just like the idea of how your deck works. So that way, even though I give it to blue-white, it's by a small margin. I wouldn't be like it's a blow. Or something like maybe like a blue-black deck, packing much more early removal. You know, we're looking at a deck with like 4 Fatal Push, 2 or 3 Heartless Act. Like that's the deck I would give like a very definite edge
Yeah.
in a matchup like that, where I give blue-white a much smaller edge.
Well, lucky for you, they're about to head into game 3 of this match, and we're gonna be able to check it out with everyone else. Are you excited? You excited to see some Dino action?
I'm excited to see some dinos. Yes.
I love this deck. The Immortal Sun has been in just about every Pioneer Invitational, at least like the last like 4 of them.
Not always playing dinos, but has played in a couple of them. And
This
it's
is
just
the 3rd time they played Dinos, I believe.
I think so.
By the way, it's great. It's great to see Dinos.
Made it to the finals with this one. And I think the one before he played mono black aggro with less success.
I believe so. I think he got to the well, it wasn't for the bracket because this is only the 2nd time we've done the bracket like this.
Yeah, I think
2-1.
Like, and he got like in the loser bracket and lost, I think. But my
Possible.
memory is not great on this type of thing. Now, blue-white approach is always a very interesting deck in the way that it can. It's one of the few control decks that can steal games.
Yeah.
Because of how quickly it can just declare itself the winner through blue-white approach, which makes it a very different type of control deck to a certain extent. Because we've, people who played against it in standard at the time, probably remember the games where it's like turn 5 sweep your board, turn 6, I don't know, cast a counter spell, and then just go turn 7 approach, turn 8 approach, and then the game is over. And in that way, it's one of the few control decks that can actually kind of punish a stumble too. Because the first approach cast gains you 7 life, which is a non-zero amount of life for sure. Right, 7 lives is a very significant chunk and generally buys you the turn to get to the second cast of approach. Unless you've been doing absolutely nothing, obviously, just tapping down your opponent's creatures. But unless you've been doing something like that, you can generally win on turn 8 if you draw 2 copies of approach, which is really fast for a control deck, obviously, that tend to win on like turn 20. And some.
Yeah, when I built
Mirror decks definitely have a way to win early. Through cards like Torrential Gearhulk, Shark Typhoon, that sort of thing. Blue-white decks, not so much.
Yeah, when I built my first blue-white controlled list in Pioneer, when the format was first announced, it was a blue-white approach deck, just because I love the card so much.
Yeah, I really like approach in a blue-white deck because of the speed it gives to a blue-white. I really feel like in some matchups, literally having one approach in your deck can make a really big difference.
Yep. Here we are. And we see a turn 1 elf from Dinos, which is on your left-hand side of the screen. Irrigated farmland coming in for wait. Looks like they untapped irrigated farmland and then play a Glacial Fortress. So on the draw for Dinos game 3. Rootbound Crag. We have a turn 2 3-drop. Which does the list even run any?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Runs Bonecrusher Giant, Ronus, and those are the only 3-drops. And Domri. So Scavenging Use comes down. Getting in with the elf.
Now, interestingly enough, Even this approach deck is not a dig through time deck, which is a little interesting given the fact that dig would be a
Ooh, it's
very
Warrior's Charm.
good way to your approach once it's been put in your deck. But
Yeah.
you can use search, you can use Elspeth, you can use Narset Part or Fails. And to utilize the graveyard anyway, he's actually chosen to run 2 copy of Elspeth's Son's Nemesis,
You
which is
want to
definitely
tell them what that is? Because I know a lot of people forget that Theros Beyond Death playable Planeswalker.
Elspeth's Son's Nemesis is a 2 mana and blue blue, so white, sorry, 4 mana in total, for a 5 loyalty Planeswalker. Um, let's see, I think it's mine. I think it's all minuses. Picture is a bit small. -1, you give 2 creatures +2/+1 until end of turn. -2, you create 2/1/1 human soldiers. And -3 is you gain 5 life. However, you can actually escape it by paying 6 and exiling 4 other cards from your graveyard. Thank you for putting it up.
I like this card a lot.
Being an alternative way to utilize the graveyard rather than a card like Dig Through Time. Not sure if I agree to it, because I feel like I would much rather have Dig to go for the quicker wins. But the main problem with obviously with a deck like approach is needing to stay alive. And Elspeth is much better in that.
Maybe they feel like they're ready for an aggro meta
Yeah.
because gaining 5 life seems pretty nice against like a burn deck, for example, and then having come back, escaping it, do it again, have blockers, that kind of thing.
So you see a Bone Crusher Giant just being cast, right? Wanted to get the
And
but
countered. Oof.
Iwari Disruption being our sensor on a land. Interesting decision to run this card. I much prefer sensor over this card. But I suppose the flavor text of this card tells me that I shouldn't think too much about sensor or this card because I worry too much.
You do.
According to
You have a maybe board of 90 cards for your Grixis list.
I do. I have a box that where you can fit in 2 decks, and it's almost exclusively filled with maybe board cards for Grixis. At least like 60-70% of that box is maybe board card for Grixis. Probably more. But
I'm
Brad,
more
what
of
if I
a
suddenly feel like running 3K command, even though I run 0 right now and haven't run any for a year? That I haven't ready.
Kiki Man is good. So we see a Field of Ruin come down. They have a Vantress available to them, but not quite ready to start activating it yet. Swinging in with the Scoos,
Potentially having the ability to pump it.
exiling their own Bunkers Giant makes sense. They have no way of getting it back anyway, so get the extra damage when they can.
But definitely not a great start for the Immortal Sun here.
No.
Like started with a turn 1 elf, which looked promising, then playing a 2/2.
Hey, here's a turn 4 elf.
Not as good anymore.
Hmm. But it's got the superior art and the white border.
Nope.
This is the best elf.
Absolutely not. No, the best way to get your opponent to tilt now is
Behold the multiverse.
there's a new
Nice.
tilt meta for what elves you play. You play Dominaria Llanowar elves, and if your opponent asks, that is the best card. But then you get yourself some old bordered elvish mystics from Time Spiral Remaster.
Hmm.
And if your opponent's like, why do you have that one? Yeah, I like the older cards more. But you have the new Llanowar elf. I know.
Not
Then
only
you
you're playing the new Animal Elf, you're playing the F&M promo from Dominaria.
uh,
I like that one a lot too.
sort of it stands so well, I don't on Arena I actually play with the old one, even though I've got the new one. Unless I accidentally just like autofill my deck.
And thank you, Gibby, for throwing up the life on screen. We
Oh yeah.
see land come in for RQFE, Rakefi, and it looks like they foretell a card.
Lion King. Rakafi going to play a trap card, or well, going to foretell a card, which I believe there is only one option in the deck.
Yeah, but what it does is it leaves up potential to like counter something with 3 mana,
However,
and if they do
Doomscar
nothing
still
on
has
instep,
there's Behold the Multiverse and a single Doomscar.
it could be the single Doomscar.
And this is the power of the foretell mechanic, like on display, where you really see like it gives your opponent a real conundrum, especially considering one is a draw spell and one is a sweeper, which you play around entirely differently. Because if your opponent is sitting like with the idea of playing a draw spell, you might think, well, then I want to like get it over with before they can utilize the cards they're drawing. But if it's a sweeper, you don't want to overextend in the sweeper, so you might end up passing without even playing a single card, and your opponent's like, okay, now I'll draw cards, and you're like, crap, should have overextended onto this board. And your opponent announcing it to you is kind of like putting these mind games into your head way more.
Okay, so they swung in, got 3 damage in, put another elf.
Four actually. Ooh.
It's gonna feel really bad to get swept.
And it's Behold the Multiverse.
Yeah. Which this shows the
Speaking of what,
flexibility of Behold the Multiverse. It's so nice to be able to like foretell it and then have it ready for end step. And you have the option of holding up 3 mana like they did to counter something, should they?
yeah, Behold
Play
the
a
Multiverse
threat.
is pretty good.
Yeah.
Card that sees some amount of play in control decks now in Pioneer, despite Dig Through Time existing. If Dig Through Time were not to exist, this would probably be the best draw spell in Pioneer.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, it already sees a play set in most Demir control lists on Moto.
Or at least close to it, or like some copies, always 2, 3, or maybe even a playset.
I've been seeing a lot of play sets. 4 of these and like 3 dig through times. Is that an approach? No, that's an undo
Undo.
land. Nice. Very pretty.
Very powerful card too, Undo Inversion.
Yeah.
The ability to have a planar cleansing available to you at a higher mana cost, but a lower opportunity cost than a card like planar cleansing usually is actually really powerful.
Hey, Alex, you know what's kind of funny now that we have Upsal spells out of the format?
Well,
None of the Bolt lands are playable, except for maybe Agni's Awakening.
yeah, Academia's Awakening sees playing Pyromancer, right? Which is roughly the
Sometimes, or vampires.
yeah, but Vampires has now generally switched to using snow-covered basics to make Faithless Haven work.
Yeah, I still run 2 Agni's Awakening in mine though.
But yeah, you're right. They've really fallen out of favor. Now, some of them weren't that good to begin with,
Oh yeah,
uh,
I thought the white one was horrible.
but especially Academ's Awakening is a very powerful one. The green one is powerful, but not really in Pioneer. It's a very powerful effect, but getting to that such a large amount of mana to make Turn Timber Symbiosis works, it's very
Hmm.
difficult. I've tried it in Elves, which is a deck that like historically generates a lot of mana, but even the Pioneer version of Elves doesn't generate as much mana as you would think it does. And that then even that deck then got access to cards like Elvish Warmaster, which is like already a way to utilize your mana when you're flooding. And Elvish Glencaller, of course. So even there, it like fell out of favor anyway. Now it sees basically zero. Seagate Restoration was already crap to begin with.
Yeah,
The
really
red
bad.
doesn't have a home.
The red one is like kind of okay. As we see, this is so weird that we see blue white control go down to 6 with just elvish beatdown.
Yeah, I mean, maybe our RQFE is just not drawing anything, right? Just sitting on a bunch of lands and some counter spells, and early on was like, do I ever counter this elf? And then didn't, and then ends up taking like 4 or 5 damage from said elf.
Roll the multiverse. Yep.
This
They
could easily
need.
find a sweeper, and a sweeper gets found, and this game ends quickly.
Yeah.
Or even an approach at this point. Approach buys him a full turn, so definitely a card you want to keep and giving you that win
One,
condition.
two, three, four, five, 6 lands in play. So drawing an approach and a land would be nice.
This could be something like land approach, or it's just a sweeper. Drawing another card. Going in the tank a little bit. That full art planes is really similar to the Ondu version backside.
It is.
It's basically the same card. And we see 7
Approach.
mana being for an approach. Taking it back up to 13, going in the library 7th from the top.
That is correct.
Yes. So 7th from the top means 6 cards above it. Always nice and confusing. You know what my favorite counterplay against approach was in standard?
What was that?
I would play the 7 mana Nicol Bolas. I would actually wait I would start counting my opponent's deck. And when approach was their top card, I would cast it +2 it and exile it and not cast it. I have actually won games that way. Sadly, you cannot win by doing that twice because approach has to be cast from your hand.
Oh,
Big sad.
I mean that does make it. That's good that it has that wording because there could be some really dumb shenanigans in older
Yes.
formats and stuff.
You could just like
Turbo approach.
you could what?
Said it'd be like turbo approach if you could win without casting from hand. So we see a Marauding Raptor. Okay. Can we get a Register Alpha back going?
4.
There it is. Yes.
So that is let's see, that's gonna be 6 damage from the Marauder.
Other dinosaurs have haste.
3 damage, 9. I don't know how big the Scavenging Ooze is. This might be 1 off lethal. If the Scavenging Ooze is a 3/3, we're 1 off.
Man, if only Red Star Alpha had haste itself.
Oh. 5 mana, 7/7 haste. Whew. Value. Yeah, that is going to be 12. Setting
All the way down to 1.
1.
So
Now, is there
sweeper
another
or
approach
bust?
or sweeper? A second approach.
Oh, you hate to see it.
That is the win on 1 life. Oh.
And they show the hand with all the counter spells. Yeah, you're right. They're holding back all these counter spells.
Yeah. So yeah, we're sitting on all these counter spells and not really knowing when to cast them. Immortal Sun probably playing around that quite well too, like acknowledging that there's probably a handful of counters. I'm just gonna play some Llanowar Elves and go for the beatdown.
Mm-hmm.
And it almost got him there. Going down to 1 life, being huge.
So now we're gonna keep watching some dinos. We're gonna watch dinos and vampires.
Vampires.
Hey, it's like we're back on Ixalan.
And the other losers bracket is going to be Merfolk versus Pirates, so stay tuned.
Oh, could you imagine if either of those were playable in this format?
I wish.
Hey, it's kind of funny that all the tribes on Ixalan, only one of them you can play in Pioneer without it being Ixalan block constructed.
Yes.
Because
Merfolk, like 3 playable Merfolk outside of.
yeah.
2 control decks get a break. Epic in the chat. Well, Blue White Approach is going to be playing against you, right? Be playing against 6 color fires.
Yeah, but they're not gonna be going simultaneously. It's this lower bracket will be around, and then next round, round 4 is Epic versus that in the upper bracket, and then lower bracket is round 5. Round 6 is the
Oh,
finals,
yeah.
potentially round 7 if we do double up in the finals.
Wait, this was only round 2.
Yes.
We've been going for 3.5 hours.
That's what happens when round 1 takes 2.5 hours, Alex.
Good God.
I told you. I told you this would be another 8-hour stream.
But with Scratch being eliminated in this round and Blue-White Control getting a break, we might be looking at a pretty... saying, I did try to win.
Still your
Right.
fault.
The Immortal Sun and Uncle Drew, which is going to be Immortal Sun and Hoss Power is going to be by
Our
the way, I
feature match.
surprised the Immortal Sun, and he's playing Ixalan deck, and it's just such a great. Gonna play Ixalan Block Constructed versus slightly less Ixalan Block Constructed.
There are no Ixalan cards in there except for the Duskwage Zealot.
The best cards in the deck with Sorin.
Duskwage is very good, yeah.
Uncle Drew gonna be Black Green Stompy, as we've seen before, versus Ventus TPD, who has been able to avoid the camera all night, playing 4-color Fires.
Alright. So while they're getting set up for the tables, let's go ahead and pull up the Vampire list, take a look at that, and see what that looks like, because that's the first one we haven't actually gone over yet. Though we did talk about it briefly being a very streamlined Vampire list, not running a few of the notable cards that we've seen lately in Pioneer. But we found out from Haas himself that is because he simply does not own the cards on paper.
But this sets him up exceptionally well against dinosaurs. We see the full playset of Gifted Aetherborn still in this deck, which is very good against this deck. Despite the trample, but 3 toughness, big butt, so absorbs a lot of the trample damage. The lifelink gives it back, and the death touch ensures that even the nastiest, largest marauding raptor will actually die.
Speaking of Marauding Raptor, we also have a playset of Fatal Push, so you don't really care that much.
And Sorin, Lightning Helix them over. We see I completely blank on the name of the card from Kaldheim. The sweeper.
The creeping whatever. Crippling Fear?
Yes, Crippling Fear. We see that card. That is the 3rd card from the top left as a 2-off. Choose a creature type for 4 mana. So 2 black. Sorcery. Choose a creature type. Creatures that aren't of the chosen type get -3/-3 until end of turn. So it's a reverse Witch's Vengeance.
Yeah.
Obviously very nice if you're the one playing a tribal deck. Then we see some Dusk Legion Zealots as filler. Fatal Push. Gifted Aetherborn. We talked about this. Kalidas, very powerful in this matchup if going unanswered, especially paired with all the removal here. Knight of the Demon Legion being one of the best 1-drops ever, at least in black. Being played mono black, Murderous Rider as removal, Mutavault obviously being your beatdown land and flow protection. Sorin needs no introduction, and Thoughtseize, the card you cut postboard.
Okay, look, I'm gonna go on and actually say there is some merit to keeping Thoughtseize in this matchup because of the fact that the threats that Dinos plays are bigger and don't come in as nearly as fast as we usually see. The turn 1 elf going to a turn 2 3-drop is not as good in this deck because it is a Bonecrusher Giant, Ronus, or Domri that come down. Now, Ronus is definitely an amazing card, but these are 2 of each, or a 4 Bonecrusher, 2 Ronus, and 2 Domri, so that's 8 total potential plays on turn 3 as a 3-drop. The ones you really want to get out are the Ripjaw Raptors, the Registrar Alphas, the Goltas. Though Golta, I think, of course, the fact that you could remove these with Murderous Rider is fantastic. There is some reason to keep in Thoughtseize here. I think Thoughtseize is actually really, really good in this matchup. Normally, I would agree with you. If this was traditional Gruul with things like Emperor Cleave, the what's it called, Rabblemaster, like that kind of thing, yes, you cut it. But here, I'm inclined to keep it in. And then you also see Self-Inflicted Wound in the sideboard as well to bring in, which is terrifying. I think Crippling Fear is actually pretty bad here.
Yeah, but I see one copy of Bloodchief Thirst, potentially two copies of Legion's End, and four self-inflicted wounds. That's 7 cards you want to put in. You cut the Thoughtseize, you cut the Crippling Fear, cut some filler. Seems like good cyber plan to me.
True. I would try to find a way to make it work. Legion's End is okay. I would definitely cut the Crippling Fears, and I would probably cut. I mean, I think there'd be a reason to go 2 Crippling Fear, cut 2 Thoughtseize, and just bring in the self-inflicted wound and try that. Don't overthink it. But I'm not the pilot here. I just like the deck. But yeah, I think Crippling Fear is very, very bad game 1.
So let's have a look and see if when the new round is actually starting. Pairings have been put up for the players, so a new table had to be made, so there is a little bit of a delay. Yeah, so the other matchup, Brad, we're going to see 4-color Fires versus Golgari Stompy. Who do you give the edge to?
So I'm going to give the edge to 4-color Fires because they're running actual Supreme Verdict as one of their sweepers of choice in the main deck. And if they were doing the traditional 4-color Fires, what we've seen for the most part being Anger of the Gods or Deafening Clarion, or even a combination of both, that's not quite as good because of all the, the 6 toughness, 4 toughness, 5 toughness, things like that you have in Golgari. Of course, it hits the elves, but the fact that you actually have a genuine sweeper to kind of take care of everything makes me feel a lot better. And also, Agent of Treachery, being able to take their Ronus, that's a way to get around the indestructibleness of Ronus. And they are a low count or lower count on lands, so Agent stealing lands is always good. Yeah, I think Fires is pretty well positioned here. And looking at their sideboard option, I believe this is pretty much a straightforward Fires board because they are running the Raven's Warning. Also, we cannot forget Birth of Miletus in this list. The fact that you have a 0-4 wall as a nice blocker as well to chump early on is
Omen of the
definitely...
Seas, Omen of the Sun is in this deck or not? No, it's all Raven's
No,
Warning.
this is the Raven's Warning. But being able to bring in some nice options. Let's see. You have Fumigate in the sideboard. You have Luca to kind of go into as an extra option. I really like Resolute Archangel as a potential option if you get into a bind and you're like, yeah, let's restart real quick. And then you have a 4/4 Flying Angel as well to stick around. This is
Raven's Warning can grab anything.
Anything. So yeah, I lean towards Fires here. And of course, Chains of the Rocks being incredible against this deck. Seeker's Chariot, like I think we saw
because the Stompy deck doesn't change that much post board.
No.
And because you're a Raven's Warning deck, you cannot change much post board either. But that means you're at less of a disadvantage, where sometimes these Wishboard decks have the problem that their opponents gain much more after sideboarding than they do.
Yes.
Where I feel like that's less the case in this match.
The only thing is, like, I could actually see them going, let's see, what is Dream Charger's power toughness again? It's a 3/5?
3/5.
That's fine. I honestly can see them having the idea of maybe going Resolute Angel, or the Resolute Archangel, and bringing it in addition to the agents, and we can go from there. But I got word that we are ready to move on to the battlefield for our Dinos Vampires matchup. And are you ready to take a blast to the past, Alex, and go back to Ixalan Block Constructed? Well,
Pre-War of the Spark Magic, ladies and gentlemen.
In flavor. Sorin is definitely a post War of the Spark card. So good, though. Look, I said it before. I'll say it again. War of the Spark Standard, right after War of the Spark came out, was and still is
Garbage.
one of my favorite standards of all time.
You're mad. One of my least favorite standard formats.
Esper Hero was so much fun to play with 3 fairy. It was a great format. It was a great format. I think you're mixing up what M20 brought to the table too much. I think M20 was when it was horrible.
I mean,
When
M20
M20
was
came
just
in,
absolutely horrendous.
yeah.
Featuring my least favorite card of all time.
Veil
Can you have a
Summer?
guess? Yes.
Yeah.
Veil of Summer is my least favorite card of all time. Um, that card got spoiled at like 12, right before I went to bed on a Sunday. And I genuinely had a terrible night of sleep because I was just so mad. I was so angry that they decided to print this card. I was so livid.
That's an
And then
egregious card.
same happened when they banned it in Pioneer, except I've hardly ever had such a good night of sleep. Do you know how dumb it feels to bring in Dispel against Mono Green Stompy?
Ew. Yeah, that's one
Dominaria,
of those cards that should
M19,
never have
and
been made.
both Ravnikas was a sweet standard. I agree with that. Ravnica Allegiance was a very nice standard format.
Yeah, I agree.
Sultan mid range was a little obnoxious, but
Here comes a turn 1 Knight of the Ebon Legion. We love to see it.
good start. Just getting to
Atomic
the
Ground
board is powerful.
down to 18. And an elf.
But
Var
as you
she
said,
blows.
this isn't as scary as it is from like Drew's deck.
Yeah, because you have less 3 drops going to, and like even the fact that you're running 4 Fatal Push on top of it as the vampire player, you're like, yeah. I really give the advantage here to the vampires though. Overall this deck.
Yeah, you just go full mono black control.
Hmm. And you just finish with like mutavolts and like some beatdown plans.
Which, having never played the deck, does sound like the most fun games as mono black vampire. So you're against another creature deck. You start
Oh,
lightning
it's
helixing
great.
everything,
It's
drawing
great.
2 cards per turn, and you're like, yeah.
Yeah, I love this deck so much. It is a blast to play. I played this deck all the way to Mythic on in Historic. Though it's a little bit different. You don't have some options available. And there's the Fatal Push I was just talking about. Really setting behind the Dino deck.
To
I
be
think this was
honest, if Immortal Sun here untaps and stomps the knight, it's not that much going on.
no.
Unless we see a second knight.
Oh, yeah.
You don't need to play around Legions and you're the black deck. Boss.
But if it was Jund Dinos that ran Rotting Regisaur, they could bring in.
True.
Now, okay, if you were going to build
Very
dinos in
flavorful,
Pioneer,
though.
yeah, that is the thing about Jund Dinos that makes me like it a bit more than just standard Gruul, especially now that we have the
Get
pathways
black
to help
cards.
with. Not only to get the black cards, you get a true, really powerful turn 3 play or turn 2, like with elves with Rotting Regisaur. Like that's a huge difference for me.
Yeah, but being a higher curve deck, the discard matters a lot more,
Yes,
I feel
you're
like.
right.
Right, so we're going to see. We're going to see the swing in. Potentially the pump could definitely be met with a stomp, which is scary here. Scary prospect.
Yeah, you have to. I'm sure right now, Immortal Sin is saying, "Yeah, no, go to damage," and Vampires is just sitting there going like, "Do I pump?" Because then you have to look at your hand and see what you have. Like, let's say he has a Murderous Rider in hand. I would be more inclined to keep and hold on to the Murderous Rider to be ready to get rid of. Because right now you're looking at Mortal Sun being behind. So turn
Yeah.
3, they could just go straight up, run out of Bone Crusher. And if you have a Murderous Rider, you take 4 off of it because of the targeting of Bone Crusher and losing 2 on Murderous Rider. But I like that option a lot to keep yourself ahead.
You know what's even funnier?
What's that?
If you somehow find a way to wait till your turn and you Murderous Rider to Bone Crushing, you take 4 and it bumps your knights.
That's my favorite thing. I love taking damage to yourself to pump your own knights.
Casting 2, going like turn 1 knight, turn 2 double Thoughtseize, growing your knight.
Yeah,
This is the best thing.
I mean, I would do that a lot against you, and you'd be like, every time you would
Mm-hmm.
forget, and then you'd be like, "Why are you hurting yourself here?" And I'm like, pumps.
Like Shocking and Academ's Awakening. Why?
Yeah. And your response is always the same. Oh yeah, that's cute. Okay, we see the knights coming in again. Now we did see a tap land come in from Mortal Sun. So no turn three available to them at the moment, and I think
Epic for a Kalidas.
Kalidas is great.
Oh. Okay, nice. You might stomp my knight. I don't care. Which will happen.
Yep, there's the
Very
stomp.
well played around, by the way, by Hoss Lestern.
Yeah. Now
Like
this is going to be a
bluffing slash
very
casting that Murderous Rider in that turn too.
this is a
Making it look
big
like.
turn for dinos. Like they need something powerful here. Like a Ripjaw Raptor would be nice because yeah, you're doing they're only out right now for vampires is a hard removal like a, Murderous Rider, which they very well there's the Ripjaw. Look at that. Now Ripjaw Raptor comes down. Now you have a nice blocker that draws you a card if they make damage. You're really banking on them not having Murderous Rider, which kind of sucks. Um, but they can't Sorin. They can't Lightning Helix it, though they can Sorin uptick and then force you to make a trade with Death Touch, which there's a Murderous
Which is
Rider.
just the Murderous Rider. Don't draw a card.
Nope, that's the power of being in mono black. And this is where Dinos really falls behind. And ooh, are you pulling up the really good one? The good. Nope, there it is. That's the good Murderous Rider. I love this art.
That one is really sweet. But obviously now you're swinging in, which will actually be swinging in for exactly 4, which is going to pump your knight at the end of turn.
Yep, and giving you a 2/2 zombie thanks to Cletus is amazing.
I mean, that's just, that's just going to spell the end of the game very quickly.
Now, I do want to take a look at while we're watching this at the sideboard options for. Let's see. So, ooh, Vivian Reed. Forgot that's even a card. Magma Spray could come in to deal with knights, but it seems very
Missy Mortars
narrow.
is definitely. It kind of depends what you want to do. Do you feel confident going under vampires, or are you actually gonna match playing mono black control with you playing Gruul mid range,
I would lean towards the
going
mid
into like
range.
Chandra, Clothis, Vivian,
Yeah,
Big Chandra, Mordars? I probably would too, which is actually funny because there's like very creature heavy matchup. Game 2 could turn into like this mid range sludge fest where
yeah.
we just see like haymakers, 4 or 5 mana cards being thrown around.
There's Regisaur Alpha, so 7 power is pretty nice. You have blockers now. Vampires has kind of thrown out stuff. They have one card in hand that we just seen shown. So now you have the ability to make these blockers stick unless they top deck removal, which of course is very possible. No big thing worth noting: there is no castle on field, so no ability to just keep drawing. The Mutavault is able to come in and it is active right now, but you're not going to swing a Mutavault in right now unless you have the ability to Sorin. But then you can't Sorin unless you have a land drop as well to go and pump the Mutavault and give it Death Touch and Lifelink. And 3 mana, there is a Murderous Rider coming in off of the Adventure. Nope, that's actually, no, I'm sorry. That is a Swift End from hand. Nice. There's removal on the Regisaur Alpha.
Now you could potentially swing. You could swing with everything and just, be fine with your knight dying, which is probably what I would do. You can be conservative and only swing in with Kalidas because it's the free swing, but that would not end up growing your knights, and you've got enough on the board. I would just swing out.
And the nice Amonkhet zombie token, by the way. We love variety in our zombie tokens. Cletus
It's the
coming
appeal
in.
of zombie tokens. Just run as many
Are you
different ones.
are you not attacking with the? Oh yeah, no attacking with the knights.
I
It's a
would attack with
3/4.
everything here. I think.
You lose a knight though. They're two
Yeah, but it
twos.
grows the other knight and it deals 4 more damage to your opponent.
True, and they would
And he's
drop to
currently at
2.
6. He would drop to 2.
Then a Sorin sack,
Yeah,
Lightning Helix you wins the
or
game. Yeah,
anything connecting on your next turn is also needed, including your
true.
Mutavault.
Yeah,
So I feel like this was the very conservative line.
the other side of looking at it though, like what you're saying, the Community of the Dinosaur is one of the best cards in the deck. Um, the other option is you look at what they have available to them. You have open deck lists. What can Immortal Sun really do to clog up the board to prevent you from just swinging with the board you have now? Two zombies, Kalidas, two knights, and then you can
Not
even leave
much.
mana up to pump. So like the conservative approach could be correct and just being like, I have it next turn regardless with him at 6 life versus him
Yeah,
at 2 life and
presumably.
down a knight. So there's Ronus. Now
Actually,
Ronus is
funny.
only able to
I feel like
block on 4 toughness.
yes, but you can pump. You can pump your dinosaur, which would then wait. Actually, did he just grab a Ronas with communal dinosaurs?
I don't think he can. Has to be a dinosaur, right?
I think that's why he took it off the field. He was like, "Wait, I can't." Then instead plays a land on a boat. Yeah, but this game's over anyway. Use animate your Mutavault, swing out.
Yep.
I think your opponent's dead. You've got the flexibility. Actually, that doesn't allow you to pump your knights.
Yeah, you need a land drop to pump your knight and
So
mutavault.
maybe he's not dead, but you definitely swing out with everything. You can do combinations of eating things with Kalidas. You can even have the Mutavault animate itself and then still have the mana to eat it with Kalidas. You can pump your knights. You can.
Yeah, I mean, if you swing in with the two zombies, the two knights, leave Kalidas back, they're gonna have to block both knights, and then that's 2 damage gets through. You pump one of the knights, trade with one of their bigger things, and then you also
And
get another zombie.
he just played a land. So you can
Yeah,
even go Mutavault swing. If he
yeah, I
blocks the
think
Mutavault, you eat it with Kalidas. You can.
yeah, you go mutavault, swing in, and then you force him to block both your knights. You pump one of them, you get another zombie, and you get 4 damage in most likely anyway. You actually
It
that
might
might
even
be
be lethal.
lethal.
Like you have to
Yeah,
block.
you have to
Yeah,
swing with everything.
you have to
Yeah,
block Kalidas and both knights, and then you take 6.
yeah.
Exactly.
There you go. Look at that.
Even at a Sorin in hand.
The flex.
The flex, yeah.
Dude,
Yeah, so we're
Soren's
looking at a. But I thought commune with dinosaurs. I mean, it's very close to ancient stirring, but if you're looking for dinosaurs, it's kind of ancient stirring. Well, I guess they're not ancient because they're still alive.
Hmm.
The Earth version of commune with dinosaurs would be ancient stirrings.
You know what my favorite dinosaur fun fact is? That the Tyrannosaurus is closer in age or time to the iPad than it
Than
is
the
with the
oldest dinosaurs.
Stegosaurus. Like that's crazy. Just shows you how old stuff is. I had the pleasure of explaining.
Dinosaurs are actually also one type of dinosaur is also the reason why the seed in avocados is so large because it
Yes,
used to be part of the diet of one of the dinosaurs. So the seed had to be really thick so it would pass through the whole digestive system to be pooped out at the end. Because that dinosaur's digestive system was like 15 meters long or something. So it had to go through quite the journey.
I can say, Alex, that I'm a dinosaur when I'm eating avocado toast.
Do you eat the seed?
Yes.
So that's what it sounds like. It's like,
It's how I
well, I'm a
assert my
dinosaur
dominance
because
over
I know
everyone else.
everyone looks at me funny, but I always eat the seed last.
I also I'm also part snake because I unhinge my jaw to make sure I can also eat the seed.
I could just imagine you eat like avocado toast. You're at a restaurant. You're just like,
Plop the seed on top of it.
excuse me, sir, but where is the seed that's in this avocado? It's like, why would you want that? It's like, well, I asked for avocado on toast. I want the whole damn thing.
Yeah, I want the skin. I don't even want you
I
to
want
cut it.
the
Just throw the whole avocado on top of a thing of toast.
skin. You could have like a bagel, and in the hole, you could put the avocado in there so it stays balanced.
Nice. I'm opening a restaurant, and yeah, I'm gonna name it Commune with Dinosaurs, and the staple
Is it going
dish
to be
is
a
a
meetup
bagel with
point
an
for
avocado.
elderly people, or
That could also be the name of the app. So you have Tinder, Grinder, and now Commune with Dinosaurs. So I definitely agree with our notion of going into the mid-range plan for Gruul, bringing in the Chandra Torch of Defiance. Now I
God, I
want to
love that
read
card.
up on Vivian Reed again. If there's is there any reason to bring that in for this matchup? Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature or land card from among them. Put the rest into the bottom of your library in order. Blah blah blah. Destroy
None of
target
these
artifact.
vampires
Jam it. Creature
fly.
with flying. Yeah. And we're not playing the Siege Rhino vampires in. Ooh, what is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? It's the six
Sovereign.
sovereign queen.
No. Isn't it just like
If you type
vampire
in sovereign,
sovereign?
Gibby, it's a flying vampire that Siege
It's a
Rhinos you.
5 mana 3/4 flying. I think it's just vampire sovereign.
It is. Look at that. I played that at one point because I was like, it's like Siege Rhino, but not. It's definitely the worst vampire to cheat in with Soren.
Yes.
And then the last one is the yeah. So you're not worried about enchantments or artifacts. So yeah, Vivian Reed is not coming in.
And then
I
the emblem
don't
is whatever.
feel
You don't play planeswalkers for their ult.
yeah.
So
Colossus makes sense
I would run Clothis.
because of like the ability to gain life and like start eating at your opponent. Also, the extra mana can be nice.
Yeah, just a value, right? It's just a
Yeah,
value piece that vampires has no way to interact with.
and it's a turn to play with an elf. There you go.
That too. Turn 2 Clothis could just be very nice. Obviously, there's not much to eat at that point, but
True.
it's just nice to have it stick around. So I don't know if it would make for a good turn 3 play, but you could. Let's say the turn after you're going to follow it up by playing 2/2 drops or a Ripjaw Raptor as turn 4
Oh,
play.
and this deck can actually turn it on.
Oh yeah, easy.
Look at all the pips. Look at all the double green. Like, okay, so yeah, I think you bring in 4 mana Chandra, Mizium Mortars, and then Colossus.
And potentially Magma Spray if you want to go for the real slugfest.
See, Magma Spray is really iffy because like it just
It
hits the
really only hits
knights.
Knight.
Yeah, and then if they pump the knight, like which they can in response, or they start getting counters on it, then you're just looking at a
Yeah.
dead card. So I think it's too narrow to bring in. So I would not bring in Magma Spray. I think I think I go with Mizium Mortar, Colossus, and Chandra. Then your cuts are probably going to be um some number of honestly, I think Domri isn't worth running here. Um, Fatal Push obviously is very good against dinos like we see here. Reckless Rage is still really good. Uh, that's your best removal spell for dinos. Um, yeah, that's a lot of cuts. You you maybe cut Bone Crusher to an extent.
Eldrazi Titan in chat, by the way, I think a while ago. Sorry, I didn't read it. Thoughts on a Mystical Archive D-Spark? We already talked about it. I hate it
It's
because
great.
it hurts Bolas.
It's a great
Matt
card.
loves it. I also love it too because the art is amazing. But
Yeah, the Japanese art is just amazing. Perfect. Perfect art. I think arguably the best art though, one of the best arts is Divine Gambit, which I still think is so hilarious. So the fact that they actually put Divine Gambit in the Mystical Archive is just wild to me. That they must have thought that that was gonna be an all-star, like no meme. Like
no,
Wizards must
they're
have
probably just
thought.
memeing.
No, I
Like
don't think they're
always in these
memeing.
archives and stuff, there's always some bad cards in them. They can't
But it's
all be
such
bad
a
ones.
new card is the thing, and these are planned ahead. Like these are planned before public perception is even a thing. As we see a gifted Aetherborn come down. I think they thought it was going to be really good. I think they really did. It
That's
must have been good
wild
in
to me.
playtesting.
They don't spot Oko. They don't spot Uro. They don't spot Underworld Breach, Field of the Dead, Thassa's Oracle, and then they think Divine Gambit is over. Is
There she is. So he did bring in Big Chandra, or not Big Chandra, but maybe he did bring Big Chandra. Forgot that's in the sideboard. Awaken
give me a
Inferno.
pretty reasonable point. First version of Gambit just cost white, and it was a future league staple, but they needed it before the print, so they just like they still evaluated it at 1 white, but it was like changed before because they thought it was too good or something. I wouldn't be surprised at all if it was something
I
like
mean,
that.
even if it didn't give your opponent the show and tell
Might as
option,
well put Colossal Dreadmaw in the archive instead of Gambit. Yes.
I'd buy that. Dazzling Zealot comes in, which is always a nice card. But yeah, I think if Divine Gambit was just double white, exile target non permanent, and that was it, uh, and then it just like let your opponent gain life or something. Like that would have been
That'd be
fine.
kind of bonkers.
I think would have just been fine. Would have been a good card.
Just one white exile
No, 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 no.
ambushment, maybe.
Double white. Double
Yeah,
white.
well,
Double white. Double white.
double white. Ah,
Keep
okay,
the
maybe.
double white.
But we see Chandra coming down, very powerful Planeswalker from Kaladesh. Obviously, at the time, like some people thought like this card might be better than Jace the Mind Sculptor. Now, didn't turn out. It turned out to be extremely powerful in standard. But one of the Planeswalkers, one of the few to actually be um, nerfed in Dominaria with the Planeswalker redirection rule. And I think an underestimated hit to Chandra Torch of Defiance, but still an unbelievably powerful card.
There's Domri. I don't know if I would have kept that in, but he's here nonetheless.
Trying to get a 2-for-1 out of that fight ability, or maybe like more than a 2-for-1. Presumably,
Yeah.
anticipating on the might have cut like some removal spell.
I mean, cutting Community with Dinosaurs actually makes sense when you're bringing in
No,
some of these cards.
you needed to make your land drops. Commune with Dinosaurs just costs too much. The land count in the
There's
deck is too
Colossus.
low.
There's the good
So
art for Colossus.
I think you genuinely, I'm just gonna talk
Hmm.
over that because you're wrong. No, it's good art. Don't worry.
It's great.
I like the normal more, but this one's really nice. But I think you really just want to make those land drops. You're a 20 land deck, very much relying on community dinosaurs to make those land drops. I can't imagine you cut them.
Yeah. Just really hard cuts to make for this deck. But they're definitely going with the mid-range plan like we suggested. Little do we know Immortal Sun is listening to the stream.
Also, Eldrazi Titan in the chat making a nice point. Domri's passive makes your Elvish Mystics much better blockers.
True. That a
Looks like Phyrexian Arena, but that's not legal.
what was that?
That was some sort of removal spell. Think a Heartless Act, maybe?
That wasn't in the 75, I don't think.
Oh.
Maybe a
Self-inflicted wound?
That would make more sense. And he did sack looked like an elf. So yeah, that makes
I think he sacked this Bone Crusher Giant and that turned off Clothis. Then there was a Bone Crusher Giant on the field.
The Bunker Giant was gone. What looked like a trade, but I'm so confused as to how that would even happen. Because it was a 1/1 in the Dazzling Zealot.
Well, wouldn't it be trade the elf for the zealot? Then self-inflicted wound. No, because actually, that's impossible because self-inflicted wound can't make you sacrifice Bone Crusher Giant.
Yeah, it's green and white.
Yeah. Very powerful, though somewhat narrow card. Obviously, a very good card, anticipating the potential of Ores of Auras as a deck too, which is a very powerful deck and potentially a really tough deck to deal with as a mono black deck. And self-inflicted wound being a very powerful card there, especially to deal with the sideboard card they would commonly bring in, which has protection from black. Now, as you said, how easy it is to turn on Clothis. Clothis is turned on again after this Marauding Raptor is being played. Playing a Bone Crusher Giant again, just making sure that even through one removal spell, Clothis is enabled.
Yeah. Yeah, Colossus is.
No, a self-inflicted wound would force him to sacrifice Clothis at this point because his other two creatures are red.
And he's gonna castle. Or no, I'm sorry, Murder Strider. Nice, Swift
On
and
Chandra.
wait.
Oh, that does actually switch on Clothis, a switch of Clothis, because there's 2 points of Devotion being gone now, taking him down to 6, switching off Colossus and preventing the 4 damage taken.
Yeah, good play.
Bit surprised to wait so long to kill the Chandra, because he got a card off of it. Oh, Eldrazi Titan is Sean B from the server. Yo, Sean. This
Hi,
is also
Sean.
very good against Caryatid. Self-inflicted wound. Very nice against 5 cognitive. But we see Sorin coming in. The superior Planeswalker down ticking, putting a Kalidas into play. Exceptionally strong here. Though if he wants to keep his Sorin alive, might cause him to have to chump with either his Kalidas. Well, that would be a trade for Bone Crusher. Potentially trade Kalitas, and jumping with the Murderous Rider, depending on if he actually plays a creature to make the Marauding Raptor a 4/3. See here, 4. I think that is 4 being tapped. That makes me think we're looking at a Regisaur Alpha, but he's tapping 5 mana. That is a Regisaur Alpha, paying 5, which is a bit surprising because there is a discount from the what do you call that? There's a discount from the Marauding Raptor, which means it should technically cost, but it doesn't really matter if he's got the mana floating. Probably considering his moves. Obviously, Cloth is being enabled again, allowing Domri to get the fight ability in here, which would be a very clean way of dealing with Kalidas before combat and setting up Immortal Sun quite well to potentially take this match. But deciding to go to the attack, that potentially could cause Kalidas to generate some level of value. Though, obviously, if Kalidas is thrown in front of the dinosaur token, it doesn't actually generate a zombie because it has to be a non-token creature dying. So we're not going to see Kalidas eating something for free, most likely. But we could just see a chump with the Murderous Rider and leave it at that.
Could put the Cletus on the Bone Crusher. Or at least to trade and you gain a token.
Yeah, a bit surprised we didn't see the fight with Domri pre-combat. Just have Colossus fight Kalidas. I think that was available to him.
Yeah, you're right. Well, did he uptick Domri already to like play something?
If
get
he
the
did,
mana?
he didn't have to. Because he already paid 1 mana too much for Alpha.
I guess he must have forgot or not seen the line.
Or he's fine with whatever trade is happening. That could potentially be it too. He's like, yeah, I'm just
Similar
going to keep
to
Domri as high as possible to fight when I feel like I really have to.
yeah. It's similar to when you saw the same exact line of play 3 times in the last Pioneer Invitational and forgot about it after even
Yes.
mentioning yourself before. That was with the Sultai player with
Yeah, that was shrinking a creature with Jace, meaning it would not be able to block a questing beast.
yes.
That situation came up a handful of times in that tournament.
As
So
we
is he a
see
gifted Aetherborn? Powerful card in this matchup, but potentially staring down a bit much.
Now, if they plus Sorin on it, it becomes a 3/4 that can, I mean, gaining 3 life, blocking a big thing to trade with it. Um, what happened to the Kalitas?
I have no idea.
Because it's still Vampire's turn, so I'm not sure why the Kalitas is gone. And we're going to game 3.
Guess just conceding.
This is where the mid range plan worked out, and you can see the power that Dinos has. You just control early game, which is where Vampires has the chance to like really clog the board and force you to kind of go around them.
And you just start playing 5 drops, 4 drops,
Yeah,
and 5 drops,
yeah.
and just bury them.
Which is where I can kind of concede the fact that Domri is. I was not considering the fight option of it as much. I was more considering the pump and the mana fixing. Um, but the fight spell on it is pretty powerful, so I can definitely see that being a lot more attractive as keeping it in. If anything, it's definitely possible that they could have cut the Galtas, which could be weird, but depending on how else they made their
I
cyborg
think that
cuts,
makes sense. It's very win more,
yeah.
right? You need a couple of dinosaurs to stick on the board before Galta becomes like reasonable to cast.
Otherwise, it's dead in your hand, especially with a deck like Mono Black that can just consistently remove your dinosaurs with like hard removal, being
Yeah, you're
Murder
not you're
Strider and
you're
stuff.
generally not going to be sitting on more than like 5 or 6 power on the field, which means Galta's still going to end up being like 6, which is
Yeah.
just not very reasonable.
And then it feels really bad if you get Galta down by himself and they self-inflicted wound you, which
Yes.
is definitely something that can happen with this kind of deck.
Yeah, just like Fatal push your 1 threat, and now I'm going to cast a self-inflicted wound, and you're
He very well could have cut like one elf each, dropped to three apiece, because of the fact that the to the extra ramp is not as big of a deal in this kind of game plan.
definitely
So cutting Galta, cutting each of those, that gives you your Chandras and then one Colossus, then could have cut like
could have got
two
the
Bone
Ronus
Crushers.
potentially.
Yeah, Ronus. Though Ronus being an indestructible roadblock is kind of attractive, but you
But
have
only
to
a
have
roadblock
the.
when you have other creatures.
Yeah, exactly. So let's say he cuts two Ronus, two Galta, one of each elf. That's six. Brings in the Chandra, two Colossus, and then like what, a Mizium Mortar or maybe a big Chandra if they want to go that route.
So yes.
They also could have just flat out cut Scavenging Ooze because losing to Fatal Push.
Yeah, and I feel like it doesn't do too much. There's not that much recursion in the if any. Then there is no recursion.
And this is where my point about Thoughtseize seeming better than it might be against normal aggro decks in this matchup comes into play, especially when the Dino deck adopts this mid-range plan where Thoughtseize
Yeah,
is
definitely.
even better.
That's true. Very true. We see the knight going on again. That's the third time I think we're seeing a turn one knight,
Yeah,
and not matched by a turn one elf this time.
and probably a Destiny Zealot. Nope, Aetherborn.
And just a very solid start.
Yeah, clog the board, get some blockers. Um, and is this a no go on turn two for Dinos? Bone Crusher stomping the knight.
Makes sense.
Yep. And you have to do it on your turn at sorcery speed because if they get the land drop down, they can pump the knight in response and then feels bad. Mutavault comes down. Is this a Sorin?
3, is this a Sorin? That
Yep.
is a Sorin. Down tick.
Yep.
Is this going to be a Champion of Dusk?
Be nice to Cletus.
Khalid is also very strong.
Get in for two. Gain some life. This is where Vampires is scary.
Yeah, this. I mean, if that would have been a Champion of Dusk, this would have been like the nuts. This gives some breathing room to Immortal Sun because Sorin as a card doesn't actually like generate a ton of card advantage. So having a Sorin stick around for a couple of turns is very painful. But once you deal with like the damage Sorin has done to the board, or rather the buffing Sorin generally does to the board, you are like back to square one, and you can crawl back from it. It's not like a Liliana that's gonna like down tick a couple times, like rebuy some creatures over the next few turns. We see the Missio Mortars. See Missio Mortars killing this Soren. Soren, this Kalidas. So really, like we're looking at like a one loyalty Soren and a gifted Aetherborn, which is strong but manageable.
Yeah. Now, do you like Mizzy Mortars better than something like Lava Coil? With just because of the extra upside of having Overload as an option?
Yeah, I really like the addition, the option to overload it. The exile is nice, but I feel like it doesn't come up as much.
We see another Knight come down. Getting the Mutavault swinging is nice. Um, I'm a little disappointed that he didn't activate Mutavault and then plus on Soren on Mutavault and get in with that, but it's the same thing with the other one too, so it's fine. I like being able to plus Soren on the Mutavault because it goes back to your mana base as a land after that, and it's harder to interact with.
True, but you do get the additional life out of putting the counter, for example, on the.
You would get it on Mutavault as well because it's a vampire and gets lifelink and death touch from Soren.
Yeah, but I mean, you've got the permanent power where you don't have to constantly spend mana on it, and you get the power now. And I mean, it gets
True.
lifelink until end of turn, but like you can pump this gifted Aetherborn now, then maybe start like throwing around. I can imagine you want to just throw the Mutavault at one point, animate itself,
Yeah.
just use it as a lightning helix. So I feel like there's something to be said. Like now, Soren's off the field, this Mutavault would no longer be getting lifelink,
True.
and the Aetherborn still has. And we do actually see the Scavenging Ooze still being played.
One of my favorite things to do with Soren is activating Mutavault, animating it so it's another vampire, and then minusing to get champion down as an extra draw.
Yeah, that's a nice play.
Swing in with the Knight and the Gifted Aetherborn. The ability to pump the Knight against the Scavenging Ooze is nice. It does not have mana available to pump the Scavenging Ooze to try and make a trade here. And if they choose not to block, then you can still pump the Knight anyway. And then they take 5, 8, go down to 4. So this
Yeah,
is a tough
this seems
decision.
like a tough one to come back from.
Yeah. Looks like they do take. Should be at 4. Oh no, they did not pump. I'm sorry. Did not pump. So leaving up 4 mana, could have Murder Strider in hand. You can also animate Mutavault as a blocker for something, but that's not really necessary here when you're at 28 life. The Knight does give the extra counter, so it is now a 3/4. So you have 2 3/4s on board, which is nice. So you're representing 6 power, potentially 9 power with the pump on the Knight. Also, potentially 8 power without the pump with the Mutavault. And maybe even 12 power if you, or I'm sorry, 11 power if you can pump, get a land drop for the Mutavault as well. So Vampires is in a pretty good spot here. Shocking a Stomping Ground in seems dangerous. If they can go Elf and then into like a turn 4 play, like Rotting Registrar. I mean, but they could also go into a Registrar Alpha, which gives you the extra token. So that's the 4/4 blocker plus the 3/3. So there's there's a Raptor, and I guess the first line makes sense too. Raptor. Oh, it could be a Reckless Rage too. Shocking that in. Going Raptor, Reckless Rage, hit your Raptor, draw a card, and kill either one of these You'd have to kill the Aetherborn because they can pump the Knight in response. Murder Strider in response to Ripjaw Raptor. So good thing about Reckless Rage is it's instant speed, so they could respond here with Murder Strider on the stack, which they will. There is the Reckless Rage on has to actually it can be the Knight now because they left open. They don't have open for mana to open mana to pump. The Knight is now gone. They still draw a card off of that. They have the blocking token. Are they blocking Scavenging Ooze? Still have 2 life for Swift End. Still have 5 though. They still have a Mutavault to be able to come in. So they could if they get Fatal Push, it's over. Fatal Push wins it. So no Fatal Push looks like, otherwise that would be a fairly quick play to go through. Right? So the active Mutavault, swinging with both. Present the trade with Mutavault. They will take the trade. Now only 2 mana left. See if they have another vampire to play. Another vampire would be really nice here, just to make sure you have more options. So Mutavault again. And is this a Sorin for win? Nope. It will be a Murder Strider. So you still have representing 5 power on board. Actually, I'm sorry, 7 power on board with that Mutavault being able to come in. 5 mana available to Mortal Sun, down to 2 life. It's really going to be hard to come back from this, as we saw there. Not a whole lot of plays available to them. Again, the Ripjaw Raptor play is still available if they have another Reckless Rage, which was nice, but as we see another land come in, it looks like. No, just so there's a hard cast Bonecrusher Giant as a blocker, and pass.
Actually, if he reckless rages, he dies, right?
Well, he can't Reckless Rage, yeah, against his.
'Cause he targets
blocker.
his Bone Crusher Giant, so he takes 2.
Feels bad. Is it opponent or anytime it's targeted?
No, anyone who targets it.
That feels bad. Yeah, that's supposed controller. Feels bad.
So I might see it happen, but even then.
I'm gonna die on my own terms.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he like stomps his own Bone Crusher Giant.
So Mutavault, 7 power represented on board. Even if you have a kill spell here to kill the Mutavault, so Stomp, and doesn't matter.
And dead.
That's game. Rough showing for Dinos, but this was a very, very tough matchup for them.
Yeah, for sure.
This is one of those you don't want to face off against. And Vampires is going to be moving on.
I mean, game 2, though, showing the flexibility of this really
Yeah.
like Gruul monster stack at its core.
Yeah. I would love to see that's where I was kind of disappointed with Ikoria, because I was hoping we'd get some more dinosaur creature typings than what we got.
Yeah, exactly.
I would have loved to see more support for this tribe. It definitely deserves more support. It's a very interesting and it's a beloved tribe.
Yeah, definitely.
Because like we've talked about this before, like getting new players into the game, it's very easy to pull at someone's heartstrings in getting them to play it when you're like, hey, you can play with this kind of deck. People can associate playing with an elves deck, a vampires deck, a merfolk deck, being mermaids and stuff, or like if they like Atlanteans and that kind of thing. You could do the same thing with dinosaurs. I remember there was someone that I dated years ago. She got into Magic because of the fact that dinosaurs were a thing, and she was incredibly, I wouldn't say obsessed, but like infatuated with dinosaurs and like studying about them and had a whole bunch of like dinosaur books and stuff like that. That was her thing.
I mean,
Same
like
reason.
10-year-old me, you'd have told him like, dude, look at all these dinosaurs on these cards.
Yeah.
You're like, oh my god. Like,
Yeah.
I would immediately be in love with your game.
I mean, I got into Magic because I like ancient Egypt, so I got into it because of Amonkhet. Would not have happened if that wasn't a thing. So I would love to see dinos
Wait,
get some more love.
Ghibli Cthulhu deck, best tribe. Give me an explanation. I need an explanation here. Is Emrakul tribal?
Ugh. Yeah, that could just be Eldrazi in general. They get
True.
that kind of vibe.
I mean, I like Eldrazi a lot.
Yep.
Oh, Eldrazi Tron. I hate Eldrazi Tron. I have the same problem with Eldrazi Tron that a lot of people have, where it's like actual Tron. Like, put some effort into having Tron. Eldrazi Tron just stumbles into having Tron. It doesn't even try. It runs like an expedition map or something, because, whatever. Right? Yet still has, like, the audacity of running running Ulamog. Even though it has, like, no business finding Tron as often as these players somehow do.
Yeah, natural Tron is so frustrating to witness as a spectator and an opponent. And even if I've ever like piloted, because I've rented E-Tron and like regular Tron before to pilot it in some modern leagues on Moto, and just naturally getting turn 3 Tron without really doing anything to deserve it, you're just like, yeah, I'm not a good person. I don't blame you for not liking me. So
one of those decks that people brought up when we got the London Mulligan
was Tron.
Yeah, always like, what's the odds now of finding natural Tron in your opening hand? Went up enormously with the London Mulligan.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So, taking a look at the results, nothing yet. That was the first game to finish, was the Vampires and Dinos. Makes sense. It is the creature matchup, of course, where, it is going to go by
Don't know how far we
faster.
are with the other matchup.
Yep, so we'll get some updates there to kind of take a look and see what's going on. And for the time being, how are you enjoying this so far, Alex?
I mean, I've been having fun. The first round was a drag. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
But I've been pretty happy watching all these matches. I feel like we've seen fairly little like flooding and like mulling to like horrendously no numbers. I feel like we've seen most decks just do what the deck is supposed to do.
Yeah.
So I feel like most people here, at least most things we've seen on stream. Now we've obviously seen some match. We see a lot of 2-0s that weren't streamed, which might lean towards like, maybe some shenanigans went up there. But like most of the deck games that we've seen on stream, I feel like have been like real games, and that's always fun. I remember one invitational we had a while back where quite a few of the matches were decided by like not finding your colors, being mana screwed, being mana flooded. And that doesn't make for Magic that's as entertaining to watch as I feel like the matches so far have been.
Oh yeah. We're only waiting on just Uncle Drew versus 4-color Fire, so Golgari Stompy, 4-color Fire. I still think 4-color Fires is the better deck in that matchup, which if we do see 4-color Fires win, that's a good thing for Haas, right? You want that matchup for the most part, as opposed to another creature matchup that they've already lost to once. Though, again, we don't know what happened exactly with that one.
I feel like the Stompy matchup should be pretty good for vampires.
Yeah, I would have thought so too.
Given the self-inflicted wound, the fatal pushes, Bloodchief's Thirst, like
Kalidas.
Also Kalidas, but also Gifted Aetherborn being super good in that matchup. So I feel like that should actually be a pretty good matchup.
I think
Hoss can provide some insight on that matchup. Please drop whatever knowledge you have in the chat.
So,
Game 1 got stomped on the draw. Easy one.
nice.
Game 2 stomped on the play. I can never guess. I can never guess how Game 3 went.
Now,
almost an hour-long grind of top decking. Oh god.
Ew. I will say that right now, as this stands right now, looking at all the other decks available, being the 6-color fires on Epic, blue-white control, as well as blue-white approach, and then whoever wins in this other matchup being 4-color fire and Golgari Stompy. Vampires is my favorite right now to win out of all these.
Right, we're gonna have a quick look because we might be able to already pull up the match between Epic and RQFE if both are available while this match is being played out. Because these matches are like independent of each other, and we now know who's going to be playing who.
Yeah.
Means that we know that the winner of the match that's currently being played, will be going to the third round of the lower bracket, but the third round of the upper bracket is already set in stone. So that match might as well start. So we're going to see if both players are available.
And then we'll go from there. But yeah, like I'm saying, I think Vampires, looking at the rest of the decks left around, Vampires feels like the best deck left. It's the most streamlined. It's the most straightforward deck out of all of them. And it just seems the most consistent.
I don't know, Epic's Incarnation deck has like really impressed me with its ability to like crawl back, and also like Epic's ability to pilot the deck seemed very good. He seemed to very much know what he's doing. Obviously not just Yorion as a serpent, but also just all the other intricacies, knowing where to like take certain risks, like when he tutored up the Renegade Rallier to find the Path of the World tree because he really needed that 5th land with the Tolsimir he had in hand. Like all these type of like lines, and I said like again intricacies of the deck he seems to like very well understand, and that gives me like more confidence in seeing him perform well. Though blue-white approach is gonna be a tough one.
Yeah,
because there's no way for him to interact with approach of the Second Sun. So he could, like, for example, we're constantly having this stare down, right, between like RQF FE is gonna have counter magic up, so Epic isn't just gonna slam an Incarnation on turn 4 because he knows it's gonna get countered. So you might wait till turn 5 or 6 or 7 where you can double up. And when they're doing like this sort of like like cowboy style, like shoot off, standoff, and at one point RQV can just be, screw it, approach. Okay, cool, you can do your dirtly value thing. Okay, cool, approach, I win.
Yeah.
And that's like the sort of like one-shot win that we didn't see in Scratch's deck, which caused the game to draw out for so terribly long. Where I feel like RQFE has a way, and I think the addition of approach and like that line that I just described gives a huge edge to RQV, because Epic's gonna know this line is there, so he might have to just start jamming into counter magic, which is generally not a good idea against control. To early on start jamming into counter magic and just giving them these 1-for-1s that they're obviously looking for.
Yeah. I mean, it's worth noting that if Scratch had approach in his deck, we could very well be looking at Scratch being in a different position right now, right? Because we saw those games go on for quite a long time. But yeah, Epic's ability to pilot the deck is definitely not going to be understated by any means.
Yeah, but I feel like RQFU has a very good matchup here, and especially just because of the approach build.
Yeah, I agree. RQFE is going to be in a very good position moving forward. And I'm trying to think, if RQFE gets the win and moves on to the top of the winners bracket, I think.
And after we see the results being put in,
Ventus 4-color fires takes it down. So this is man, this still feels really good for Vampires. I wish they had faced
played out before. No, this matchup has not played out before. So, all right. So now that both matches are starting, I do not know which one we will be watching. I'm going to assume we're still going to watch Epic versus RQV.
I believe so.
Because that match should currently be set up. Drew in our invitational chat going, GG, he's obviously eliminated from the tournament now. GG everyone, didn't make the control metagame call and got punished. Fair point.
Yeah,
We very much noted no Thoughtseize in his deck, which might have been might have made a big difference. He made the meta call not to run Thoughtseize, which is, respectable, but made the wrong meta call, and that happens.
yeah, this has certainly been a grindy invitational. But I mean, you look at the decks available.
Quick update again, we might actually, because they're starting, jump into the game with Hoss and Ventus, because Ventus has not been featured yet on camera, being the only person, I believe, to not be seen on camera yet.
That is true. We did see,
which is
Blue
nice to
Approach.
give him his chance in the spotlight.
Yeah, let's do that. And to be fair, there's a very good chance that this match finishes and we can still go watch the tail end of Epic.
That is also very true.
So, yeah, we want to. And this is the traditional 4-color Fires list, which is one of the top decks in Pioneer right now. So it's definitely going to be worth watching and seeing a good pilot with it. And this is a very interesting matchup. I do give Vampires the edge here, but Fires is incredibly strong as an archetype in general. And being the more streamlined version as opposed to Epic's Incarnation build, it gives an edge in that sense. Where I would definitely say be much more inclined to comfortably say Vampires over Epic's 6-color, ignoring pilots, decks alone. Where this matchup, I still give the edge to Vampires because of the ability of just easy cuts. Right, you just take out your Thoughtseize. I'm sorry, not Thoughtseize. Keeping Thoughtseize. Take out your Fatal Push. Take out your Fatal Push, things like that. Bring in your Duress, which is going to be really good. And just kind of going that route. But the ability just, you have a good sweeper. Supreme Verdict is nice. Your ability to just kind of yoink their stuff with Agent is going to be very nice. And resolving stuff like getting Dream Trawler in, I think there's a very good reason or idea to go side and Dream Trawler for games 2 and 3 as a 4-color to just be something that sticks against Vampires with all the removal and have a very great evasive threat there that just keeps drawing you cards too. This is gonna be a good matchup. Be a very good matchup. But I've been talking long enough. I believe we are about ready to go down to the battlefield, unless I am mistaken. All right, still waiting on players. That's all good.
So, Vlad, are you excited for Strixhaven?
I am.
What you've seen so far. We thing we haven't touched on the stream so far is the lesson mechanic. Learn mechanic, excuse me.
There's a lesson, right? No.
Yeah, the mechanic is learn and you get lessons.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's going to be really strong. It's kind of we kind of joke because when you and I first saw it, one of the first things we talked about that lesson is like, what is a sideboard anymore? It's just it's just there for being wish boards. But it's a very cool mechanic. We haven't seen anything out of lessons yet that makes me go, wow, I am worried about this mechanic, or like it's gonna be a huge player. But we've only seen 3 lessons spoiled so far. One rare, one common.
The lessons we've seen so far are trash, to be honest. We've seen 3 mana Preordain, 2 mana Lay of the Land, 5 mana Exile a thing its controller draws a card, which I think there's already a card that does that, but I forgot which one. The
Liliana one is fine.
That's okay. It's not great, but it's okay.
Flavor's great.
True, and the artwork's amazing too, with the reference to Gideon's sacrifice.
Yeah.
But I really don't I'm not a big fan of those so far. Now, a thing that I completely forgot about lessons, because I didn't, too much text on cards nowadays. If you elect not to find a lesson card, you rummage.
Yeah.
I didn't know that at first.
Yeah.
It's nice. That gives me the idea. And then I saw the 2 mana lesson learn card, the 2 mana 2/1, which just says lesson.
The white one?
Yeah. I can don't imagine that being in an aggro deck, and there is 1 lesson in your sideboard that is maybe 1 or 2, and otherwise you just play it to rummage, right? Rummage when you flood, it's fine. So I feel like that could be okay. But the mechanic doesn't strike me as very powerful, generally because the lessons we've seen so far have been pretty bad. And in best of threes, like your sideboard is very important, and diluting it with like 3 mana preordains and that sort of crap is like it's just not going to be worth your slots. You're going to have a very high win percentage game one, but your game percentage in game two and three is going to be very low if you hardly have a sideboard because it's all filled with situationally mediocre cards.
Yeah, I mean, I do think you're not nearly a big a fan of it as I am, but I
No.
do think there's going to be decks that do run that that mana fixing one, the colorless one, the 2 mana grab a basic.
Yeah.
It's not flashy, it's not that great, but the fact that it's colorless, mana fixing, tells me there are going to be decks that run it. Now, it's going to be relying on there being other lesson cards that are going to be good to run in addition to it, but that seems like a pretty good option to run in your lesson kind of package.
By the idea that we currently saw Google Meets being up on our screens, I think we might be about ready to join the next game.
And we are. Look at that. Just gotta looks like flip around the Fire's perspective, and we'll be good. Look at the nice layout of the jumbo dice.
I like that.
Also, are they jumbo dice, or is the perspective where the dice are
I
raised
think
at
they're
a higher
jumbo
level?
dice. Or might be
I
that
should
too.
buy myself some jumbo dice. I don't have any.
Yeah, I bought them for a joke before the pandemic, and then they turned out unbelievably useful.
Yeah.
Because I have a load of them. Because I used to put them on my planeswalkers as a joke. Like I had these giant dice to put on them. But I was like,
Great.
hey, I can't see normal dice on a webcam.
Speaking of which, do you know what is out for delivery for myself today that I'm going to be excited to try out for Webcam Magic?
Well,
It is a 4K document camera that you use for like school, like homeschooling, or not homeschooling, but like Zoom calls and like being able to like share like lessons and things like that.
mm-hmm.
I figured it would be great for Magic.
Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. And here we go. Turn one. Thoughtseize would be really good. There it is.
There it is.
Fires, transmogrify, lands. Bye bye, fires.
Is it bye fires?
Yes, because you have fatal push. You can take out the tokens that they're going to want to hit
Fair
with
enough. If you've got
transmogrify.
fatal push, you can, yeah.
Which is this is what makes this matchup very interesting. Your gut tells you against control, take out fatal push. But there's a big reason to keep in fatal push here. It's kind of like when you're going against a deck that runs, like let's say you're going against Jund Delirium. Not a huge player in the Pioneer meta right now. It pops up here and there, but they don't run very many fatal push targets. But Croxa is a fatal push target. So you put your opponent in this weird spot when you're playing with Croxa in a deck that's the only fatal push hit. Where like normally they'd want to take out fatal push, but being able to kill one of your, if not your best creature in the deck with a 1 mana spell can trick them into keeping in fatal push, where you can actually side out some of your Croxas and punish them for it. It's really, really tough to make that decision as the player with fatal push against these kind of decks, and this is one of those with fires. Though this one's a lot safer.
Yeah.
Because the tokens are such a huge integrated part of the game plan as we swing in with the Dusk Legion Zealot.
20 turn clock.
I'm very pleased that we have some showcase decks on screen that I pilot a lot. So I have a lot more to say about these decks and their lines of play.
Yeah, this is definitely your evening in terms of decks. Right, we're not seeing any elves or Demir control or
Oh, I mean, you had the
white
first
weenie.
half with the control decks.
Yeah,
That's your
true.
domain. That's your domain to talk about. And I'm just like, yes, they have cards in hand. but vampires, fires, traditional fires, I'm a bit more
Yes, counter magic, go
nuanced with.
poof.
Yeah. Now, I want your opinion of this, Alex. What do you prefer when it comes to the four color fires? Do you prefer the Raven's Warning idea of the game plan, or would you rather see the traditional Omen of the Sun game plan?
I mean, this comes down to what we just talked about with lessons. I think sideboards are it's weird to say that sideboards are almost overrated, but like the idea of having like all these like one-shotty things you can pluck out of your sideboard is very appealing for game 1, but definitely does you harm in game 2.
Yeah,
Now, there's a balance to be made here because obviously
Soren.
there are more.
Yep,
Yeah, there's
Soren.
there's a Sorin coming down, ticking down for
Ooh, if this is a champion,
Champion
oh,
of
that's so
Dusk.
good. Oh, draw three against
Oh,
fires.
ancestral recall, boys. There we go. So yeah, that's like going back to that point. Like this is obviously huge for the vampires player and
Oh yeah,
puts them in a really comfortable spot. Also very nice because it's actually a nice upside if against a tribal deck if you're playing against a fires deck. If they Agent of Treachery one of your cards, it'll always be worth less to them because you lose the synergy.
yeah,
Now, obviously, there's a card like Kalidas, which is like a very powerful card, but there's some exceptions. But like if they steal a Sorin, it doesn't really do anything. Like Dusk Legion Zealot isn't like that's fodder for a card like Sorin. So if your opponent steals it, it doesn't really do anything. If they're stealing lands, they're stealing swamps. So there's a lot of the Agent of Treachery game plan is obviously less valuable here. But let's see what happens here. See, we've got an impactful turn out of the four color fires.
and they could have drawn into a fires. Um, I mean, this is they had to scry on instep. So here's a land. It's a fatal passage, which is nice. Fixes your mana. Probably gonna get a. I mean, it would make sense to get a mountain. What actually is that a steam fence underneath the glacial
Yes.
fortress? Okay, so plains makes more sense. Because they already have double mountain. Usually, you want two mountains to hit with Chain of the Rocks. Um, Getting a plains to turn on Chain of the Rocks is nice.
I mean, I
So
think the bottom card is it a Teamer trial? Ooh,
yes,
Anger of the Gods. But that is not gonna kill this card. But we've got Chain to the Rocks, gonna be able to deal with a
there it
Champion
is.
of Dusk.
Yep.
But he did draw 4 cards. One of the Zealot and 3 of the Champion of Dusk. So even though
Yeah.
this Anger of the Gods was a 2-for-1, it was sort of like a 2-for-1 and a 1-for-1. Whatever, I drew 4 cards, right?
Yeah. And you still have Soren on board, so you can still. There's no Mutavault in play, so that's a little unfortunate.
5
Um,
mana.
Another.
Sounds like hardcasting another Champion of Dusk. Just drawing a card. Okay.
That's fine. And then you can also just
Would have
plus
been very
Soren onto
disgusting if there wasn't an Anger of the Gods there, by the way.
it.
Putting a counter on it. Nice 5/5.
This is one of the few times that I would be like, feed the swarm would be really nice in vampires in your
Yes.
sideboard. Just like, hey, I'll take 1 damage to get back my Champion of Dusk. Oh, and by the way, it triggers on entry. I get to draw more cards, which
Make
actually
it tank.
could be a consideration moving forward for vampires out of the sideboard. If we see more fires,
Yes, definitely.
and even also against the mono or the Boros burn matchup as well that runs Chain to the Rocks. So Feed the Swarm is looking a lot more desirable to me.
Definitely. I mean, exceptionally powerful card. Targeted enchantment removal in black is obviously unheard of. As we see him passing in what is generally a bit more of a sorcery speed deck. This looks to me like he's gonna like cycle a Typhoon for 3 on end step and attempt to kill the Sorin. So let's see if there's any fatal pushes in Hoss's hands. Put a counter on here. Go to combat.
I mean, getting in
Rumble in
for
for
6,
6.
gain 6 is nice. The life not as big of a deal here.
I mean,
But
I
I mean,
think it is for the grind fest with Castle Locthwain,
oh,
which
that's
it
true.
might actually come down to that. So life total actually translates into cards here.
So you're
Yeah,
right
so
about the
Cycling
cycle,
Shark
but
definitely.
not for the ability to just wipe out that Soren. They're
I
leaving
feel like he
2.
knows that Shark's not going to be long for this world.
Yeah. Which is where the fatal push comes in because they do have transmogrify in hand, so you do want to push that.
Ta-da!
There it is. Now Omen of the Sea could still come down. They left up 2 mana, which Omen of the Sea would be very nice. Though I would argue that you might go Omen of the Sea first and then Shark to get the scry and kind of see what you're drawing. But you know,
What's
and
the
nothing else.
interaction between transmogrify and push? If you push the transmogrify target, does it fizzle?
No, because transmogrify it's part of the cost, so you
Ah,
can't push in response. So the second transmogrify is cast, you're sacking a card.
oh, so it would
It's
work with
it's
Luca, but not with
FY.
transmogrify.
It's FY, not PHY. Gibby. Transmog guy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it says
exile
exile
target
target
creature.
creature. That creature's controller reveals top cards from top of IB. Yeah, so I think it fizzles because it
Oh,
the
it
card
does
has
not.
one
It's a
target.
period, not a semicolon. If it was a semicolon, it'd be part of the cost. So yes,
Yeah, so
it
it's
would fizzle.
well then I would always say as an additional cost to cast this spell. Um, so it would actually fizzle just like Luca, which probably look. I'm gonna assume Lucas is worded the same way, but
I
otherwise
think
you
it
could do with
is.
Luca on the stack. So I would have probably held the fatal push and see if my opponent got desperate.
Coming in with a 7/7. Now there's a Mutavault in play, which is going to be great for vampires to moving forward. Do they ever adjust their life total?
I
Shouldn't they
don't
be?
think
They should be at like 34 now, 33 now after this attack.
cycling Typhoon for one. I'm suppose
Another
trying to go
push.
for a jump, but push.
Yeah, see, this is where push is really good, which feels weird against a control deck. I think you keep in all four pushes in this matchup because tokens are such an
Potentially,
important
yes.
part of fires. Where it would probably make more sense to actually cut your Aetherborn, your gifted Aetherborns,
Yeah,
um,
they're not doing too much here.
and then you can bring in your 3 duress, and then let's see if there's anything else that I can see to bring in to get a fourth card while we were looking. Oh, Liliana Waker of the Dead is very good.
And what about Grafdigger's Cage?
It's also good.
That also stops all
You
the
so you
transmogrify
cut
stuff.
you cut Crippling Fear, you cut Get Databorn, and maybe even Kalidas. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 3, 5, 8. Perfect. Look at that. Perfect cuts. You go Aetherborn, Kalidas, Crippling Fear, bring in Cage, Duress, Liliana. And there was the scoop from Four Fires. Makes sense. But yeah, I think, I mean, you can tell me if you feel otherwise, but I think that is the right way to sideboard this matchup.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. The 3 Grafdigger's Cage and keeping in the push is a little excessive. So I might consider fewer copies of Cage. But I think here again, here we see the difference between the Raven's Warning version and the Omen of the Sea version that gives you a sideboard. First of all, he actually lost game 1, and he's
Yeah.
now less set up for a game 2 and 3, which I already like less because you play more sideboarded games than pre-boarded games. So I like the idea of having a more fully fledged out sideboard more anyway. And obviously a niche scenario, but in this game, Omen of the Sea gives you 2 tokens rather than 1, which
Omen of the
also
Sun,
gives you
by
like
the way.
Omen of the Sun. That also works. So you get a sideboard, you get Omen of the Sun, which allows you to, you know what I mean, gets the scry in. It's actually 2 tokens and some life rather than just 1 token that's probably gonna die, so you don't often get to draw a card anyway of the
And 2
second
tokens
ability.
is harder to deal with than 1 because they can't just push both of them. So you could still have a
Yeah.
Transmogrify
Now,
target
like
left up.
transmogrify, we talked about just like it would fizzle with the token. So
Yeah.
if you go and target the token, the fatal push still matters. But like there's more to jump with. It's more, I feel like Omen of the Sun is slightly better at keeping you alive. And that's the main goal I feel like you should have in this deck. Stay alive until I can do my unfair fires things.
Yeah.
And
I
Raven's Warning makes you stronger once you're doing your dirty fires things. But I feel like once you're doing your fire things, you're already winning. So I care more about getting to that point.
Now, looking at the what you can do for sideboarding, I think you take out all three agents and you bring in Dreamjaw and Resolute Archangel. I think they're better uh, hits
Yeah,
than
probably.
Agent is. Um,
Now, if Hoss anticipates that, he can bring in self-inflicted wound.
yeah, which would be really good. So that'd be a big brain play. Which that
Also,
shows how hard this game is.
because the bird from Raven's Warning,
Is white.
just like the Shark Typhoon, no, are blue.
Oh, it's blue. You're right. I apologize. I
So
run the white token. My bad.
yeah, so self-inflicted wound can actually then only get the Dream Trawler and a Resolute Archangel if you make that swap. Because the tokens that stick around that you would normally use to like play around edicts are all blue. And that might be the point where and this is like a bunch of mind games, right? You're gonna have a lot of back and forth. Because depending on if Hoss anticipates that correctly,
Tap
or
red.
if
Oof.
Ventus does like the reverse psychology and is like, I know Ventus is gonna anticipate that, so I'm gonna go into the agent plan.
Thoughtseize again?
That's gonna be very
Nope. That's a cage.
that's a Grafdigger's Cage.
Nice.
Not too many answers to Grafdigger's Cage. There is one wear and tear.
That you have to wish for, pretty much.
Yeah.
There's no way they brought that in.
Now, there's no way you bring it in a wishboard card because there's a higher likelihood of getting it if you actually just wish it out. But that does take a whole bunch of turns, and Hoss will see it coming from a mile away.
Zealot? Yep, Zealot.
Sure, not the fastest clock, 20 turn clock, but
But you
like
draw a card. That's why it's so good.
I know the card's great. I really like Dust Legion Zealot. But like, yeah, okay, we're getting a
There's
Raven's
Raven's Warning.
warning, but now you know, okay, you're gonna get a token that's potentially gonna get pushed. You're gonna search up a wear tear to deal with this cage. Like this, it's very slow.
Mm.
And again, like we didn't have much of the time because they sideboarded very quickly. But Ventus's sideboard, aside from the swap that you do with what do I cheat out, there is very little to board. There's just like the main thing it really boards is 4 Dovin's Veto for the control matchup.
Yeah.
So it hardly changes post board. And we talked about Hoss potentially bringing in like 8 or with self with like 11 cards, right? Like really adapting his deck for this matchup in the 2 post boarded games. And Ventus just
I love
isn't
the Zevian
able
Crusher.
to because he plays this wishboard plan. So I'm really not a big fan of this wishboard plan. I think it's pretty powerful, but I mean it's the same where like companions aren't really free either. Now a sideboard slot is a low cost, but it is a real cost that I feel like is somewhat underrated. Where people are like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter at all. It's like no, it definitely does.
Wait a second.
Also,
I just
he elected
realized.
to trade the bird,
Oh,
not
never mind.
drawing the card here, which I feel like is really playing around Sorin. Right, he went to combat, and he thought like, well, if he goes Sorin downtick Champion of Dusk, he draws an extra card, and I really don't want him to do that. But that means he can transmogrify, and he doesn't draw a card here
Mm-hmm.
because the bird is dead, so there's no way to trigger the second ability on the Raven's Warning.
So they Sulfur Falls or Steam Vents?
Steam Vents, anger to deal with one night.
Now, this does feel like they kind of. It almost feels like they're forced to go into um, wear and tear, right?
Yes.
On this wish to get rid of the Grafdigger's Cage. Now, if you see another cage come down, that's just going to feel horrible. Duress. Transmogrify Agent Yasharn and a land. No, that's Shark
Is that
Typhoon.
Yashar?
Not. No, that's not. That's
Shark
Shark
Typhoon.
Typhoon. Apologize.
So you're pretty confident, right, that he's actually gonna get rid of the Shark Typhoon.
The
That makes
agent
me
in
think there
hand.
might be another piece of hand attack. Also, this agent being in hand probably tells you the swap wasn't made
Yeah,
post board.
unless they
Maybe we should
added
have given
them
the data
into
board staying in.
addition. But I would have really preferred Dream Trawler and Resolute Angel.
But that might be Ventus considering that Hoss could anticipate on that and bring in self-inflicted wound. Because in a sense, as we talked about in the first game, Agent of Treachery is I got it on the curve. Treachery is not, well, I mean not on the curve, but Agent of Treachery is not that good against you call that, the card is not that strong in this matchup because you're stealing tribal stuff. And that's just not very powerful if you're just stealing tribal cards. So it's very obvious to make the swap to the other creatures. But if it's so obvious, then Hoss might bring in self-inflicted wound. And this is where these sideboard, like mind games start popping up. But we're seeing a Dream Trawler here being searched up to the top of its library. So let's see if this self-inflicted wound was brought in, because that might just be the final nail in the coffin.
Do you have to even reveal what you tutor out? I don't think you have
Yeah.
to.
I think you have to.
Are you sure? It just says grab a
Oh
card.
yeah. I guess not, because it's no. You don't
Yeah,
have to reveal what you draw. Oh,
yeah. So that's actually a
Vent
little bit
is
of a
giving
misplay.
extremely important free information here.
Yeah.
And did he even have the fifth land to play the Dream Trawler?
You need a land drop right now.
Well, but he drew a Dream Trawler, so
They had when they
and the
duress, did
planes
they
in
have
hand
a
was already there. So
yeah. So they're a turn off for being even play it. Melitas, okay. So that gets the extra land. That sets you up for next turn. Gains you life next turn, makes a blocker. Albeit the blocker unfortunately trades
also,
with
if you
Aether
draw
Horn.
a land next turn, you could just start hardcasting your agent. And Yorion is in hand right now.
True. So fire still is a way to pull this one out. Because
Definitely.
we're seeing vampires unfortunately hit this like little, lag or this lull, I should say.
Yeah, it's not that there's not too much going on right now.
This is where in my personal vampire list, I run a couple of Rankles in the sideboard for this kind of matchup, as opposed to Liliana.
Yeah, it's a lot faster, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, John Bag, the cage is solely to deal with the transmogrify effect. So, card being drawn. Is it a land? So we go into agent. So obviously, fun one with agent is that you could just steal the cage. Oh no, wait, the cage is it's not one side. The cage is symmetrical because it was printed before 2018. So it's not a one-sided effect. But Dream Trawler being played, Hoss is going to cast a Murderous Ride. Target. Well, I'm gonna assume this is a swift end targeting the Dream Trawler. So what's Ventus gonna do here? Cards in hand are Transmogrify and Agents. So he is going to discard Transmogrify. Tapping his Dream Trawler could be important. So I believe Ventus has one card in hand. That is the Agent of Treachery, I
Uh-huh.
believe.
Should be.
Because the Transmogrify was discarded, so potentially there's another removal spell going at the Dream Trawler here. It's going to be a choice between Dream Trawler and Agent, where in my opinion, you definitely discard the Agent, right?
This is still on the stack of the discard.
No, this is already moving into his next turn.
Oh, okay.
And we see Champion of Dusk, drawing 2 cards,
I mean,
and
it's,
2 life for Ventus, and he gets to untap with his Dream Trawler.
yeah, Dream Trawler is a very good card here.
Exceptionally powerful. Drawing 2 cards, gaining 5 life every turn. Well, drawing 1 card and gaining 5 life.
You draw. Well, you actually
You draw a card when you attack, so you draw 1 extra card.
yeah, but you
But you
gain
get
7 life.
no, you get +1/+0 per card you draw. It's
Oh, I'm sorry. I think it was +2 plus 0. My bad. Yeah, you're correct. We make this joke a lot, but this is one of those cards that like it's really good now, but like would it feels like it would be exceptionally powerful if it was back in like 2017. Like it feels like one of those cards.
yeah, it would have been like it would have been one of the better cards. Like especially like given a standard, it would have dominated a standard format.
Yeah.
Where in a standard format now, like in Theros Beyond Death standard, it was fine. I don't think it sees that much play anymore in standard. You see him
Agent,
tapping out, going for an agent.
probably taking
Assume that's
the
taking a
bigger
champion, right?
creature. Yeah.
Yeah. There's the 4/4. So Vent is still in a pretty good spot. Has a Dreamweaver.
Yeah.
I believe has a card in hand still to be able to discard to set Dreamweaver. Dream Trawler, excuse me.
Is the Dreamweaver another card?
I don't know if
Sounds like it should
Dreamweaver is
be.
a sounds like a
Dreamweaver.
Lorewing card.
I know there's Dream Rasputin
Rasputin
Dreamweaver.
Dreamweaver. I didn't mean that one, but that
Cool.
is a Dreamweaver.
What's the one from Amonkhet? Or is it our Dream Stealer? It looks
Yeah,
amazing
that's
in
the
foil with
Eternalized one.
like
But we
the
see
purples.
the matchup being, which I'm gonna assume is Hoss scooping it up to
It would
Ventus.
have to be, yeah. Can't deal
Unless
with
we
the Dream
somehow
Trawler.
didn't notice something about life total and Hoss just cast that Sorin card that does 10 to a player.
Is that even Pioneer legal?
I don't know if it is.
So hopping on the play. So
Yeah,
on
there's Sorin
Markov.
Markov, but there's also a
M12.
card that features Sorin and it does 10 damage.
Available in the Sorin Planeswalker deck.
Trying to search it up, but Scryfall's not cooperating. Sorin's Vengeance. 7 mana. Deals 10 damage to target player and you gain 10 life. From M12, so no, not legal.
I mean, I wouldn't play it anyway.
Goes really well with the Sorin from that same format. -3, target's life total become 10. For 6 mana, and then for 7 mana you kill them. Perfect 2-card, 13 mana combo.
It's a Splinter Twin situation, Alex.
Yeah.
Where actually the in Legacy, the new the Golgari or Witherbloom whatever card that we got spoiled because all the little students did. The Witherbloom one with Magecraft, every time you cast a spell or copy it, they lose a life, you gain a life, or maybe just whatever.
Yeah.
That with Chain of Smog,
Yeah,
that's
Chain
an
of Smoke, just
actual
4 mana win the game.
yeah.
That's cheaper than Splinter Twin.
I think that's going to be a legit deck in Legacy because you have what's it called? So you have your
Yeah, Witherbloom
Thought
with red.
Seizes,
I mean,
you
can
have
go
your
just
Inquisition of Kozilek to kind of help clear the way, and you also have Veil Summer as well to protect it. Just joke, just dumb. For people that don't know the combo, Chain of the Smog, you basically just target yourself infinitely with it
yeah.
over and over and over again.
So a player discards 2, but then the player who was targeted gets to copy it and select one, and just may select a new target. But may, so you could just choose yourself.
Yep,
And you
over
could
and over
even
and over again.
in Legacy, you could just go turn 1 Dark Ritual, Lotus Battle. There you go.
Ugh,
Lotus Battle for green. Win the game.
that makes me
Could back it
yeah
up with something like Unmask.
yeah. This is gonna be a legit deck. Actually, this makes me want to play Legacy and play this deck.
Finally, a card that breaks Tendrils of Agony.
Right.
Magecraft cards.
I like how Liliana, the Professor Onyx gets spoiled. Everyone's like, "Oh my god, Chain of Small get bought out," and then the next like day or 2 days
Yeah, but
later, we get the other one that's
that was my
better.
first.
It's even better.
I don't know if the podcast has been published since, right? I talk about that where it's like, yeah, this is cool because Professor Onyx drains for 2 for a 6 mana card. It's like there has to be a much cheaper card that just pings for 1 with no other upside, and because you go infinite, it doesn't matter. Yeah, and then the day after they spoil this 2 drop, and I'm like, there you
Yeah.
have it. Magecraft, bonk. Your opponent is dead.
Who cares if Urio's legal in that format? I can kill you right now on turn one. Speaking of turn one, we
Not
see
unique to
a
Legacy. Thoughtseize.
Thoughtseize. Raven's Warning. 2 lands.
Land, anger.
Anger.
More lands.
Lands. 5
Ventus
lands.
owns a lot of real estate.
5 lands. So you can play around that anger. Like, let's say you get a Mutavault down. You're like, okay, smack your face a few times and
I
catch your
mean, we're just
Triome.
gonna see like probably like a zealot and then like Sorin, Downtick, Champion of Dusk, and it's like you can anger to kill my 1/1. Drew me 2 cards.
That's
I
true.
don't care. A card like Gifted Aetherborn immediately gets 4 toughness if it gets blessed by a Sorin.
That's also true. And here's the Zealot. Aetherborn.
No, Gifted Aetherborn. But again, this could go with Sorin, and you just plus your
Yeah.
Sorin,
Yeah, I feel like
make it a 3/4.
by them playing this, they're either doing one of two things. They're either basically playing with their hand face up, saying, I have a Sorin, as we see a Fatal Passage come in. Want to get that, probably want to get double red, because I don't think I saw it in their hand originally. So they could just be like, hey,
Cage.
Cage. Yeah, I think this is just them saying, you want to anger and take out my one creature? Do it. By all means. And then turn four, they go like Legion, Zealot, uh, and then whatever.
Yeah, next turn they could play like a knight or something and just leave up 3 mana.
Mhm.
Or he's just gonna duress him next turn.
They get the mountain, so they're getting the double red. So now they can cast anger this turn, which if they do, that feels pretty bad for fires to cast anger on one creature.
I've been
If
there
you have
too.
another 3-drop play, I think you go with that over anger right now.
You
If you're
go
a
with
Ventus.
any play over.
There's
But
anger.
there it is.
So they got nothing.
Spend 1 more mana, took some damage.
I mean, it could be land 2 mana. Oh,
One, two,
Kalidas.
three, four. Kalidas
Interesting
stays
that they
in.
kept that in.
Yeah. Especially because it triggers off non-tokens, so it's almost
Yeah.
like a good card for your opponent to steal with with Agent of Treachery.
Yeah.
Would have been a really good place to play like a Liliana or something.
I would agree.
Verdict. I mean,
That still
Verdict
doesn't
going
feel
one
good.
for one, but like it's 4 mana sorcery for 4 mana sorcery, so the game state hasn't progressed much except we're moved 1 turn further, which generally favors Ventus.
Get him a Mutavault.
Boom.
No Sorin in hand.
Sorin,
Otherwise,
down
that would have
tick,
been.
Dusk.
Oh yeah, that could be a thing. Knight. Cool. Anything else?
I'm gonna assume
Empty-handed.
empty-handed. That's not good.
Nope. No, it's not. Though Cage still being up means no transmogrify shenanigans. So you're keeping 4-color fires honest right now. Speaking of which, Seeker's Chariot. No fires.
Ah, kitties.
Got some
Playing some kitty.
blockers. Um, could swing in. Now, the dream is vampires is to top deck a what's it called? A push. Swing in with the Mutavault. Leave back the knight. Hope they trade with your Mutavault and then kill the other kitty.
Why do you care though? You've already got the cage out, right?
I want their board empty. Trying to assert your dominance. You could also just activate Mutavault, swing it with both, and then if they block both, you just turn on Knight, pump it.
Yeah, that's possible.
And I think that's the line they're going for. We should pull up the showcase version of a Seeker's Chariot.
You're you're so picky about this, Brad.
This is the one I run because look at these cats are way scarier than the other two. Look at them.
True.
They're like panthers. Well, they're kind of like they kind of look like ravenous chupacabra combined with like lions. We should pull up ravenous chupacabra.
No. If you want to hear a good rant about Ravenous Chupacabra,
Look at it. Look at its
don't look up
face.
Patrick Sullivan's
Ugh.
rant. Patrick Sullivan has one of the best magic rants of all time on Ravenous Chupacabra.
Why is it not like ravenous chupacabra? Double
Because
blocking the knight.
it's like such a sign of like what magic design has become. Where like this card like immediately does something when it enters, and it's literally like murder stapled onto a body. And it wasn't even talk about Chupacabra thing being like obsessively powerful, but just what it stood for. And funnily enough, the moment rotation happened, Ravenous Chupacabra became a format staple in Golgari. So
Yeah, it was very good. Very good card.
guys just wanted to see if I could spell Chupacabra. Yes. That's why I wanted you to look it up. Surprised Chupacabra is not a creature type yet. We've seen quite a few, right? Got like 2 or 3 Chupacabras.
I mean,
I suppose it would make the creature type horror even smaller, which is already like such a strange creature type.
I wish Chupacabra was Pioneer playable. I really like the card. If it was 3 mana.
No, you could Coco it.
Oh, that'd be so good. Hey, Drew, if you're watching, there you go. 3 mana Chupacabra for your Golgari Coco deck. Oh, that'd be so good.
Yes, it would be so good.
Okay,
Incredibly good.
just tack on you lose 2 life on it as well.
Yeah, sure.
That
That'll
makes
solve everything.
that makes everything balanced. Okay, what if it was you lose 4 life? So you chariot swing in, make another cat.
The horror type was made to replace demons after the Satanic Panic. Really? That's hilarious.
And then we're back with demons again, like nothing ever
So
happened.
because currently horror creature type is basically like comma but scary. So like Ravenous Chupacabra is creature beast but scary. That's basically what the horror type is.
Yeah. I mean, look at its face. It is pretty scary looking.
Not gonna lie, yeah. By the way, this Seeker's Chariot is doing work.
Good card. No one thought about this card
Definitely a
being a
card
thing
that
in
I
Fires.
heavily underrated. I thought it was like super medium. It's actually like really nice in Fires. Like 2 blockers, pretty strong. If you have the luxury of not having to block with your creatures, just being able to make more of them.
Yeah. There is a cute little deck where you run what's her name? Saheeli from yeah, where you make a copy of Seeker's Chariot, make more cats, swing in, make another cat.
It's a lot of cats.
Yeah. You know what deck should come back, Alex? For
What
some
deck?
unbannings? Copycat.
No.
I'm just kidding. I would not want to see that deck back. I would kill myself. We did do our Hall of Infamy thing that never got published, and that deck was dominant against all the other banned decks. It's terrifying what that deck can do. All
Right, so
right,
we see
swinging with
the.
all of them.
Well, I suppose the
Making
cats are
another.
crewing the chariot.
You're right. You're right. Apologies.
So
Murder
we
Strider on the chariot. No, pumping the knight,
bumping the knight and blocking the
blocking
chariot,
the
I guess.
chariot. Yeah, it
I
would
mean,
make
that's
it
fine, right?
a 5/6. So many cats. This is where Legion's End would have been really nice,
Yes.
but there's no reason to bring that card in.
No. Not for the chariot beatdown. Need to deal with all these cats. Cat's End. God, I wish I did that to that movie.
Ugh.
Fires, and that is Yorion, I think.
It is Yorion.
Kind of a bummer to lose your chariot in combat and then play Yorion. Yeah, I think Hoss is on his last legs here.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate.
Delaying
Like,
the inevitable.
we saw both in the last game and this game, just losing his legs and not really
Yeah,
having
having
anything
like a good
happen.
start, but just not that like that Sorin Champion of Dusk 1-2 punch. And then we really see like the reliance of Mono Black as a deck on how powerful, well, vampires, on how powerful of a card Sorin is. Right? If
Mhm.
we don't see Sorin, we see Dusk Legion Zealot, which I mean is an Elvish visionary, right? And we see a 2 mana 2/3 Death Touch Lifelink, like yeah, efficient, but not very special. But it's with Sorin that the deck really shines. But we just see 2 games of Hoss not drawing Sorin, and then the deck doesn't do that much.
Yeah. And when you take away fires as, plan A, their plan B is working just fine. Well, your plan B is not enough.
And we see at the other Epic actually taking down RQFE 2-0 in the
Hmm.
blue-white approach versus 6 color. I am very surprised by that. I'll be
Both
honest,
by
I
the
would
speed
give
of the match and the result.
yes, and the result. Just so Epic in the chat in caps, we win these. Epic trying to get his 3rd invitational win.
It would be fitting for Epic to end up playing against just regular 4 color fires in the championship, the deck that he was most afraid of.
True. Because what round is this? Is it after this? Is it just going to be Epic versus probably Ventus for the finals?
It's after this they play. Whoever wins this plays RQFE to win the lower bracket, and then they go on to play Epic.
Ah, yes.
Which we're currently almost matched for how long Popper went last night. So we are just
We're
shows that
currently at
Popper's
the
a faster
length of
format.
Popper.
Yes. We probably have 2 more hours in this. So we'll finish at again about a 7.5 hour stream, Alex. Are you happy?
I mean, I'm enjoying it, but I wish just more people did well with aggro. Maybe there's just like the idea that maybe aggro isn't just good enough in Pioneer, or people on the server just tend to have more of a mid-range slash control minded style of deck, style of play. Because God, these matches aren't timed, and it shows because
Yeah.
all of them go over an hour. There's almost not a match that was actually finished in 50 minutes.
Well, congrats to Ventus moving on to
But
go
congrats
against
to
and
Ventus.
take on Blue White Control. Now this is where there are 4 Dovin's Veto on the sideboard.
Really good versus approach, right? As I
Oh
Get
yeah.
old slounging as we go back to the desk. I'll sit up
Should
and present
should
myself like a proper
should
human
up
being.
your contrast a bit with that fancy webcam you got of yours. You're starting to look like a silhouette, like a locked fighting game character. So, Epic gets to relax, sit back, and enjoy the ride. Well, he gets to watch his potential next round opponent, which could be a rematch against RQFE on Blue White approach, or taking on Ventus for the first time, 4-color fires. Funnily enough, again, these two decks, 4-color fires and Blue White approach, are the ones he was most afraid of in playtesting when discussing this with him. So either way, we'll see what happens. The only thing is he has the advantage of only needing to win one match, where whoever he faces off against has to win 2 matches. But Alex, you know, of course, with our luck and the way that the last few Pioneer Invitationals have gone, the lower
We're
winner
gonna go to the
will
max.
win. Yeah, they will win the first match. It's guaranteed. And we'll get to enjoy it and get hype. Now, to go back to your point, though, you're talking about like you feel like maybe either the player community in our server doesn't have as much faith in aggro, or even aggro in general is not quite the best thing to be doing in Pioneer right now. I actually think it's the overcompensation of meta game calling that the players in the Invitational do. Because look at their sideboards. Look how many players were ready for aggro, and they tried playing a deck that would beat aggro. Almost everyone was anticipating aggro in the meta, or an aggro heavy meta. Uncle
True,
Drew was
and it's
one.
kind of the funny thing when everyone considers aggro, which means everyone's deck is and sideboard is slanted towards aggro. It doesn't really show because everyone is prepared for aggro, so everyone has multiple dead cards in their sideboard.
Yeah. And you get into this grindier game. I still really think my pick, I'll ask you, I guess, the same question. If you were to say a deck that you feel should have been played in this field, hindsight being 2020, you know, if you had prior knowledge of what the field would have been, what deck do you think in Pioneer should have been brought in? I think it should have been Lotus. I think Lotus would have had a field day with this meta.
Lotus, or I'm just thinking something along the lines of like, I mean, there weren't that many fatal pushes and thought seizes, so maybe mono green planeswalkers would have actually not been that bad. But I would have just considered something like mono red prowess, right? Something like a Beaumont courier aggro deck, or just straight burn. Like, is something I would have considered being pretty reasonable for this metagame. Obviously, you really have to dodge the vampires player if you're playing burn. But like, even like our more aggro decks were actually quite well set up against that. So it was obviously like it's always a triangle, right? Where like burn would probably beat up these slower decks, but then the vampires and the stompy decks would beat up the aggro deck. So in a top 8 field like we've got, it's always a little bit iffy.
Spirits actually could have been a really good one too. Being able to kind of like hang in with the control decks as well.
Ace Divicado mentioning that in the chat, just as you said it. Time for spirits to shine again.
Yeah, Spirits is great. Blue White Spirits is fantastic. Also, Rakdos Pyromancer would have been really nice here too, giving you that mid range with a little aggro option. The only deck that would have had the availability to run a Titan and Croxa.
A Jund Sacrifice would have been a nice one.
Oh yeah,
Epic also mentioning in chat, like Epic's take, obviously clearly the better player here. Not having that many anti-aggro cards, which I guess favored him a lot. And yeah, saying that like combo would probably be a big problem here for a lot of these decks.
Mm-hmm. And it just shows how wide open Pioneer is, with all these different options that we're naming that have not seen the play, at least here. Pioneer's in a really cool spot. Very diverse, very cool format. You can bring up really anything. I mean, we saw dinos get taken down and they got knocked out, unfortunately, around 3, but you made top 8 with dinos. You're here.
Yes.
Golgari Stompy, you're here. Unfortunately, blue red prowess knocked out very early, but you're here. Like you have the option to run these kind of decks. Also worth noting, no Nivtolite in this top 8.
True.
Nivtolite could have been very interesting, though Nivtolite would have added to the time. How long
Yes.
these would have gone. All right, now do we have any updates on if Ventus versus RQFE are ready to go? Are they available? Okay, Battlefield ready, waiting on players. We want to go ahead and take a 2-minute break real quick for everyone involved while we get ready to go to the battlefield. I think that'd be dope.
I'm really thirsty.
Yeah, go get a drink.
I need a drink. I mean, I would have said I need a drink in a different way had we still been watching these control mirrors.
That's how I felt after Stream Popper.
So, if we could go to the boss screen real quick.
back and we are ready to go with RQFE on the left hand side of the screen on blue wide approach. Ventus back on 4-color fires on the right hand side of the screen with those jumbo dice. Alex, are you ready to see who the best control deck is to go on and face on against, I guess, another control deck in an epic? Control. Woo!
All right, I'm
Should
a
be fun.
purist. I don't consider Fire's decks control decks at all. What control decks can't cast spells on your opponent's turn? Like, get out of here.
It's tap out control. What do you mean?
Tap out control isn't real. I don't like.
But you get to steal their stuff with
You know
agents, and
these
then they
you know
can't do
these
anything. You're
memes that like
controlling the
I'm gonna
board state.
you know these memes I'm gonna tell my kids this is,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna show a battlefield of Epic, and I'm just gonna make the meme like I'm gonna tell my kids this is mid range. Like
I mean, it kind of is. Ooh. There's a little booklet. It's magnets.
Brad's excited about his new camera. It just arrived.
Yeah. Costs $100.
But yeah,
So
players
better
just
be
shuffling
excited.
up. Seems like RQFE is on the play, given the fact that he's kind of chilling with his hand on the table, and Ventus is still.
No, Alex. That's not his
Or it could
hand.
be.
That's the hand on the playmat, the art.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. That hand is just chilling. Is that like a fancy version of Shahrazad, by the way? On this playmat?
I don't I kind of get that vibe. I hope it is. If it is, 10 out of 10 playmat.
Very reminiscent of the Invitational so far.
That's good.
Every
Okay,
game
Rog
is
or
two
Triumph.
games.
Rog and Triumph coming in. And then we have Foretell.
A trap card.
I wonder what that is.
It's definitely Doomscar because
The
very
one of.
valuable in this matchup. So you definitely foretell that early.
And that is a main phase. I wanted to see, which makes sense. You're on the draw.
He needs to find a land drop. I think that's why he's main phasing it. He doesn't
Also,
want to
you're
get it countered.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, also, you're walking into their turn 3 counter territory.
Yeah, but you would definitely take that. If you don't need the land and they counter your Omen of the Sea, you just untap it, you slap a Narset. So this makes me
True.
feel like they do it because they need the land drop. So their opponent, like going to counter the Omen, would actually be the right play, even though it's almost always a mistake. And they're just not going to give their opponent the option to stumble into making the right call. And they're just going to Omen now.
Worth noting that we did not see Narset at all last game or last match from 4-color fires, which is arguably
True.
like the best card in the deck. There she is. Hey Alex, isn't that your favorite card in Magic? Or is it the
Dig through
Japanese
time.
one? Oh yes,
Dig through time makes
waifu.
me look at the top 7 and put them in my hand, so we don't really care.
True.
The vastly inferior card to Notion Thief.
Dude, when this card got spoiled and it was like people were saying like, oh, it's good, but it's like it's because it was one of our first uncommon planeswalkers that we saw, and I was like, why are you not freaking out? This is Azcanta Sunken Ruin on a planeswalker on turn 3.
I wasn't that high on it either, to be honest.
Oh, I was incredibly high on it. I was like, this is broken. This is terrifying.
I saw Narset and I was like, this looks pretty good.
It looks very
And
good.
then I
It is
saw it in
very good.
practice. It's like, this is very good.
Yeah. This is ridiculously dumb. I still forget about the passive sometimes.
You're my favorite opponent, Brad.
Oh, thank you. Hey, you want to play to some games? Yeah, sure. You can't draw there. Can I take that back? No. Hey, but that's okay. You're my favorite opponent too, because you'll play elves and I'll be like, John Sacrifice, go.
Mayhem Devil go brrr.
Yeah, he
And all my
just dumps on you. We play tested that game when you were on elves and I was on Jund, and I got Mayhem Devil to resolve game 1, and then after you lost, you're like, I don't want to play this match.
exactly. It's like I'm not
I'm
doing
done.
this.
It's a lot of 1/1s you got there, Alex. Shocking in a Sacred Foundry. Looking like we're going to see a Fires.
Looks like we're seeing a card not resolve.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just moving
Vault
to
Multiverse. Okay. Were
Ooh,
they?
are we seeing a veto? here?
There's no way there's a veto in their main deck. It's game one.
Oh yeah, of course.
It's in the side. That would be illegal if it was in their main deck right now, Alex.
What do you mean?
Uh,
Raven's warning. They
nope,
can have a
DQ'd.
veto.
DQ'd. Get out.
They're out.
Wait, is that a DQ or is that a warning? What happens in that? I'm not a judge.
You get a warning, I believe. You might get,
Because it's a cyborg card in your
it
main
really
deck
depends
through
on when it
game one.
happens. If you draw it, you immediately call a judge, like, yo, oops. Um, then I think you get to like, you need to like change your deck. It kind of depends. I think you need to like sort out your deck, and then like your opponent gets to see your hand or something.
Can't you
Um,
give the deck to the judge to have them take out the cyborg cards and then redo and shuffle for you, and then resume game state, or do you have to restart?
I don't know. You don't have to restart. I think you just there's a fix and
Okay,
then you restart.
what if they attempt to cast the cyborg card?
I think that might be a game loss. Like if you the earlier you acknowledge it, the lesser your punishment is. Like the moment
Yeah.
you draw a sideboard card, especially if you're trying to make an opening hand and you draw an opening 7 and you're like, judge, this is a sideboard card, then not much happens. You get like a warning or something. But generally in tournaments, warnings don't really matter. You can get a couple of warnings and it's fine.
And we see a playset of warnings being ran in the Fires deck. A la the Ravens warning.
Yes.
Eh? Eh?
Huh?
We got jokes. This is what happens when you stream for 6 hours as we cycle Shark Typhoon for a 2/2.
With no end in sight.
Now, this is the nice thing about being back to a control mirror match type of thing where we have the ability to kind of be more flexible in our conversations while we're casting the game because
True.
not a whole lot goes on. They grabbed the wrong token, by the way. Did you see that?
They grabbed the bird.
I don't know what it was, but it was not a shark, and they're like, "Whoops!" and they yoink it back and put the shark down.
I don't like the Ikoria sharks. I've made my own tokens.
Dude, I love them. The tokens cost like $5.
What?
Yes, at least they did. They might have gone back down in price, but we get a
Glad I
check.
made my own.
Shark
With a picture I stole off the internet.
token. Market price is 383 on TCG.
Now, I started making my own tokens with some things for a joke. My clue tokens are clue scrolls from RuneScape.
Nice.
Then my flying sharks. I had an indicator for Yadaro for the cycling dinosaur from Ikoria, and I just found a picture of a T-Rex on a bike, and I just made an indicator out of that.
Yeah. I always forget to buy emblems. That's my mess up is I always forget to buy like Planeswalker emblems.
Gibby giving us the thing in the chat. A player normally receives and it's between quotation marks. A player normally receives a game loss if their deck list is altered after tournament play has begun.
Wow. No messing around. We love to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, those planes look so much like the Ondu land on the
Yeah.
other side, the Skyclave Ondu or whatever, and it drives me insane. Like, wow, they have a
Like,
lot
man,
of
this
those in
guy
play.
must love his Ondu inversions.
Fires is here. There's the counter.
And
He
boop.
immediately puts it in the grave. I love it. He's like, yeah, I know it's coming.
Yeah, exactly. The moment he taps mana, it's like, yeah, this is out.
My favorite is like when you were saying, I think you said on the podcast, like, have you ever had players just immediately start it the stack in the graveyard to save time if they're
Yeah, it's
against a control player?
fantastic. It's the best feeling ever if they immediately put it in the graveyard.
And then you're like, oh, that resolves. And their eyes get big. They're like, oh, really? Yeah, but
Heart
then I
attack.
kill it. Yeah. Hey, if you're running, if it's an enchantment, Alex, and you're against 4-color fires, you can run Quicken and then feed the swarm. Eh? Or you could do
I'll just run
if
Pharika's
you're
Libation.
that's also true.
Not very good with Omen of the Sea in play, but hey.
No.
I'll just Aether Gust it.
Hmm.
Try again next turn.
Swinging in with a token. Yeah, this is where Agent is particularly
Sorious Charm the token. No, great use of your Azorius Charm. You have to at one point.
I feel like, is Agent just bad here?
No, man, you steal the castle. It's fine.
I suppose so.
Actually, pretty good.
Well, you bring in the Dream Trawlers. Definitely.
I'd say so. Definitely don't need the Resolute Archangel. That might actually lower your life total.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Play
that's
Resolute
probably true.
Archangel, go down to 20. Like, what?
Actually, can we pull up the pre-release Resolute Archangel? Because it's one of the few times the pre-release promo has a different art.
But it used to be a thing back in the day. Pre-release promos used to have different
Yeah,
art.
it's so cool.
I
The art's
really
not
don't like
good.
the
I
art.
mean, I don't like the art at all. I shouldn't say the art's not good. That's very subjective. It's not my thing.
Not
I
my
don't like.
style.
I don't care for it too much. But I still bought these over the other one because I like the fact that it's an exclusive art for the pre-release.
You just
Makes
want
me
to be
feel,
different, bro.
yeah, I want to be special. That's why I like the showcase, I like the foils. I spend a lot of my times using textbooks to flatten out my foils lately, which makes me sad, but that's where we are with Magic.
Pringles.
They need to talk to whoever does the Pokemon TCG about their foils, be like, yo, can we use the same card stock you use? Because your foils are incredible. Because they are. They're amazing.
As we see, Behold the Multiverse's flexibility being showcased yet again.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Unbelievably good. Like, big fan. Big fan. I mean, I loved Glimmer of Genius in its time in Standard. Like, I adored it. And then I saw this
Yeah.
card, and it's like, wow,
Better Glimmer of Genius.
gimme. Better Glimmer of Genius because energy is not relevant. Gimme.
Unless we go back to Kaladesh and then we have energy again.
I enjoyed Kaladesh.
Do you think energy can pop up in a different plane?
Mirrodin? If we go back? If we go back to Phyrexia, I could see energy being a thing. Be very different flavor wise, but they could definitely just make it be called energy. Because the mechanic was originally for Mirrodin, I believe.
Yeah.
Energy. It was actually like it was just like put in the freezer for like a decade, and then it came back for Kaladesh.
There's the wall.
Imagine how hated Mirrodin would be if it also had energy. It's already a block people aren't particularly fond of.
I would
As
wipe
we
it.
see our players put some cardboard on the field with little consequence.
Yeah, we see a token. We see a planes come in. They have 1, 2, 3, 4,
Ventus
5,
just
6,
like
7
tried.
lands.
Like he cast the fires and he's like, "Are we gonna have a game?" And RQV's like, "No." Okay, I guess we'll go back to draw going.
Yorion.
As we see Orion with the potential of finding a basic and casting a pre-order. Does RQFE care about this? He does.
Yes. Absorb. Hey, there's the life gain.
Ooh.
Approach might just be really, really nice for this matchup. Like this deck.
I definitely also enjoy the pace these players.
Yeah, they're actually just like playing their stuff out, which is nice.
Tapping 7 mana, you know what that means.
Approach!
Kaboom! It's so nice when you're playing against like the Transmogrify decks and you only have lands. It's like, you want one of my lands? You can have it, dude. I don't care.
Yeah. Actually, are they only running 24 lands? Well, they're
I mean,
running the flip lands.
RQ the approach here really makes me feel like there's just a second in his hand. And he's like, I don't care what you do on your next turn. I'm going to go land approach and this game is over.
Oh, yeah.
RQV is running actually 3 copies of approach. So
As you should.
definitely being set up to not have this game go for forever. So if event to think like, what art do I want on my side of the field before this game ends? Nice signed Fabled passage, by the way.
I think they're all signed. I haven't seen an unsigned Fable passage come into play from them.
Tyrant, if you're in a chat, shout out. Is it Tyrant, right? Who has like
Yeah,
every deck
it's
signed if he
Tyrant.
can.
All
Yeah, so
right.
we see the transmogrify happen.
It's Luca. Show some respect.
Whatever. He polymorphs. He actually ticks up. Looking for that value, realizing that stealing a land from the blue-white player is not that valuable. Instead, choosing to +1 and exile 3 cards.
Yep.
Working towards a Thassa's Oracle win. And 7 mana game is over. He did before he just taps
Yeah.
all his lands. Event is like, I get it. Scoops.
Hey, you know, in an actual legal tournament, I mean, technically this is one. If you do that, that'd be the greatest bluff ever. You cast approach, you don't even have it in hand. You just tap all your lands, they scoop, and you just don't show your hand. You're like, okay, we'll accept the scoop. Oh, I would so do that. Oh, that sounds really, really awful. But like, hey, if you're gonna prematurely a scoop, yes, prematurely a
I,
scoop.
I had a, I had a friend of mine, and we always used to do like stupid jokes like this. And we had what was it? He said to someone at a time at the table, like another friend of mine, just at an F and M as well. So he's like, "What do you usually say again when you give up?" And he says like, "Yeah, you say you scoop." And he went like, "Judge, my opponent scooped." But our bet, we also had we almost named our team like for Battle Bond when you drafted. We had like team names and stuff, and we almost named our team free round for everyone, just so every time we would have to read out the names.
Amazing. So
Still
sideboard
sad
plan.
my old LGS is gone.
Yeah, I'm sad that I should actually. Where's my hoodie? I have a hoodie for my LGS. I should wear that and just free advertisement for them.
I have a playmat for my old LGS. It's actually when he found out that a couple of people from the LGS went to Grand Prix Brussels. He gave all of us like a goodie bag. So we had like a bag, and there was like a bracelet and a playmat in there, and some
Yeah,
sleeves and a
free
deck box.
advertisement. I would too. Great.
Yeah, but I mean, the mat just had the name on it. Yeah, but it was like a small Dutch store when we went to a GP in Brussels. It was gonna, in terms of advertisement, it's gonna be meaningless for him, really.
Yeah.
But just like as a really cool gesture, it's like, hey, like just go and like represent like the city we're from, Vlaardingen. Just represent our small city, boys. Let's go.
If any of you ever find yourself in Tampa, Florida, go to Waters Avenue to a place called Oblivion Games. Unfortunately, it's not the best Magic store anymore because the Magic community in Tampa has moved elsewhere. However, if you like to play Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon, the best store in the entire Tampa Bay area for either of those games.
And we are not sponsored, by the way. Brad is just giving this full-fledged shout out for free.
Yep. If you go in, tell them that Brad sent you and say hello to Nelson, Tony, and Raul. Raul owns it. Fantastic people.
I'll finish my shout out. If you want to buy stuff in the Netherlands, you could, I believe, the Fiction Store is an online store for TCG stuff too. Star Wars stuff too. It's basically just like a nerd store.
Also, Tampa is in Florida for those who don't know. If because I just said the name of the city. Yeah, Waters Avenue, Tampa, Florida. Oblivion Games.
Sadly, as I thought was already the case, the Fiction Store has actually even stopped being a web store.
Oh.
Oh.
So we know that Four Color Fires is going to bring in their 4 Dovin's Veto. But let's take a look at the deck list for Blue White Approach and what are they bringing in for their sideboard plan, Alex?
Let me have a quick look. We got RQFE. We've got 2 Isolate. Nope. 3 Soul Guide Lanterns. Nope. Aether Gust.
Maybe it's a big
Maybe.
brain. Well, that seems better against.
3 Devout Decree. Not very good either. 3 Shark Typhoon.
Yes,
What?
yes, you bring
And
that in.
and 2 Dovin's Veto.
So you bring in the Shark Typhoon and Dovin's veto.
Yeah, I'm just surprised. Why is the Shark Typhoon on the board? What matchup do you like really
Control.
want Shark
Any
Typhoon? I mean,
control matchup.
it's good,
Any
but
control matchup. Also, this was a lot more
you know what
common
I
of
want to
a
see out of this
veto.
deck for the
What's
control
that?
matchup? I want to see him play Silence. Yes, Silence is
Mm,
Pioneer legal.
yeah, but like, I was gonna say so. Shark Typhoon in the board is a lot more
Silence is
common.
basically a 1 mana approach of the second sun, like in that matchup. Because your first
True.
approach could get countered, and they go Silence. It's like, you're gonna fight over this? No? Approach, I win. I had
True.
someone play this in their sideboard again. Luckily, they didn't draw it. That's how I found out this card was legal on Pioneer. Because I was playing against a Boros Transmogrify deck. Like with the Gideons and stuff, like really trying to like rush it. And he said, like, yeah, I brought in Silence. And I was like, wait, what? You brought in what card? I was like, yeah, Silence. It's like,
Judge, this is not legal. There's no way.
yeah, exactly. Like, there is no way. That's a CEDH staple, right? Where else do you play that?
Pioneer. But yeah, Shark Typhoon was a lot more prevalent in the board when Three Fairy was legal because it gets
Brad's
around the
Florida.
instant speed thing. What?
Gibby in the chat was like, Brad's a Florida man? I'm ready for this meme.
Yes, I am a Florida man. I am born and raised from Florida. I love this state. I don't want to live anywhere else.
Man bites card shop owner. Might be Brad.
It could
Sounds like a
be.
Florida story.
Yeah, you just my favorite thing is like Googling Florida man and then your birthday. And you can find whatever article was posted about a Florida man on your birthday and see which one is yours. There's one for like every day. It's great. Mine is about like I think something about like uh stealing a gator. So nice. But yeah, I love this state. As memeful as it is, and as the dichotomy of this state is ridiculous. Like you go every like 5 miles and you're in a different state. It's weird. Like there is no Florida is blank. You have white trash, you have rednecks, you have extreme conservative areas, you have very liberal areas, um, very white, very Hispanic. Like it's, and I've lived in very many of them, and they're all great. Hispanic ones are the best because they have the best food, and the people are typically nicer than middle-aged white people. But if you do not live in Florida, you should come visit. Say hi. It's great. We have Cubans. The
And
sandwiches,
COVID. So give
not
it a year.
not Cuban people. I meant like Cubans as like the Cuban sandwich. Right.
Oh,
We
I thought you
also
were talking about Cuban people. I was
no,
like,
we
that's
also
so
have
nice.
Cuban people. We have a lot of those because it's 90 miles from the state. But yeah, we have Cuban sandwiches. Very delicious. Also,
Yeah, quickly touching on the
chicharrones.
sideboarding that Ventus could do before actually, because we are at the end casting a Pioneer tournament,
Ah, yes, but
which
I want to talk
which
about
I actually
chicharrones.
forgot to at one point. Big one to bring in mainly is
That's a
just
good fight.
a playset of Dovid's Veto.
All
That's
about that.
unbelievably strong in the sideboard. Also very good against approach,
Yeah.
but definitely the type of card where once Fires comes down, Veto doesn't
Omen.
do anything. So
Mm-hmm.
at one point, RQFE might actually be interested in having a Fires resolve if he feels like he can win before he gets buried.
You might. Well, there is possibility to like going like fires on mana where you can go fires and hold a veto, but then it feels bad if your opponent has veto. Narset, finally seeing Narset come down.
And nope. Iwari
Oh,
Disruption.
that's a good card too. Ordered some foil sensors the other day, Alex.
Ooh,
Yeah,
what a surprise. You got them in foil.
yeah, because I already have 3 playsets of regular sensor. I want
I have
fancy
more than a
sensor
play set of regular sensor too.
because it's
I
a
think
great
I have
card.
like 2 or 3 playsets just because like I keep losing them and it's such a cheap card, and I
Oh
order some
yeah,
cards and I'm like,
yeah,
oh, okay, I can't be bothered to go through my boxes. I'll order a sensor.
yep. And then you find them again later, and you're like, wow, I have
You
15
literally find
sensors.
them like within an hour after ordering it.
Oh yeah, not even looking for them. You're just going
Sometimes I
through and
feel
pulling stuff.
if I lose a card, I will just order it, go about my life, find it within an hour, and then cancel my order.
Oh,
Just be like, never
I don't
mind,
even
found them.
cancel. I'm just like, I'll have the extra card. It's fine. It's already processed. And usually, I usually buy them in foil anyway. So I'm like, I might as well have the pretty card come in and upgrade it when I get it. Like I have pour over the pages because I had it for some reason already in bulk, but I have foils on their way.
I mean, if your whole deck is sprinkled, makes no difference.
Hey, that's why we have very, very heavy textbooks.
So, to get back to the game, we see RQV here fetching Fabled Passage on his main phase. You might see a Search for Ascanta coming down with something like a Dovin's Veto backup,
Yeah,
just having
especially
the
with
ability to like
Ventus tapped
freely
out,
get it in.
so that could make sense. It's really crazy to see Control coming out to play this Invitational. It kind of shows
Hmm.
um, how much of the impact Three Fairy had on the format, and now that he's
Oh,
gone,
yes. It's
like
so much better to play this deck now. Playing Control, I mean, we see Demir Control being one of the more played decks in the current metagame.
yep. And there's Yorion. I'm sure that's going to be countered.
Do we see another? Oh, there's only one URA disruption.
I
So
mean,
we would have to like dedicate an actual interesting card missing here from both sideboards is Mystical Dispute.
Mystical Speed has fallen off a bit because it was there for like 4/3 Fairy and Uro, right? Like it's not nearly as prevalent as it used to be.
True. Wouldn't have been very good in the well, would have been pretty okay in this field, but not particularly great.
Like even Spirits doesn't really run it. I've seen them opt to run Spell Pierce instead,
That's an interesting one, actually.
and they allow it to resolve. I guess they're not too worried about Yorion.
Yeah, like it preordains wands, but that's the type of value you can catch up to.
All right, they're going to swing in first. Be funny to see an Azoria Storm here, which I think we will. Yep. You can put that back on top of your deck. I'll allow it.
Back on top, please. Thank you.
Now, if we see anything threatening at all, they're going to counter it. So fires or whatever. Shocking no steam vents.
But this is where we're starting to see the backup coming in, where we could have the Dovin's Veto backup, trying to resolve a fires. But it's
Yeah,
actually kind of a dangerous point to resolve fires.
unless it's a veto itself, which that looks like 2 mana being tapped. So
Aether Gust.
Aether Gust.
But let's say he vetoes here. That's 2 spells cast. So he's just gonna choose to put it on the bottom, actually.
Hmm. Maybe he has another fires in hand.
Maybe. And we see a tap the blue-white pathway. I have no idea what it's called.
Um, Hengegate pathway.
What on earth? Dream Trawler coming out. Again, this is... We see here a backup of only 1 mana. But No answer. Do you think RQFE might have just like kept like a pretty approach heavy hand? It's gonna
I
go try and go
mean,
like
you
approach, win the game.
you won't even care
We see
about this dream chart when you
four.
go approach.
Maybe just Supreme Verdict. Yeah.
Works.
So I just see Verdict still being a thing post board.
Probably because they expected to see Dream Char come in.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, the tokens and the Seeker Chariot can do stuff. They probably saw what happened to the vampire player since their game finished earlier than theirs. There's the Ondu land. They have 2 cards in hand, by the way.
Gibby did the Florida Man one for his birthday. Florida Man arrested for pretending to be a ghost during a funeral.
Yep. They're great.
You're just like, yeah, that's how we roll here.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting state. That's what happens. It's the third largest state in the U.S. Well, excluding Alaska, California, Texas, Florida.
Probably
So we still
Ventus on a low number of cards in hand. Now there is Yorion.
still
Probably
2
trying
mana
to get some
open,
more value
so
out of that.
Dovin's video could still be in play for RQFE
And I feel like he wants more
or
value
Kefi.
out of it. Maybe he's so Birth of Meletus. You don't really care for your opponent tutoring that up, I think.
No, you let that go through.
And the Yawari Disruption has actually been spent earlier, so he knows this Yorion is actually safe.
Well, from that.
Well, there are no other 2 mana pieces of interaction for Yorion. There's no Essence Scatter, no Sensor,
Oh, you're right.
no Mystical Dispute. So if he wants to, he could play Yorion. And that is 4 mana. That seems like he's trying to get in a Fires.
The Seeker's Chariot.
A Seeker's Chair.
I don't think you let this resolve.
Potential to veto that. Might be a bit too much power, but maybe he's sitting on a Verdict in hand, and he's like, I don't care how many cards you get. I'm just going to Verdict them anyway.
Yeah.
And the thing is, put Ventus on 2 cards in hand. So not that scary right now. You could like let this resolve, see if you can play an approach here. But he's going to go for the Aether Gust.
Same result.
And on top, with only 2 cards in hand, one of them being Yorion. But surprised that you'd be like okay with just 4/4 worth of stats. But I guess it is technically one of your faster clock cards. Because it does actually deal like 4 damage, then 6 damage, then 8 damage. It's pretty reasonably fast clock. But I think we see an approach here. Approach being put on the stack. Does Ventus respond here? I don't think he will.
What is the 2 mana backup for? Is there an Omen in the Sea?
No, but I just don't think you veto here. This is the first cast.
It doesn't matter.
So
The
it doesn't
second cast,
matter.
no, you win if you cast the second time, even if it's countered, Alex.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why you wouldn't go for the counter now. So then you're like,
no, you would have to counter right now if you don't want to lose to the second one.
no, even if the first one gets countered, you win when the second one resolves.
No. The first one had to resolve.
Nope.
So it says on the card if it resolves.
Says when you cast your second copy of Approach, if you have cast a card named Approach of the Second Sun before, and even if it gets countered, you have cast it.
I'm pretty sure it says if it resolved.
Maybe,
please prove me right. Prove me right now. Let me dunk on this ball.
Brad completely wrong, because this is just wrong. The first approach can be. I have played way too many games against Approach. Gibby is like, I want a break. All right, fine. I'll do it myself. Approach of the Second Sun. If Approach of the Second Sun was cast from your hand and you've cast another spell named Approach of the Second Sun this game, you win the game. Get
Hmm.
dunked on, Brad.
Okay. I will concede. It's
Resident
okay.
chat, Alex is right. Of course I am.
I scoop. Look, I'm not a control player. It's okay.
You said the first deck you won, the first deck you built in Pioneer was blue white.
No. I said the first control
Yeah,
deck
okay,
I
the
built
first
in
control.
Pioneer was
Fair,
blue
fair.
white. The first deck I built in Pioneer was zombies. Like the day it was announced, I was like, I'm brewing
Yeah,
zombies.
I'm not even gonna tell you the first deck I brewed, and not even gonna tell you if you're right or not.
Um, hmm. I don't know. Elves.
Come on. Come on.
Okay, it makes me want to say Grixis, but that'd be too easy.
Yeah, that's why. Okay, whatever. I'll tell you right. It's Grixis. I literally took my modern deck and my standard deck, and I just smashed them together. And I was like, I took all the legal cards from my modern deck, and I threw them into my old standard deck. There you go.
Yeah, because when you said I'm not going to tell you or whatever,
I'm
the
not
way
going to
you
tell
said it,
you
I
if
was
you're
like,
right because it's so obvious. I made it
oh, see, I was like,
too convoluted. I made
I
it too
thought
convoluted.
Grixis was way too obvious. I was like, there can't be Grixis if
It
that's
was like
what you're
too
saying.
far from obvious. Now the second
Yeah,
deck might be more off the wall. That was Team or Tower, because I really love that deck in standard. I just upgraded old standard decks that I liked playing. That's how I started with Pioneer.
I did make Rakdos Control. That was great.
Like I took Grixis Control and I added like Kolaghan's Command and stuff from Modern.
You convinced me to turn Rakdos Control into Jund Delirium.
Tyrant, any news on Epic's match? No, not
He's
yet.
waiting. He's not playing anyone. He's in the finals.
Oh yes, of course he's waiting. Huh.
He's just chilling. He beat RQFE on who was playing approach last round. So he's awaiting the victor of this match. So they sack a Omen to Scry.
So you know, like RQFE just has this ticking time bomb here, right?
RQFE might win next turn.
But the Dovin's veto like really throws a wrench in the plans here, because Dovin's veto is just so strong with the can't be countered clause. So this just means as long as Ventus has 2 mana up and a card in hand, RQV has to assume that the next approach he's casting is not winning in the game. And he has to play according.
Pull up the promo. The promo veto. It's the best one.
The promo veto is fair.
Yeah, that's what I have the playstyle of that one. It's just oof. Look at it, and this doesn't do it justice, but the foiling on that flame, so good. I have an addiction to foils.
You do. It's serious.
That's the Yu-Gi-Oh player in me. Would you like to buy the common or the super rare? How much is the common? 82 cents. How much is the super rare? $9. I will have the super rare.
And we see a Narset being put to the stack. This is going to be very telling of Ventus's opening hand.
Narset
Current
resolving
hand.
is so good.
If Ventus Dovin's vetoes this Narset, he has another one. He has another veto. If he doesn't veto it, there's only one, and it's going to be for the approach.
This is where you need
So we see the Narset resolve, even though he clearly has had Dovin's veto up for like a decade. So Bunyo's on the bottom. Probably just gonna put this Dovin. Probably just gonna put this this card to the stack. Killing the Orion, making sure there's no threat to Narset, getting in that other activation nice and safely, and breaking some walls in the process. Turns off Transmogrify.
Yeah.
Sventus is only sitting on like a couple of cards in hand, I think.
Where Blue White Approach breaks out the Thought Distortion out of nowhere.
Cascading Cataract, filter in a bunch of mana, make some black.
Yeah. Well, you need double black.
Yeah, but
with all the
Cascading
powers.
Cataract, you can turn 5 mana into any mana, right?
Oh, I thought it was just a Midwooburg.
I
No,
believe
you're
it
right.
makes mana of any color you want.
I have a foil of that somewhere. Cascading Cataracts.
Of course you do.
I pulled it. I didn't buy it.
Oh,
It was. I think it was the first rare I ever opened.
pretty nice bull.
Yeah.
It's
I don't know where
pretty.
it is. It is very pretty. I guess I should make a Golos deck in Commander.
No,
Be that guy.
be that guy.
I'm gonna make a 5-color Commander deck and just use the best 5-color Commander to ever exist.
I mean, you
Because
can build
Commander color
Golos in a
identity
more
is
fun
dumb.
way. I've seen people build Golos, like Mitch from the Commander Squadron now has one. He says he has a 166 card Commander deck or something. And what it basically means is he has 40 slots with like big cool spells, but he has like 100 cards that can be any of those 40. So he just has his pile, and before the match he shuffles, and the top 40 go into the deck, and he doesn't know which ones they are.
That's fun. You should do that with your maybe board in Grixis before every Pioneer tournament.
I need to register the deck, Brad.
Okay, you
I
do
can't
it
be
before
surprised as to what I draw.
approach.
And
Oh
Cycloid
no!
Trio. The bluff the whole game though. Is this Veto? It's not
Oh,
Veto. Oh
approach!
my.
Going back.
But
Great bluff.
honestly, Ventus with the bluff. I thought
Yeah.
the whole game, like this guy has to have a Veto in hand. But no.
Very, very well done. Well done.
And I just this honestly makes me want to play blue white control with swing with approach, because it has all the good parts of blue white, but the games don't. Approach is just so good for that.
All right, welcome back, everybody. You can see my beautiful face as well as Alex's
You
face.
could see
And then
most of my face. It's a bit dark, but it's a little lighter. Can't get it lighter than this.
So we just watched RQFE take down Ventus on 4-color fires with their blue-white approach for the rematch against Epic. Yet again, they were taken down 2-0 in the first get-together against Epic last time around. Can they not only beat Epic in general for one match, but 2 matches to take on and take home the Pioneer Champion and the crown for the Season 9 Pioneer
The more
Invitational
important
play.
question, can Epic draw Destiny Spinner?
They're gonna turn one, Chain the Rocks with no, they can't. Rock and Triumph is tapped. Very sad. Okay, they're gonna play Chain the
Oh,
Rocks.
sir, and Epic in the chat. Well then.
All right. Now, Alex, I feel like blue-white approaches should be favored in this matchup,
Yes.
but that clearly didn't happen in the first game.
I mean, I feel like the matchup should go how this one went, where
Yeah.
it's like we're gonna have this this Texas standoff, and you're not gonna be able to cast any of your spells because you need to wait till the point where you can double spell, triple spell me on one turn or something. And in the meantime, I'm gonna cast an approach, then cast the second one, then win.
Yeah.
Which means the games don't have to take long. Surprisingly enough.
I mean, the first time around, that did not take long.
I mean, how many Dovin's Vetoes are even in Epic's deck? I think it's
None.
It's just Thoughtseize. He's gonna have to Thoughtseize it.
Yeah.
And there's 3. There's 3 Thoughtseize in the Yorion deck. That's it.
He can bring in the Descended Mindbender package with Coma, though.
Yeah, and he can bring in a Sin Collector. That's pretty nice. So
Yeah.
there are ways about it, but it's gonna be tough.
It's going to be a good game. Either we'll see RQFE come back, take down Epic twice to win the entire thing, or we'll see Epic win their third Pioneer Invitational Championship. All three on different decks. Practice Fireman through Spirits, and now potentially 6-color Fire's Incarnation. But while we're getting the battlefield ready, do you think Epic's going to take it down, or do you think our QFE has a chance to dethrone them?
I really feel like RQFE is favored. Like, I hardly see how this first matchup went 2-0. Like, I'm really curious as to how the games even went. It seems like such a straightforward way to victory for Blue Eye.
Yeah, I agree.
All I hope is that they play reasonably fast because it's turning 1 o'clock in the morning here. I believe both of our players are US based, so it's less of an issue for them.
Unfortunately, Risen, our TO, is not US based, and he is actually, I think, ahead of you, Alex.
He might actually be an hour ahead of me.
He's in Germany, so
I'm not sure. No, there is none. Same time zone.
Nice.
According to Google.
Well,
Time zone buddies, Risen. To all EU players who have probably gone to bed by now, good night.
Gibby, are we ready for the battlefield? We're waiting on the players to join? Okay, waiting on players. And we'll take the time to thank you yet again for watching the Playaway Pioneer Invitational Season 9. If you want to hop in and play some Paper Magic with us, you can go ahead and join the link in the description if you're on YouTube or in chat on Twitch right now. Do join the Playaway Discord server and play various formats, whether it be Pioneer, like you see here, Legacy, I guess, and you could play Vintage. I've never seen a Vintage game fire, but it'd be fun, I guess. Pauper, we had a Pauper invitation yesterday, and of course, Modern. And we even actually have some Standard events going on right now as well, and we have a growing Standard community. And of course, you can play EDH as well. But yeah, hop in, play some Paper Magic, and yeah, it's always fun. And if you want to listen to Alex and I ramble on about Pioneer stuff in general, you can listen to us on the Pioneer Perspective, where last week, or the most recent episode that's actually live currently, we had Epic on to talk about the upcoming Invitational and all things Pioneer. It's going to be fun.
And if you've been watching yesterday and you want to hear some more about Pauper, we also have the Paupering podcast. Sister-ish podcast.
Yep.
Of the Pioneer Perspective. Pondering Pauper, I believe, is also in part your brainchild, Brad.
Yes. Hello.
Hosted by
Cali Kais and Diego Brando.
Thank you.
Cali Kais is the resident Flickertron streamer that you guys might all know and love if you are a big Pauper fanatic, enjoyer of the format, whatever, or you hang out in the other Pauper Discord server. Yeah, Pauper
Discord.
But they're both very great, and they are wonderfully insightful about the pondering, or about the Pauper format on Pondering Pauper. Oh man, we're hitting that wall. And it sounds like the battlefield is ready, so let's go ahead and go on down and get the show on the road and see if we can crown the next Invitational champion of the Pioneer format in the Playaway Discord server as we're rolling. I don't know who got the roll, but we have Epic on the right, RQFE on the left, Incarnation, Approach, the rematch. We didn't see the first one. We'll see this one. I still love this playmat from Epic.
I like RQFE's playmat a lot. I want to see the full version.
Yeah, I do too. I'm excited to try out this new camera. I hope it works.
I hope so too.
Because if it's blurry, I'll be sad.
I was sad to learn that Meets only supports 720p.
Truly unfortunate. Yeah, this
Finally got
camera
my high
shoots.
quality webcam, and then I switched it on. I was like, wait, it's not that much better than the old one.
Yeah, this camera shoots in 4K, so definitely not going to do that on meets. What is going on? What was
I
that,
think
Epic?
Epic is just like fanning out his sideboard just to see if he fixed
Oh,
it
okay.
properly. And it's known anyway, so whatever.
Thought that was his hand for something.
Our
Like Epic.
QOV could just open gold. That was a big hand.
Yeah,
Gentleman's agreement. We both start on 14.
and our companions in hand, just like the original rule.
Would be fun if there was fun. Be fun if you could choose to start with your entire sideboard in hand. It's like no lands.
People would just put lands in their sideboard,
True.
and that'd be the trade-off to this new rule. You lose
Get
half
the
your sideboard,
ideal
but
opening hand.
yeah. But then you still have a 60 card deck on top of it, but no sideboard pretty much.
And you have to discard the hand size, so you can immediately cast a Gurmak Angler on turn 2.
Yeah, no way this would be a broken mechanic at all.
No.
Dig through time on turn 3.
In case you need a refuel somehow.
Well, no, you have your perfect hand, but
You
now
put my
you have
Tron
your
lands in the board.
bombs.
Oh no, we've already gone wrong here.
Oh yeah, you're right. Karn liberated and natural Tron already.
Everyone would just start with 3 ghost quarters in their sideboard.
God, this would not even be magic.
There was this article by Frank Karsten. What if the 4 times duplicate rule didn't exist? Like what the meta would look like. It was really funny. Because
We'd see.
there's a Chancellor card. It says when you start with this in your opening hand, you can reveal it. Your opponent loses 3. Obviously, with 7 in hand, your opponent would immediately die. But that still puts triggers on the stack. So that he theorized, well, maybe there's a deck that like wins in response to those triggers going on the stack.
Yeah.
Like how valuable would that be? I mean, you only have to counter 1, and then your opponent's deck immediately doesn't do anything. So you could just go for ape beatdowns, and ape being Simian Spirit Guide, not not being dumb and going for beatdowns.
I mean, you could argue that decks that played Simian Spirit Guide are that kind of deck anyway.
Monka beatdown.
Revert to Monk. Or as I like to call it, the Joe Rogan beatdown.
You're excited for King Kong versus Godzilla?
No, I don't care about that.
And I've seen one Godzilla, like the Godzilla movie from 2016 or something. It was actually pretty good.
It's not that interesting to me. Like, it's just whatever. It's
I'm
a
not
movie.
interested in King Kong. Like the Godzilla movies, like seeing the one like King of the Monsters or something is probably one I probably want to see. Because like, there's all these different like cool monsters in it. And King Kong is literally just like big monkey.
Yeah.
Like, just not. I just don't see the appeal. Like particularly big ape. Like okay.
I mean, I didn't see the appeal to Pacific Rim, like the whole kaiju thing.
Oh,
Just weird, like
I've seen
robot versus
Pacific Rim.
kaiju.
It was okay. Yeah, but it was like the first movie in theaters that had like, with like the like modern technique that did like a big robot movie. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
But they made no sense. There was that one where it's like, yeah, you need to be. Have you actually seen it, or like have you got the appeal?
I've seen it like on TV, so no.
So the way these robots works is that like 2 people have to be like in sync and then in sync with the robot. So if they move their left arm, the robot will move its left arm and stuff. And it's like, oh, really important that you're like super in sync and that like, so they have to be like humanoid shaped because, they're going to be like representing the people that are in them. And then randomly in this movie, this 3-armed robot shows up with the logic that there's 3 people in it. And it's like, but these 3 people don't have 3 arms. So like,
Yeah.
it just makes no sense.
As I see Annihila's presence come down, Cycle will get a card. Cool, 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 cool. And fix that planes up a bit.
Yeah, talking about random movies we've seen because people are putting cardboard on the field again with little to no consequences. Wake me
Yeah.
up when Epic has 4 mana. You know?
Save me.
Wake me up when the early game ends.
Oh, God. Hey, Escanta, the one of.
Oh wait,
Nice.
actually a relevant card. The one-off being played early. I mean, honestly, like, jokes aside, very impactful card to get down so early, and a really nice card in a approach of the second sun deck. Because once you
Yeah.
get to that 11 mana threshold, you can play an approach, end step Ascanta, next turn Ascanta immediately cast that approach, even if you didn't have any other copies. And that is definitely the territory we're going to be in. We're gonna be turbo approaching from our QV side.
That
Fifth of
is
Foreign
a.
Blight
Yeah.
might have been something, unless he's missing like a land drop, might have been something to keep up until the Ascanta was flipped. If he had other plays, obviously, if there's no other plays, it's probably not relevant enough to keep up. But it's an answer to Ascanta in Epic's deck.
Oh, wait. He's putting it on his opponent's land. On his Howled Fountain.
You take damage if you want to draw, if you want to have colors. And RQV's like, okay, I'll just gain 7 and then win.
Yeah, that's an interesting play. I'm not sure what to think of that. Especially considering he's passing now without a land drop.
I mean, why? Yeah, I would have just probably put it on my Sun Petal Grove so I can just like fix better. Well, actually, it has, yeah, because the blue-white player is going to deal 0 damage to you, like literal 0 damage. Right? Oh wait, there is actually the Elspeth, but whatever. As if you're gonna play. As if you're gonna lose to Elspeth making a few tokens.
You laugh now, but just wait till we're at turn 40.
Turn 40. But like, yeah, Epic missing the land drop here is obviously really big, and just makes this like standoff I was talking about like even more in RQV's favor than it already is. Right? So we see a Narset being played. This even means that a lot of Sir Epic's cantrips like Nylia's Presence are switched off. Obviously, Omen of the Sea has flash, so can be played during your opponent's turn, playing around that Narset restriction. But still not in great shape here. But this is really like RQV finding and the approach in hand. Ooh. RQV finding a very good way here to punish Epic for missing that land drop, because he now knows, hey, now I still have the liberty of tapping out for a Narset because I know there's no fires coming next turn, because there can't be a fires coming next turn.
Yeah.
Or a incarnation, of course.
Not sure what the. I mean, he's trying to figure out what to get with Path. Gets the waste? Hmm. Something tells me he has no Eldrazi in hand.
Yeah, he might be looking at hard casting a Thought Knot Seer at some point. Obviously, exiling that approach is very nice thing to do. But there are 3 to fight through. Now, obviously, if he gets very lucky, goes for something like Eldrazi Displacer and what is it? Eldrazi Displacer and Thought Knot Seer, and being able to just like blink this card, blink it a couple of times and snipe all the approaches. That might
Would be
be a way,
cute.
but I think this Thought Knot Seer is going to be met with a very quick no. Or he's just going to put a second approach in his hand now and be like, lol. RQV have got a bit of a tank on what to pick up with his Narset, which is never a thing you like to see from Epic side. Or a thing you can like to see. I just be like,
It's another approach.
another approach.
It's too bad Thought Not Seer isn't like, a Legion's End for the hand.
Yeah, too bad.
Or Epic.
Did RQV just miss a land drop? I think he did.
Yes.
Trying to dig for an undo inversion, by which I don't mean all his planes, but the actual undo inversion so you can play it as a land. Skyclave
Exactly.
apparition coming down.
On the
See if we're gonna
Narset.
see the URA disruption again.
Oh no, that would have to be on the. Well, I mean, he can't declare what it's targeting yet because that's
No.
not resolved.
I
I would
assume it's
imagine
going to
it's
have
on
to be
the
Escanta.
Escanta. Yeah.
Wait, but I don't see, unless I missed it, I don't see a card in RQV's graveyard. So he chose not to bin whatever was on top in the yard, bin whatever was on top, even though he had a land. And I think we're safe to assume there's no URA disruption because you would have played that as your land for turn. At least I assume so. RQV are tapping the land for colors, losing life, I assume, which makes me think this is an absorb. +2 absorb.
Yep. Now we can start filling the grave.
Just surprised he kept whatever it was on top
Man,
while
it,
missing his
it,
land
it
drop.
must be gas, and you're like, I'll get there with the
Yeah,
lands
it has to be
eventually.
like an absorb or something and be like, yeah, if I just stack up cards. Yeah, that's the
Another
third
approach.
approach. That's good enough.
Yeah, I don't need
Now
three
you're
of them.
flexing.
What you need now are land drops to be able to
Yes.
cast these approaches in hand that do cost
And that is
7
one.
mana.
Oh, and that
Field of
is
Ruin.
the potential Field of Ruin, but it's gonna spend 5. That's gonna be
It's-
Big Teferi. Big Tef. Slight risk here.
Could you downtick on his Nylea's thing?
Why would you though?
I mean, then he only has green and white mana to go with.
Oh yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea. I was like, wow, yeah, of course that would really like hamper his fixing. Yeah, that would actually be a pretty nice idea. Because now a land gives him, which he just drew, I believe, gives him enigmatic
Fires.
incarnation
Oh yeah,
or
either.
fires. He would have had incarnation now anyway, but this gives him fires.
Well, he would not have had. Oh no, he would have had incarnation. It was the blue,
Yeah.
blue and green.
Kind of lucky from Epic Cider to have a basic planes and find 2 checklands that work off having a planes.
Is he adding Yori into hand? No, another Skyclave.
No, he's casting another Skyclave apparition.
Good thing it can't hit Big Teferi.
True.
Sad thing, it's gonna hit this Escanta.
Or the Narset, depending on the contents of his hand. Unlikely, but
Chain to the rocks with nothing to do with it. Just throwing it on.
just throwing everything onto this basic to dodge the
Okay,
field of
there
ruin.
actually could be a reason to mm,
Drawing a card there on Azorbi's Charm.
yeah, but I'm thinking like Field of Ruin blow up the so down tick Teferi on the what's it, and tuck the Nylea's thing, and then blow up Glacial Fortress.
He just gets an island though. Does it really matter?
That's true.
So Caesar Verity being ticked up, obviously. Ticked up, drawing an extra card. This Elspeth being played here off screen, making a couple of tokens. End step, just untapping 2 lands. Make sure to protect himself with some counter magic. You know, the 2 tokens from Elspeth actually meaning that the Skyclave Apparition cannot attack the Narset, which is kind of nice. Epic still on 4 lands, see if he makes the 5th one this turn. 5th one making a potential difference with some of the cards that are now available to him. Being able to play like a Scarab God, King Kenny, playing a Tolsimir. Tolsimir potentially allowing him to like clear a token and then, attack with Skyclave and it has to be chumped and like nothing like too big, but like potentially nice.
Swamp.
But so far, this feels like the type of match that I expect out of this matchup. I wonder what Epic's thinking about. He's kind of playing Oath of Kaya. See if it's going to be met with any form of counter magic, because this would obviously be able to kill the Narset. But
And he lets it go through.
RQV is probably okay with Narset. Like, yeah, it's fine. I'll enable your cantrips again. Look at it. The main cantrip is Nylea's Presence, because Omen of the Sea isn't really hampered by Narset that much. But immediately going to play one.
Depending on how many counters in hand, like you could have seen a consideration to counter that.
Oath of Gaia definitely one of the better Oath cards from the multi-year spanning cycle.
Yeah. Oh, the Nissa probably being the best.
Arguably, yes. Oath of Chandra seeing a lot of play in its day, but Oath of Jace actually briefly saw play in Pioneer before the companion change.
Yeah. Bring back Oda to Fairy, Sexy Jace decks, and Nicol Bolas to get infinite tokens.
And we see an approach being played. Here's again the point. I don't even know. Well, he's gonna have 2 mana up because Teferi. So he's now just gonna plus Teferi, get 1 closer to his approach.
He has another one in hand.
Yeah, already that too. But now he's gonna tick it up, and now he's probably gonna have like a veto in hand. And even if he doesn't, who cares?
Right? Yeah, there's no counter magic from Epic in main deck, or in the deck at all.
So now we're looking at like a Thought Not Seer sniping it, and then blinking it in his draw step as he goes to draw the other side. Like, yeah, not happening.
Yep, that's
And
about what
Epic's
I
just gonna be done.
expected. So I was like, depending on what Epic drew here, he's probably just gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna concede because there's no way out. He knows about the second one in hand.
So I've already touched on sideboards. Epic obviously going to bring in the Thought Seize, potentially the Mindbender package, maybe Coma, probably Coma.
Yeah. Mark UFE is probably gonna bring in his Aether Gusts, the two other Dovin's Veto, and
And
I don't
potentially
think
Shark
you
Typhoon.
potentially you might not need to in this matchup. I think you might want to be more about like just stopping whatever Epic is doing instead of
Yeah,
being like
there's no.
proactive.
I feel like how you just want game one to happen another 3 times, right?
Yeah,
Winning this best of three, and then winning the next best of three, and that's your way to victory.
be really cute if you had Leyline of the or Leyline of what's the white one?
Um, Laydown of Sanctity.
Yeah, that'd be really cute. Yeah, Epic's probably bringing in three Thoughtseize, uh, the empath thing with Coma and Sin Mindbender, Sin Collector, and that's probably it.
Interesting enough, a bit of a difference that we have seen in some of these blue-white decks, for example, is what castles they're running. Now, again, this one is a blue-white approach deck, so it's just running 2 Castle Ventras. It has no interest in Castle Ardenweald, making the tokens.
Yeah,
Scratch's list, I believe, ran 1 Castle Ardenweald, and that's it. Well, obviously, especially when blue-white controls played a lot in Standard around the Theros time, we saw like a lot of these castles being played. But they are a little bit wonkier now that you're running stuff like Pathways, which actually do not meet the basic land types, obviously.
which is a good thing. Otherwise, they'd be fetchable, which would be terrifying.
Yes.
But yeah, I always think that my number that I always go for the castles if I'm running them. Typically, I go for 2 Vantress, 1 Ardenvale. That's usually my safe spot for like blue white control.
The castles are like an unbelievably powerful cycle.
Yeah,
Pretty much all of them. I think even the red one's very good.
the red one is very good. The red one pumps your team, helps get through that last bit of damage. Like if you're playing aggro, yeah, like it's
Yeah,
3
I've
tap
won a lot of
plus
games of Standard with this card.
yeah. If you have 3 attacking creatures, that's extra 3 damage.
Very
That's
nice, like after your Annex died and you're left with like a bunch of 1/1s. Just turning all those 1/1s into 2/1s is like so huge.
and them not being legendary is cool. Like all the castles.
Really good. Bit surprised they aren't legendary because they're literally like locations.
Yeah.
And the castle is like, look at this specific location on the map. And here, look at this specific location again, but then next to it. Kind of gives you the vibes of like Valakut, which is also somehow not a legendary.
Or
And
the
then
world tree.
surprising enough, I believe. Yes. Amiria, the Sky Ruin. Also not a legendary. It's like they keep forgetting with lands.
I'm still so salty that the show lands were the enemy cycle that they were finishing for Strixhaven.
Yes.
Uh,
I just kind of laughed. I was like, really? I also get the feeling because they certainly they're like announcing a new keyword. I'm getting the feeling it's ward. Like they still haven't like confirmed anything yet, but ward just seems like fair hexproof to me.
yeah.
And I would find it a very strange mechanic for a set. Like here, we've got fairer hexproof. It's like, wow, how memorable. Right?
Variable passage cracking in response to this. Tap Tall Fountain getting an island. Probably setting up for an Omen of the Sea. Though I think he only plays two. Yeah, he only plays two. So I also have foil of those two. They're so pretty.
Sorry, my door randomly opened, so I just got like terrified for a second.
It's like we're about to witness a murder on stream. That actually happened when we were recording our other new podcast. Our third partner on the cast had their door open in the middle of recording, and Alex is like, "Am I about to see a murder?" Because it was their room was really dark, and you just see this like
Yeah,
silhouette
and I
poke
just
their
saw
head in their
one
door.
person, like a silhouette come in, like the door slowly opening. I was like, Ashley, I think you're gonna die. And there's nothing I can do about it. I'm just sitting here from the other
you
side of the
you can't even
other
call
side of the globe.
911.
Yeah.
And there is the Omen of the Sea. So there you go.
Oh, there was actually an article on the 25th of March being pointed out by RZDK, I think, in the chat, introducing Ward as the evergreen keyword. So
Oh, nice. I don't know how to feel about that.
I'm happy. I don't like hexproof at all as a mechanic.
I like it sprinkled in every now and then.
I think Ward is a more interesting way to do it, where you can make it less of a cost to have hexproof on a card, but have it like more frequently. But if it's less of a cost, like you could still have a pretty good creature, but it's going to be like a little bit peskier to deal with it. And yeah, we've already seen this. Like they're pointing it out. Like some others we've seen, like Terror of the Peaks is like a different way to do Ward, and in that way they can make Ward a more interesting mechanic than just unless you pay two.
Yeah. I do like hexproof from particular colors though.
It's
Hexproof from
better.
black, hexproof from blue. Okay, would you
It's
rather
definitely better than
hexproof be a
protection. I
thing
don't like
or
protection.
okay, yeah, I was about to say, would you
I
rather
find the
be
unblockable aspect of protection really weird.
makes sense to me. Like I imagine them
Yeah,
having like
like
a
Gibby
veil
pointing
on.
out, like it's kind of they can make one ward, one or two drops without worrying about giving Bogles more Bogles. Like having a one drop that is actually harder to deal with from an aura stack, for example, is interesting. Having a one drop that is impossible to deal with isn't interesting. It just doesn't make for fun gameplay. Like, don't whatever any Bogles players will ever tell you, Bogles is not a fun deck to play against. Because it's just I either have the engineered explosives or I don't. Like that's basically how
I
Bogles
honestly feel like
works.
it's not that fun of a deck to play either.
I mean, I stopped playing auras like pretty quickly, and I can imagine that Bogles is like much less because there's you have to play around nothing. Just Bogles, slap it on, go. Oh,
Go
Kraken
go
asking, what's the
Bogles.
bracket look like right now? Who has the advantage? So this is the There was a okay grand finals, but if we have to do a redo, it's going to be the grandeur finals. We've
No,
got
Grand Finals Part 2.
RQFE being up one game now, but if RQFE wins, they're actually going to have to go to a second best of three to determine the winner.
Epic is currently the winner of the upper bracket. RQFE is the winner of the
Sean
lower
B, you've
bracket.
played Bogles for 7 years.
Yes, he is a Bogles player.
For 7 years.
It's the only deck he plays. And
I mean, I can imagine if you're like actually if you're like an occasional modern player, I can imagine Bogles being like a really nice deck because you kind of can just like
don't you
get
remember?
into the
Because
format.
in the Pioneer Perspective mailbag, they had the story about
Oh yeah, that
Bogles.
really old story with the
Yeah, and Renegade Rallier comes in from Epic.
so that was just again basically using it as a ramp spell, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Revolt also a mechanic that definitely gets stronger with time. The obvious one being land, but finding other ways to trigger Revolt. For example, treasures trigger Revolt, which is something we keep seeing coming back more and more.
Yep. And if clues ever come back, it's another one. Though treasure is a lot easier to turn on Revolt because it's free to just crack them.
The flavor text of Renegade Rallier is strange.
This fight
Imagine some
belongs to
dude on a
all.
robot horse coming up to you and being like, "This fight belongs to us all." And it's like, "No, buddy, you seem way more prepared than I am. This looks more like your fight,
Sir,
thank you."
I just sell fish here, okay? Can you please go somewhere else?
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
So would you like that a large or no? These fries belong to us all.
Our fries.
Kind of want Wendy's now.
Never been. I've been told I would like Wendy's.
It's very good, but I am on a diet, so I probably cannot have it right now.
Didn't you say earlier that you like experienced all the tacos you ate today at Taco Bell?
Yes, that's why I can't have Wendy's as well because
Yeah,
I'm on a
okay,
diet.
fair enough, fair enough.
Like I'm allowed to have some level of fat and sodium, but like if I have Wendy's, I'm limited to like 2,000 milligrams of sodium, which I am usually maybe at 1,000. Where if I have both Taco Bell and Wendy's, I'll be at like 7,000. I'm probably at like 2,000 right now.
I'll be honest, I was pretty good on like my weight and stuff throughout most of 2020 for COVID, but like 2021 like hit me. Like I get anxiety now if I'm near a scale. So I'm like, should I step on it? Turns out it's probably not going to be that bad, but I'm just like,
I mean, I put on 15 pounds.
I'll keep
But
it up
that's
in the air for now. The gym's been closed for half a year, and I really don't like exercising indoors.
I'm in Florida. The gym is always open.
And
It
they're like,
never closed.
go and cycle, and it's like it's been winter. I'm picky,
Then jump
right?
rope.
I prefer to go somewhere by car and then cycle indoors. Okay.
Then jump rope. Don't just take a drink of something and look away
I'm
from
just
me.
not gonna answer that. Jump rope.
Yeah.
You know, like
Great
on
cardio.
the downstairs floor, we have like tiles. You know, these things break if you put too much pressure on them at once.
Don't jump rope on the tile. What? Do you have a garage?
No.
Do you have a shack or a
Yeah, but it's
shed?
full of stuff.
Move the stuff.
There is way too much stuff to move there. I'm gonna
Move
have to
them.
move like 6 bikes.
Yeah, that there's your
I
two
guess that's
workouts
part of
right
the
there.
exercise. Yeah.
Exactly. Is that a descent of my bender? Yes. Cool. Just counter it. Just counter it. That'd be great. Oh wait, it's on cast anyway.
Summary dismissal. Out of air. God, summary dismissal as a card confused me so much when I started playing. I was like, what does this even mean?
It means it doesn't exist.
Like, exile all spells and abilities. And I was like, what?
You know what we need to start? Oh, you know what deck needs to be a thing in Pioneer? Gideon. Uh, they're absorbing it, but the cast still
Yeah, but you
happens.
still want to deal with the 5/5 and then.
Yeah. Chance for Glory slash what's the one from Amonkhet? Glorious End
Ooh.
with Gideon of the Trials. Just like a you lose the game dot deck, like Mardu.
Ooh, what do you take here? Actually, he absorbed, and now there were no 3 CMC or lower cards in his hand. That's kind of brilliant.
Lol.
Epic was probably expecting a hand like full of absorbs and Dovin's vetoes, and RQV just like,
They're all big.
we all big.
We're all soldiers now. I have not played Overwatch in forever. Do you know who I mained in Overwatch? For years.
Soldier?
No. I
I
mained
don't know.
Zenyatta.
Who's that one again? Is that the floaty orb one?
Yeah, Floaty Orb Robot Boy.
That one's pretty okay.
I mained him before he got buffed. I was very happy. I would solo queue into Diamond with him. Yes, I am flexing.
I
Because
quit.
it's
I quit Overwatch mainly because of Turbier, and have a guess who I played?
Reinhardt.
Genji and Reinhardt,
Oh,
actually.
I mean Torbjorn got reworked.
He
He's
still
like
has the
different.
turret.
Yes.
Still don't care then. The turret just pissed me off with auto aim. Okay, I'm not good at shooters. I just felt like cheating.
Play the new heroes and stuff. Mercy's different. Her res is not an ult anymore. It's just an ability.
Who? Herez? Oh, her res. Oh yeah,
Mercy.
yeah, yeah. I
Her
played
res.
Mercy. Yeah, with the rework. I played a bit, like not too long ago.
Sombra. She's cool.
Some other guy. I still like Reinhardt when I play, because again, I'm bad at shooters, so I avoid the shooting. So I play Reinhardt, Junkrat, like,
Junkrat.
and then
This is
randomly
why I usually play
Widowmaker, which
Siege.
somehow goes pretty okay. And I'm like, I thought I wasn't good at the shooting thing.
Well, when you use her automatic version, you're fine. Right. But you should play Siege. That's where you'll really shine. Because it's all
Not a
about
sh-
the gun game.
Oh yeah, perfect.
And there's no aim assist in the game at
Felt
all.
it's very being discarded, by the way, after Epic solidly tanking on his might bender for a little bit. And there
There
we
is the incarnation,
incarnation.
and then it gets countered.
I mean, by what? By his top deck?
Yeah.
Maybe. RQV is thinking like, how hard do I tilt him by countering this now? No, it's not being countered, and this is looking bad news bears for RQV. He's gonna have to pull out a pretty quick win here. We're seeing Epic finally gonna have to pull up the whole list of the type of things that Epic can tutor up. And for forma, I mean,
Sin
Not Sir.
Collector. I like Sin
Not
Collector
Sir for forma.
hitting the Omen of the Sea. Going to Sin Collector if he brought it in.
I think I would just go for the Thought Not Sir being the bigger card now.
Yeah.
Or
It is
Brad,
Exiles.
we grab Clever Impersonator and we get another Enigmatic Incarnation and we wait a turn. No, getting the Thought Not Sir.
Such an interesting art for the Eldrazi.
Yeah, I really like the Eldrazi. I think they're super cool. I
I think
especially enjoyed them in Shadows over Innistrad. Like really this like eldritch horror type of idea.
do you think we're gonna see Eldrazi again at any point?
No. I was very surprised to not see any Eldrazi really on Zendikar.
Zendikar?
So if we're not getting them on Zendikar, I can't imagine we're getting them in Shadows. Well, in Shadows in Innistrad. Like I know timeline wise, Shadows was more recent, but then again, there's also been a lot of time passed lore wise since Zendikar, and the influence of the Eldrazi was much larger on Zendikar, and it didn't show up there. I think they got the message. People generally do not like Eldrazi.
We'll see him in like 2025.
Yeah, we see him in Modern Horizons or something. Might see some Eldrazi in there.
Yeah, that'd be cool. A new Emrakul, straight to modern Emrakul.
Mm, I think we've got enough flavors of the Titans now.
You know what we don't have? The other Elder Titans or Giants.
The Theros ones.
Yeah,
I
I
think I've
want
seen
them.
enough of them already.
I want them.
The only custom card Brad ever made was a Demir Titan, and it was incredibly overpowered.
Yeah,
And I'm like,
as
this
it
is why
should
we
be.
don't do custom cards.
Yep. Thought it was
Yeah.
kind of fair.
Question: is Brazella a Titan? I don't think so. Brazella is just a combination of Gisela and Bruna, right?
Yeah, it's mold, whatever.
Yes, he's just like a horror. Oh, gee, I wonder what that card is.
Doomscar.
Yes.
I mean, it could be.
Hmm. I mean, not looking
It's
very
most
good
likely
for
not.
RQFE here, though. Granted, um, I'll be honest. I didn't look. Was the approach taken by the Thought here? I'm gonna assume
No,
so.
it was not.
It was not.
A verdict was taken.
I have verdict, so he can actually go like just
There's two approaches
land
in his hand.
approach. Right.
Yeah, there are two approaches in his hand from what I saw.
Now we could still be doing
Fires.
something like
Dovin's veto. No. Get out of here.
ooh.
No.
But we could see something like trying to find well, we could have Sin Collector here and then potentially trying to go into like you can go Sin Collector, hope he like misses a land drop or something, and then go and play either a Clever Impersonator or a Eldrazi Displacer and try and flicker your Sin Collector or Thought Not Seer. But that's
Yeah.
gonna be rough. X2 Wolf saying, if I'm reading the board right, Sir Epic is ahead, but not by too much. Yeah, I would say so. I would say Epic is ahead, but RQV can definitely pull out the win with a double approach here in quick succession. But overall, I would say yes, Epic is ahead right now. Finally got the Enigmatic Incarnation down. Deck's like going on all cylinders now.
There's the
Glasspool
not
Mimic.
cover impersonator, but the glass pool mimic. The better
I'm
clone because it's
actually
only 3 mana.
being cast here.
Yeah.
So this is actually like really well. Yeah, it is really relevant. We're gonna get the copy of the Thought Not Seer. That can take an approach. Then we see the Enigmatic Incarnation sacking an Omen, which gets Sin Collector, and that takes the other approach.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we take one, and then Omen of the Sea is going to trigger. Omen of the Sea is going to be turned into a Sin Collector, and it's going to exile the other one.
Nice.
And that's probably game.
As
It's
they
gonna be
have they
well.
got,
We
he
see
hasn't
the
gotten rid of all three, has he?
well, but the enigmatic incarnation is should have triggered, right? Or
Yeah.
did he trigger it and grab the Glasspool mimic? I think seeing by the lens, it was
Um,
cast, right? The Glasspool mimic.
no, he sacked a lithoform blight. It's in the graveyard.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So not quite as groundbreaking as you thought. Now, is he at 6 lands right now, or is he at 5? Because he's at 6. So if he just needs to find a land.
No, because he went to his turn and then cast this Behold the Multiverse because he was out of mana. So he did not find the land,
Oh
which is really
man!
big.
And now the Sin Collector play is still available.
Now we're maybe looking at like a Teferi tuck on the incarnation. Maybe an upkeep Aethergust if able. Bottom, you'll love to see it from Epic side.
I mean, wouldn't you want to can't he upkeep, or can't he Aether Gust uh before end step, like as we're leaving main phase 2?
He could do that too, actually. Yeah.
Like, wouldn't that be better? So, like, that way Epic has no way to like replay it.
Yeah. That's probably better.
Assuming he found Aether Gust.
If he hasn't, this is going to be a very hard game.
Well, he has a third approach in there somewhere, right? He hasn't got rid of all of them. He's only gotten rid of one so far. Because that was game 1 that he found the third one off of Escanta.
Was that third one putting it in a bin by Ascanta? That was the first game, right?
That was the first game, yeah.
Yeah.
So this game it's only been 2, I believe. We've seen.
We're definitely going to break the record for the duration of the tournament, by the way. We're 7 hours and 50 minutes in almost.
Nice.
How about that 2 a.m. finish, Sean Bean? How about that 3 a.m. finish my time?
I mean, at least Rakefi is down to 5 life. Another
And there's the second incarnation. 3 mana being spent on
Absorb.
Yes.
Yeah. Gaining life is cool.
Sacrificing it, finding the Sin Collector, I assume.
Needs a stern dismissal. That's what he needs. Tapping mana for something.
Sitting at a
Oh,
cool 6:32 p.m. currently in Midwestern US. I would
It
use
is.
a word that I would rather not say on broadcast, but it starts with an F and it ends with a U. Race.
It is a nice 7:33 Eastern time. I mean, it does not change the fact that you and I have both been sitting here for nearly 7.5 hours. So
Joku, by the way, Hoss, I love you.
I'll tell you this much.
giving me giving me time to complete staff evaluation. Big doings.
I will tell you this much though. Whoever wins, they are having a nice, short, 60-second interview. Why'd you pick this deck? Because I thought it was good. Awesome. Do you feel good? Yes, I feel good. Great. You won. Congrats. You have anything to plug? No. Okay, bye.
We've already done the interview, basically.
Then don't need to do it. Okay, I mean, we've interviewed Epic twice already, and he was on the podcast recently. So does he really need to be interviewed at the end? There's Doomscar, by the way, which the full art looks very weird. I don't like it. Is he really thinking about this? You just take approach.
Do I want the card that means my opponent can win, or the card that my opponent can't win?
He takes the Doomscar.
Well, he's
What?
just banking on RQV not drawing a land and just being dead.
I mean,
Because even
Or-
if he plays an approach, it's a 2-turn clock.
yeah.
Approach takes him up to 12. He takes 10. Actually, he plays approach. He goes to 12. Epic attacks him for 10. Sacks the. Maybe has his 3-mana enchantment. Sacks it to find Clever Impersonator and just copies
Oh,
the Oath
he
of Gaia.
no, he just sacks. All he has to do is sack. Oh, wait, no, that's
Oath of
forward.
Gaia for Siege Rhino, actually. That's
Yeah,
lethal too.
yeah, exactly.
No, we're not going to have a Siege Rhino lethal. Go away, Epic. I don't want to see it.
I kind of want to see it.
I don't want to
intri-
see
I'm
it.
intrigued.
I've been bashing Siege Rhino for months. I do not want to see this.
He's gotten it in our playtesting against me, the Siege Rhino for lethal, and I was like, "Yep, thoughtseize."
Does it matter at this point? Well, I suppose there's like it's oh yeah, of course, because he didn't play anything. So because he didn't actually play anything, Azorius Charm. I was gonna veto it, but it doesn't matter. Probably not. He's gonna attack with all his creatures, which would be 10 damage already. Gonna Azorius Charm one of the 4 drops. Gonna still take 6
Wait,
unless he
10,
finds another.
3, 6, 8. I count 8.
No, Sin Collector and 2 Thought-Knot Seers.
Yeah, that's 8. Oh, no,
The
single,
Thought-Knot
no.
Seers are 4 each, so it's
Oh,
4, 4, 2.
I was thinking there were 3 threes because I'm using the displacer. Whoopsies. All right, quicken verdict.
Epic's just playing around Settle the Wreckage or something. Sideways! Don't make this any longer than it has to be.
Dude, if he has settle,
Settle
I will
isn't even in the
cry.
deck, right?
I don't know. I don't think it is.
No. No
These are open
Quicken.
lists. Seal away. He's gonna
He's
seal
playing
away.
around like Seal Away. He's playing around like double Azorius Charm.
Well,
Azorius
he could
Charm,
he could
Steal Away.
Azorius Charm and seal away. That'd be really funny.
Actually, he has 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
So he can, because one of them is Approach. So Azorius Charm, one of the 4 drops. Oh, and then he draws a card. So now we have to see what the top card of his deck is. But not very successful, so.
All right. We are one game away from crowning a champion if Epic wins. If Epic loses, we have another best of 3 to go to. Are you ready for another best of 3, Alex?
No.
Neither am I. But as is tradition,
It's a
we
full
most likely
hour, a
will have
full
one.
day of work worth of time, except I'm not getting paid.
That is correct. We're not getting paid. Thank you. I just want to test out my camera. Just want to see if it works and it looks cool.
Johnson commentating is well, me, Alex, and Brad being the
Hi.
color commentator.
Hello.
Hello.
You can hear more of us talking on the Pioneer perspective, probably in a bit more well thought out linguistic you know, strain.
Don't set high expectations, Brad.
Okay,
But they come here and like, what are these like monkeys talking about?
I I get bleeped out a lot in our podcast, if that tells you anything. And we now have our new champion of the Pioneer Invitational for season 9, headphones. Give it up. But yeah, if you want to listen to us talk about Pioneer, you can go and listen to the Pioneer Perspective available on Spotify, iTunes, and literally
Hey,
every
Brad, you
other
might have to
platform.
send some DMs afterwards. Johnson in chat. Wait, Brad, didn't they say you're the dude interested in getting a modern podcast going? Because I'm the dude running the Modern Monthly League, trying to get a modern podcast going.
That would be me, yes. That's why I started the Pondering Popper one. But yeah.
Well, look at that.
Hello.
So, what's the modern one gonna be?
Modern Mindset,
Ah, yes.
which is the first time I've said the name of it publicly. So hooray.
Ooh.
The Modern Mindset, the Pioneer
Well,
Perspective, and
presumably,
Pondering Popper. Yeah, yeah.
obviously gonna have to name and concept. Isn't there like
I
some
have
sort of cantrip with an M?
that's dumb. I've been stuck on that name for like months. The theme is that all of the podcasts will have the double
R.I.P. Monkey, a
letter.
modern podcast. R.I.P. Monkey,
The Modern Monkey.
the
It's
modern
just Simeon's
monkey.
Simeon Spirit Guide. I love the new art where it looks like he's fading away because Thanos snapped him. Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. Whew. I did have people lined up to actually cast and be the voices of the Modern Mindset, but one of them has become incredibly busy with their two jobs, so that might not come to fruition. Um, so yeah, go ahead and DM me. I'm Bradsifer on the Discord server. I'm also Bradsifer on Twitter and Reddit and all that. So literally anywhere, don't care. We talk about it.
Xbox, Spotify,
Also on Xbox, yeah, and yeah, also on Spotify.
Tidal,
Hey, not on
uh,
Moto though.
Netflix,
No,
MySpace.
no. On Moto, if you ever see the name "I am the meme" top an event, that is me. Because my old Xbox name used to be "I am the meme." We just
there's
finished
gonna be
sideboarding.
there's gonna be Strixhaven scarves, but we're not Harry Potter.
Apparently, people got sent out letters and stuff, and they actually like Wizards picked their school for them.
Yeah, I did it based on a test. You had to like do a little test,
Oh,
kind of
well,
funny,
no,
and then you
like
got
I saw like content creators like Krim, the Asian Avenger, said he was accepted to Silver Quill in his acceptance letter.
cool. Now you could do a little test online, and you got it in the mail, which school you belong to, and that
Oh,
actually
that's
had
cool.
preview cards in it, so like that was like a way to collect. Got to catch them all.
Can I still do it?
Apparently, I should be in the Izzet one, which I forgot the name of.
I mean, that's you're almost a Grixis, so
Yes, exactly. So hey,
it's Prismari, by the way.
oh yeah, Prismari. No, I think the Orzhov ones are really good. I really love what they did with the flavor of the Orzhov ones.
The Edgewards.
Well, but that like they're like debates like turned to life. So their debates aren't just in words, but the actual like debates just turn into creatures that can start fighting each other,
Yes,
which is kind of
Edgeward
funny.
with extra steps.
More like edgelords with extra words.
Uh, can I still take the test?
I don't know if you can.
Oh, well, then fine, whatever. For fun, if you really want to find out stuff about yourself, you can go take the narcissist test online. That's fun. You can get a score from 0 to 40 about how narcissistic you are. And if you get a 40, you probably need therapy. I got a 15. Alex got, I believe, a
A
6.
four,
Oh my
I
goodness.
think. There's no house for mud, no Gibby. That's 3 colors. I wish there was a house for Grixis. I wish they'd gone with the shards. But
Hey,
I do
when
really
we
love what they've done with the guilds. I was really afraid it's gonna be like just Ravnica guild rip-offs, but I feel like they took them in a like sufficiently different direction. At least the Orzhov one, the Izzet one, the Boros one, kind of. The Golgari one is literally just Golgari. Like it makes no difference. Um, what's the one I'm missing? The Simic one. The Simic one's kind of different too, where they do a lot of math and like Simic just did a lot of like messing about without thinking about it too much, which is kind of the opposite of how the math magicians work. Which is a horrible pun, but kind of a funny name to use. They said
yeah,
they do
I cringed
mathematics.
pretty hard when they were like, they're math magicians. I'm like, oh god. Yep, yeah, they are. They like shapes and stuff.
And the Simic dragon looks amazing.
Oh, it looks awesome with the impossible shape in it. It's pretty cool.
Glad my mic's not. I've got a bunch of ducks going berserk outside. I think they're rooting for someone, one of the players,
Probably epic.
very clearly.
Or maybe they hate you because you never give them breadcrumbs, so they're rooting for RQFE to see for another match.
You shouldn't give bread to ducks.
Yes, they do. They do not digest it very well. Swamp.
So judging in the like, obviously think of this game so
Do you
far,
have a thought, you think?
RQFE is definitely favored on the play going into this
Yes.
match, like 100%.
Epic thought seizes and it's immediately absorbed.
Well, like Epic does anything and it's immediately absorbed. That's kind of the problem.
Yes. Yavamayakos, there's a Karos thing.
There's the
That
Fierce
is
Empath.
cool. That's definitely getting countered.
Yep, he gets flashbacks to last game. It's like, no, we're not doing that. Absorb.
Oof. I don't
None
know
of this
why, but
mindbender malarkey.
that absorb hitting Fierce Empath makes me feel like RQFE wins this match. I don't know why. I just got this
Yeah.
feeling in my gut.
It's like, oh.
And I'm just like, oh
Oh.
no, another best of 3. Hey, bring up that OG absorb art. Yeah. Also, big shout out to Gibby, who has also sat here with us for the last 7.5 hours as our streamer.
Yes, pulling up cards, going through like all the screens and stuff. We're just sitting here talking.
Yeah. And I had to do this
Oh,
yesterday
wait,
for
we're still
only,
on the first set? Yes.
yes, we have another best of 3 to go through. Vito, get out of here. You know what Pioneer needs? Blood Moon.
Nope.
Oh, so you can play it in your Grixis deck.
I mean, it would actually help with like these endlessly dirtily decks.
I think Magus would be fine.
Yeah, Magus would be pretty cool.
Yeah. I still want what's it called? The one champion, double white.
Aureok champion?
Yeah, I really want that in Pioneer.
Why do we want more anti-aggro cards? I feel like we want more aggro.
I just like it a lot, dude. I don't know. I just think he's neat. Very expensive card though.
Plains-based Blood Moon would make white good. Do you know how a plains-based blood? Wow, a plains-based Blood Moon would actually be kind of interesting because you could play a non-white deck and just put Disenchant in your sideboard.
Oh wait, so like a Blood Moon for
Yeah,
white?
it just makes everything planes.
Oh, when you're saying plane, I was thinking of like the universe or like the world planes.
No,
Like I'm
no,
like
just like planes based. So it would just everything. It would just be like Moon. Everything is planes.
Sand Moon,
Sand Moon.
Dust Moon.
But like that would genuinely be interested. You see like Grixis decks with Disenchant in their sideboard. You're like, wait, what the hell's going on here?
Big brain plays.
It was like people um what did you have? You had Microsoft Lettuce. Yeah, that card in
Burger King
modern.
foot lettuce.
What?
Number 15. Number 15, Burger King foot lettuce.
No,
Oh, come on.
but I don't know
Chat
that
better
one.
be understanding what I'm saying.
But you had Microsynth Lattice, which turned everything into a land and allowed you to play any spell, everything to an artifact, and every spell could be cast for any color of mana. And you would see like Gruul decks putting Hurkyl's Recall in their sideboard, and you would just float all your mana. And Hurkyl's Recall says return all artifacts target player control to their hand. So you would just upheaval your opponent's board. So they would play Microsynth Lattice. You would float 2 mana. Everything would be turned into artifacts. And you would just bounce your opponent's entire board.
Isn't there a lock with that card? Or like you can't.
It used to be with Karn. That's why it's banned in Modern now. Yeah, it was a lock with Karn the Great Creator because everything turns into artifacts, including the lands, and then their activated abilities could no longer be activated.
Oh yeah,
But if you just
nice,
floated the mana beforehand, you could just Hurkyl's Recall your opponent.
cool, cool card. I missed the mono white Karn control deck with Sun Gun. Yorion going to be countered.
Yeah, and you could obviously wish for the Microsynth Lattice.
Japanese Karn is pretty cool too. It's like all
Yorion being
explosive
played
and
here.
stuff.
I think Yorion being played just as a 4/5.
Yeah,
Yorion for beats. But RQV is stuck on 3 lands, 4 actually.
Burb Serpent.
So, not relevant creature type we learned today.
Look how long its tail is.
Wait, is that its? I always
Yeah.
thought that was another
No,
bird serpent
that's
in the
the whole
background.
thing. It's a legendary creature. There would not be another one in the background.
I mean, he could be bigger than the rest, right? Like Thalia doesn't imply there's no other humans on Innistrad.
No, 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 no. That's all him. He's
It's a
a
lot of
sky
him.
noodle. He is a
He's a
sky noodle.
sky noodle.
When we saw RQFE counter
Yeah, get the
epics.
absorb in. Fires with Fae of Wishes getting Blood Moon. That's disgusting.
Yep.
But I agree,
Eldrazi was
Magus
crazy.
would be fine. Right? If your deck is like super bad to Magus, again, you could just put Shock in your sideboard and kill the Magus once your mana is red.
Yeah.
So like who cares, right?
Oath of Kaya. Upstairs.
Where did that come from?
I don't know. I'm so tired.
Boy,
I'm
playing
so...
Oath of Kaya.
Oh, you what, bruv?
Going upstairs with the 3 damage, mate.
Oh, in it.
Of course you're gonna end it with an in it.
Yes. It's what the queen would have wanted.
Do you know that the Queen of England technically owns all swans in England? I don't know why, but all swans are apparently hers.
I thought you
Which
said all swamps, and I'm like, she doesn't play Magic.
Wait. Here's just a bunch of you know, terminology that I don't always get. The Crown has held the right to claim ownership of all unmarked mute swans, as opposed to swans that talk.
The the PVDDR card got spoiled just now.
Yes, Ventus, exactly. Oi, mate, what you doing with that out, Murph?
All right, Risen, unmute. You can join us. Hello, our TO is here.
Hey.
Hello. Did you see? Okay, look, I as we're watching Untap Cardboard do stuff, if Gibby, if you can somehow overlay this spoiler, on the middle screen here, that'd be kind of cool. It's Elite Spellbinder. It's our Paulo likeness card.
Oh, they spoiled the full card now. I only saw the empty frame with the art.
Why are you incognito? What are
You
you?
can
What are you
find it. You
hiding?
can find it on his Twitter. Otherwise,
Yeah, it's on his Twitter.
just PVDDR Twitter.
I thought you mean you could also just go to like the Discord operations channel or whatever, and then like open up original image and put it in the browser.
Wherever we can find it here.
Hey, it's almost cropped perfectly. So
It's
flying
a 3-drop.
3/1.
It's 2 and a white. That's all people. And then there's the text box.
Yep. When Elite Spellbinder enters the battlefield, look at target opponent's hand. You may exile a non-land card from it. For as long as that card remains exiled, its owner may play it. A spell cast this way costs 2 more to cast.
Sorry, but
So,
this looks really bad.
so a taxing effect.
I'm sorry,
Interesting.
Paulo. Your card is really cool, and the art is really sweet, but this card looks really bad.
The interesting part is that the opponent doesn't get the card back into his hand if the spellbinder dies. So you can disrupt the curve a lot even if they have removal for it.
A
True, but
D-sphere on the Oath of Kaya is interesting.
I really wish you could exile a card and all copies of that card would cost 2 more as long as the exiled one isn't played. Because now it's like if your opponent has 2 copies of a card, like a sweeper, they could still play the other one anyway. I don't know. This doesn't strike me as super strong. It's okay. It's a cleric. Relevant creature type. It's a human. Relevant creature type.
I thought this was a 2-drop at first. That would have been way better.
As a 2-drop, would have been pretty great. Ventus Modern Humans. Wouldn't you just play Kitesaw Freebooter though?
I mean,
Because it's actually gone until this card's being played. So you can if you get a sweeper, it's not like it's cheaper. They just can't play it.
I'd rather play Valky over this too.
Valkyrie only has. I feel like this card is
Play both, I
actu-
guess, but play Meddling Mage. Also,
like first of
you
all,
could
it's
play
like a
all.
completely new thing in white, which I'm excited to see. White needs help, and like I feel like the curve disruption effect alone makes it really good. Like I don't think it's that bad, personally.
Maybe this is 7.5 hours of broadcasting Alex talking, but I'll have more thoughts on the podcast this week.
What's
For
happening in
first
the
glance,
game?
this is bad.
We have a Scarab God.
Got a Scarab
Yeah,
God on the
Scare got
battlefield.
resolved. That's gonna hopefully close out this game.
Yes, Scarab God resolving basically says that there's no proper counter in hand because you can't really get rid of a resolved Scarab God.
And we saw them cantrip in response to it too. So
Yeah, they're definitely looking.
You can tell it's been a long day for the commentators. Yes, sorry.
hi.
There's another detention sphere though.
Oh, bye, Scare God.
So there was
Yeah,
a
well, that
proper
works.
answer. It just wasn't holding up. He just didn't want to counter it because he felt like he had a better answer in hand, which I think is fair.
I mean, now Evic's just
Yeah.
gonna find Knight of Autumn off the top because why not?
Just replace your draw with the
Gonna
money
find
tutor.
Deputy of Detention, get rid of both detention spheres.
Oh, the guy upstairs.
Thanks, drummer film guy. Says you guys are killing it.
Thank you. We appreciate it. If you were here in the beginning, I feel like your opinion would have been even more positive.
I'm just here to fill the silence.
Fill the void.
Yeah.
Rally, renegade boy. Hello,
With-
boy.
Out revolt? Yeah, with out revolt.
Renegade rallier.
Just as a 3-mana 3/2.
Okay, so Epic is square down on the. I'm
Hey,
just gonna.
that's a
beat it
5-turn
down.
clock. There we go.
With the displacer on top, it's actually a 3-turn clock.
Ooh. And you can blink the Renegade Rallier,
Oh yeah,
and
displacer.
it'll actually come back with Revolt.
Lol.
Now things are getting spicy.
Now I don't know if there's anything in the graveyard to actually get back, but it would be kind of cool with like an Omen of the Sea, and then you can crack it and scry 2, and then blink this guy again.
You know what's funny, Alex? We thought doing the Pioneer Perspective live that one time was bad. That was like
Also, I
what,
feel like
4 hours?
Yeah.
And we were like, whoo, never want to do that again. Here we are, 2 months in a row, or 2 invitationals in a row, over 7 hours. We're coming close to 8 hours now, right? Oh yeah, we
I
are 10 minutes away from 8 hours.
this is the longest invitational we've had so
Yes.
far.
And if
We've
RQFE wins, we go to another match.
Yeah, it's already the longest one, and we're gonna go longer than this.
Scratch.
Like,
Gonna-
and we
I
might
love
go
you as a
much longer
person,
than this.
but
which
I'm
is-
so glad you got knocked out early. Because if Scratch was still here, we'd be in round 5 right now.
Yeah, definitely. But I feel like I have hope that Epic is in a good position because I feel like RQFE has nothing right now. Like he has no threats and nothing to present, so he's just throwing answers at the stuff Epic is doing until he runs out of answers.
Yeah, and we
Which
don't want
I
to. We
feel
don't
like
want to come
we're
off.
close.
Yeah, we don't want to come off as disingenuous or like anything against the players or anything like that. You know,
Hoss says, let's go argue with 10-hour invitational. Let's go. I will not repeat the words I've told you earlier, Hoss.
God, Haas, I wish you would have won. This game would have gone way faster if Vampires was here.
Yeah.
I wanted that scenario to come true so bad. I wanted Immortal Sun to run the table on the bottom. I wanted Vampires to run the table in the upper bracket, and then
And then we had the
that game-
Ixalan clash in the final.
Oh man, and that was a
And-
very fun match to watch too.
And the clock has disappeared.
What
And
clock?
there's
There
the
never has
sweeper.
been a clock.
There was a 3-turn clock and it's gone now. It has been doom-scarred.
Oh yeah, bye.
What's this always a slow match? Always has been.
Yeah.
Always has.
But yeah, we don't want to be disingenuous or take anything away from the players. They're playing great. Obviously, they deserve to take their time playing the game. It's just we've been here for 8 hours, and
Yes.
I'm dying on the inside.
These are the
Well,
two best
Let me
performing players
rephrase.
today.
I'm already dead on the inside. I'm actually physically dying at this point. I died when Vampires got knocked out.
Global news headline: Webcam Invitational runs longer than the extended director's cut of Lord of the Rings trilogy and was giving the Hobbits some funny looks. Yeah, actually, you could watch the Justice League
Yeah, I
Zack
was thinking
Snyder
about-
cuts twice.
Hey, that's how we should measure the length of our invitation from that one. How many Snyder cuts are there?
How many Snyder cuts?
We're at 2. Can we get to 3? We might. We get to that third match. Hey, we should maybe we should give them like a chess clock style thing like Moto has. Like each player has like 90 minutes. Well, no, that's a long time. This ain't
Yep,
actual
Che-
chess.
chess clock just doesn't work in paper because the priority bounces back and forth so quickly that
Hey
you
Gibby,
go insane.
you're the streamer. You can have another responsibility. You have to control the chess
Yeah,
clock
you're
too.
gonna have to be the chess queen.
Just smack, smack, smack. Oh my god, coma resolved. Oh, I'm gonna
I
cry.
mean, I'm not surprised coma's resolved. Be
I mean,
impossible not
two,
to.
two
Aether Gust is
detention
the thing.
spheres are gone. Does he have another answer? Let me.
Can he blink the D sphere somehow?
Not with the fairy in the format anymore. Nope, only 2 detention spheres, so there's only seal away as the
And he's just
last
never
remaining
and he's
answer.
just never attacking with coma.
Yeah. I mean, he could Aether Gust, but I'm trying to see. There's no way to bounce. He could Big Teferi, tuck his own D sphere.
Yeah. So coma is actually representing like a real big threat because there's only one out, like one proper out in the entire deck now with the last seal away. And if you play correctly, you just never attack with coma, yeah, and just go on the snake
It's
you to
kind of
death
funny,
plan.
right? Playing against blue white with like a creature based deck is so different because it feels like there's always like some key creatures you do not want to attack with. Now coma vanished, which I'm gonna assume is an Aether Gust that I didn't notice.
Yeah.
Because
Again, only a temporary solution.
the top card of Epic's deck is upside down. We can just see it in the corner. So safe to
No,
assume
no,
that his
no.
coma got Aether Gust.
Epic bottom coma. Big brain play.
Yes.
He's like, you know what? I want this game
Well,
to
he
go
wants
the
to be
wrong
able to
way.
flip it with his Grenzo Dungeon Warden later.
Epic should run Thassa's Oracle at this point. Okay. That's a Behold the Multiverse. We've already seen Doomscar. Here comes Coma again. In response, he's going to Behold the Multiverse, probably.
Just
Good
have
luck.
it so the decks are increasingly likely to combust the longer the game goes, like hot potato magic.
That sounds awesome. It's like Ante, but instead of losing your card to your opponent, you just lose your cards.
It just gets lost to the
Yugi
ether.
boy, if you don't beat me before the time expires, your deck will catch on fire. But mine won't. I have an extinguisher. Every
My
time he
sleeves are made out of
Yeah.
water.
every
Kind
time
of.
he like deals damage to Yugi, the extinguisher goes off and turns off the flames on his cards. Oh man, Yugi's gonna have a big problem there. He doesn't have an extinguisher. Thanks, Joey. Thank you for your insight.
the, the Millennium Fire Extinguisher would suddenly become very useful.
Dude, Yu-Gi-Oh is such a great show, especially
I
when
Just for
Kaiba threatened to kill
entertainment
himself.
value.
I
That's the best
recently
part.
rewatched Duelist Kingdom. Oh
Yeah,
my god, it was
when
hilarious.
Kaiba's like, "You don't want to do that, Yugi. I might slip and fall off," and he's like, "Yeah, I do." Like Yami was about to do it, and Yugi's like, "No."
I mean, we've even got the Attack the Moon is now a
That's
proper
my
Yu-Gi-Oh
favorite.
card.
That's my favorite.
Yes.
They turned it into a card.
Yeah. Hey,
It's a
that
terrible
shows you
card.
the state of our game right now. That we're talking about a completely different TCG, and not even that, but the anime it's based off of.
Oh, drawing both to the top here.
Cool. I mean, he could Teferi Tuck Coma.
Oh, no. Okay, never mind. We're going to the bottom.
Feel like I'm gonna slip in a coma at one point.
Haha.
Oh, I'm gonna have to text my
Dum-
boss that I'm gonna be late to work tomorrow.
Hey, I'm gonna call out. I just had to TO this magic event for like 9 hours, so peace out. Tell them you have COVID.
I mean, you're joking, but you would probably accept that as an excuse.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot you live in a place that's they don't shame you for using sick days.
You got it.
You also don't have a limited amount of sick days. It's just like, oh, you're sick? Okay. We'll see you when you're better.
Yeah.
Here it's like, you're sick. Are you sure you can't come in? You're really leaving us understaffed right now. We are a big family. You're supposed to, be here for your family. All right. Just let me know if you're feeling better. I'll check on you in an hour.
Oh,
The fact that our QFE is not dead yet is incredible. Also, do they have no approaches left?
I feel like there.
Is there one approach
There
left
would.
in the deck?
Has there even any been taken this game? Those
I
were all
don't.
stolen the previous game. I think
I
they're
don't
all
remember.
still there.
Yeah, that was all the previous game.
Oh my
So
goodness. He could still win off of approach.
Wait, did he just whiff with his Narset?
I think he
Yup.
just whiffed. Oh boy.
Perfectly balanced as all things should
I mean,
be.
hey, that's 4 lands gone.
Hey, scry 4 all the bottom. There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
I was using Untap to playtest with Epic, and because he didn't have all the cards and paper yet, so I was like, okay, we'll use Untap. And I have to use the scry command because there's no Narset thing to like just look at the top 4 and add them. So you scry 4, and I'm like, yeah, perfectly functional how Narset works. Except I get to scry 4 and take one. Gibby, put the good coma on. I'm tired of looking at the bad art. Yeah. Yeah.
Just
You
seeing
see
the
Gib-
scroll down.
You just see Gibby in the
Yeah.
chat. He just typed sick Americans need a new split card / work.
Yeah.
Oh, we see a clever impersonator?
Copying
Oh,
the
that
coma?
no, that could enter as a copy of the tension sphere.
But detention sphere can't target detention.
Wait, what? The tension sphere cannot target the tension sphere?
You have to stop loops. You
Oh,
may
yeah, 'cause
exile
it
target
would-
non-land permanent not named detention sphere.
Yeah, it
Oh,
would
wow.
infinitely loop. Or it could infinitely loop.
So you can infinitely loop with a detention sphere and a banishing light.
I think so, yeah.
It came in as a copy of a serpent token. That's cool.
But today I learned that the tension sphere cannot target the tension sphere. The more you know.
Reading the card explains the card.
I mean, there's a lot of text on that card. Like
There's-
every card.
Yeah, there's a lot. Okay, and this is why you don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! Because they all have a lot of text. They
I
all
need
have
a
like 7
magnifying
different
glass to
things.
read those cards. It's not even
Yeah.
just the amount, it's the size.
Swing in.
I'm old.
Yes. Seal away. Seal away. Seal away.
Why do you want
Oh,
to
wow.
reset?
Oh my god. I mean, that's
Azorius Charm on
that's-
coma.
we
Okay.
almost got there.
Brad.
Because at this point, I'm already gonna die.
Just watch.
Speak
What if
for
you watch the
yourself.
world burn?
Whew. You think Epic's just getting sick of playing? So he's like, I'm just gonna swing it. If he has it, he has it. But then, what if that like was a
Been
seal
playing
away?
like super calculated for the whole day, and he's like, "Yeah, fuck it, I'm done."
Yeah.
At some point, you just want to go face.
All right, we're 8 hours in. I dropped an F bomb. My
Oh, man. That's okay. I think it was when I was on the modern one where I had to stream and cast it last month. I'm pretty sure whoever I was it Scratch I was casting with? I'm pretty sure he dropped it like 3 times, and I was like, I'm just not gonna say anything.
Aren't you allowed one F-bomb per rated R?
No,
I
no,
hope so.
rated R. You can say it as many
PG-13,
times as you
sorry.
want. Yeah,
PG-13.
13, you get 1 F bomb.
I'm not familiar with, like, not
Yeah.
100%
Hoss,
familiar with
you're
the
under
ratings.
arrest,
You get
Alex.
one.
Ah, you'll never take me alive.
Oh, approach has been cast. Oh, German approach.
We're going to another match. We're gonna go.
No.
Not yet, not yet. There's still hope.
Hey,
Funny
look,
interesting that the approach deck doesn't play dig through time. I've always thought that was like the big thing you can do, like approach and dig into approach again.
Yeah, I don't get it either. They're playing
Yeah.
Elspeth instead.
Hey,
Okay.
Elthakaya, go face. Nice.
He's back up to 16. Oh, actually, clever impersonator didn't copy a serpent. It is a Narset.
Oh, it's cute.
Ah,
Super cute.
X2 Wolf, this was approach number 1, but we're dreading number 2 now.
yes.
Oh man. It's gonna be great. He's gonna resolve that second approach. We're gonna go to another match. Another match. How long has this first match been going on? How long?
Wait, I can check. 1 sec. I'll
When did we
figure it out.
start?
Yep, I'm
Game
checking that.
1 went so quickly. It gave me hope.
I
Yeah.
told him to begin playing 1.5 hours ago.
Oh my god.
Okay. So we're
I'm
Hey,
gonna be here
look.
till like 4 a.m. like
Ga-
my time.
match
at
one
least.
was almost the length of the original Justice League theatrical cut.
Or we
Both
just is
both
that
matches
our
could.
scale now?
Yeah, it's Justice League Joss Whedon theatrical cut versus the Snyder cut. Is it 2 hours or 4 hours? We're
Next to
currently
Wolf,
at
did Epic side in Dovin's veto? I
There's
wish
no
he
epic
did,
in
but
this
there's
file.
no in his
there.
deck.
He doesn't have any in the 75
He
at
runs
all.
no counter magic. None of it.
If RQFE draws the approach, it is resolving.
Yes, and we will be going to another match.
Yep.
Hey, there's no adjournment in Magic, is there? We can't just like pocket the little envelope of like this is my next play, and they have to pick up where they leave off tomorrow. And Epic starts with a coma on the stack. What is your response, RQFE? They have 24 hours to review the board state and just look at what cards are in their decks to see like what they could do. Would not work as well in Magic. Do you think Beth Harmon would have been a good Magic player?
Definitely. 100%.
Who?
Beth Harmon, the main character from Queen's Gambit,
Ah,
which is why I'm
I haven't
memeing
actually
about
seen that.
the adjournment thing. Adjourn.
No. RQV is picking up too many lands. Stop it.
He's like, hey, don't worry. He's just sorting them. See, he's got the Hollow Fountains together. He's got the basics together.
Oh, Epic sacked serpents to tap down lands, so their activated ability they can't be activated this turn. So
So
he's
he can't
below.
play approach.
He only has 6 mana now. That's what he did. That's why the lands
But
have
now
been
he
tapped.
left Coma vulnerable. So if he plays a Supreme Verdict, Coma dies.
There's still
Yeah,
there's still a token. There's one
oh yeah,
token.
Oh
right.
yeah, there's
There
one
is.
token.
The
Yeah.
little yellow,
Yeah,
little
yeah,
yellow
upside
boy.
down cards.
The little slice of cheese.
Little yellow boy.
Man, that
No,
Charizard
no,
playmat is getting more
no,
and more
no,
relevant.
no, it doesn't matter. He just hit a land drop.
But
Yeah,
no,
so he could have played it last turn.
He's at
At
7
7
now.
lands.
He has 7 lands right
so
now.
no approach in hand at the moment.
No.
But how does Epic deal 16?
He doesn't.
This is gonna be the Randy Bueller lightning helix off the top, except everyone starts vomiting.
Oh, it's gonna be like the last Invitational with the Bone Crusher Giant. Except that was in game 3 of match number 2. This is match 1.
We should not hold invitationals on Sunday. I'm just saying that, by the way.
Okay, well, you live and you learn. We're okay. After this, after 2 straight Pioneer Invitationals of 7
We're
and a half
banning
plus
Basic
hours,
Island. Just for the sake of the
we will
Invitational.
review the invitational structure to see if there's any way we
Yeah.
can shorten these or at least break them
Yeah,
up into
because
2 days or
it's
something.
only the Pioneer one. Popper's like, what's the problem?
Yeah.
And Pioneer's like,
Popper ran
let's
5
go
hours,
to 4
40 minutes
a.m.
yesterday. They're like, that was long for us.
Alex, you also have to ban snow-covered islands now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Islands, snow cover islands.
Any blue source banned.
No,
If it
then I
taps for
can
blue
play. Oh wait, I'm not playing anyway. Don't care.
No, we need to bring back Inverter. That's the quicker
Actually, then
control
people are just
finisher.
gonna play like mono black
Please, yes.
vampire mirrors.
I still think it's unpopular, but Inverter was still one of my favorite decks ever in Pioneer.
Just give us demonic consultation. Problem solved.
I mean, Tainted Pact is an historic, no?
True.
That's not in Pioneer.
Oh yeah, you can play Oracle
Yep.
demonic consultation now. It's kind of cool. With cool being huh?
Hey, Historic is a lot of those 2-card combos. Look at Neoform.
True.
So okay. So Epic will be on free serpents in RQFE's upkeep.
Okay, it
So
doesn't
he can
matter if
tap
whenever approach gets resolved.
No, but the thing is, he can tap down
freelance.
so
He
many
can tap down
lands.
freelance, so RQFE's down on 6 and he needs 7 to resolve
Okay, and then he
approach.
hits another land drop.
Yeah, but if like he needs to draw
Don't be
the
so
approach.
pessimistic.
He doesn't have approach in hand right now, so he would like that dodges the opportunity to like he has to draw land and approach, and he only has 1 draw step.
It is written in stone that Alex and I must persevere through the full 7 rounds of Pioneer, and that's going to happen.
With literally no 2-0s, I think.
No, there have been
Yeah,
some,
so
but
he's
none
sacking,
we have.
he's sacking all 3, tapping down 3 lands here.
Yep. So he's
And then Arkivi goes, okay, land approach.
well, no way you're beating that anyway, so might as well try that.
I want to die.
I'm gonna hit Reese for this.
I wanted to test out my camera tonight, but I also would like to eat dinner at some point. Or lunch. I essentially had breakfast.
Oh no, I think. Yeah, he's playing a pathway.
He's counting his lands. He's doing the land shuffle.
7. Those are 7 lands.
It is 7.
Please don't.
Wait, but we're going to Epic's turn. Epic's getting a coil.
Okay.
He has lethal on the board.
If
Right.
Coma connects, he's got lethal.
Yeah.
Epic did
won!
it! Epic did it!
We're free!
Oh,
Devout Decree and Dovin's veto. Oh my. We went for over 8 hours to see Epic
all right.
cheating,
All right,
whipping
get
out
us-
the
get
6th
us-
color of magic.
Get us to the caster deck. Get Epic in here for the interview. It's lasting 30 seconds.
See you, buddy. Thanks for joining
All right,
us.
get
for that one.
Epic in. Get him in.
Shout out
Get
to
him in.
Risen for maintaining our sanity throughout that last round.
Yes. Get him in. Get him in. Get him in. Where is he? Epic. Epic. Epic.
Calm down, Brad.
I'm so tired. Hey, look at that. 6 color Fires of Incarnation. This ridiculous pile won for the 3rd time in the
Yes,
Play
I
Away
mean,
Discord
you
server
know,
history. We have
like
Epic
Xiaomi saying, like,
winning.
you know, all the memeing aside and our sanity slowly being drained from our very being, this was actually a really good match.
Yeah.
Like this was a very entertaining match. Obviously some dull moments as you will get in a matchup like this, but overall we saw the enigmatic incarnation thing doing its thing. Really saw the toolbox aspect shine in game 2. We saw Coma being a bomb in that last matchup. Like unbelievable the power of Coma in that last matchup.
Coma
We
is so
very
good.
clearly saw the weakness of blue-white, where a lot of its removal is based on attacking, which is something that Coma very carefully exploits. And in some other ways, where we saw Epic at some points not attacking with creatures. But we also saw the power of approach, you know, as opposed to what we saw with Scratch in our very first match. We saw the power of approach being able to close out games quickly and make it super close at the end. And our match still going unbelievably long, but we are joined by Epic.
Hello.
Congrats. Congrats.
Thank you.
Congratulations on winning your 3rd Invitational. At
Yep.
least the 3rd broadcasted one. I don't know if it's your 3rd one.
It's
I
the
think
third.
it's just his 3rd.
So how does it feel every match lasting as long as 2 matches? I can imagine like it's exhausting on our end. It must be exhausting on your end too, especially with the deck you're playing.
It's a very tough deck to pilot efficiently, especially against control decks. I mean, granted, I want to play against control decks, but love these types of decks. You just grind it out and you usually just win.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely what happened. And we kept saying like Coma comes in just every matchup, and it was literally your all-star of the day. Coma we saw hit the board and just be dominant every time it hit the battlefield, and yeah, it's
That's what
great.
Coma does. I mean, I gained the entire invitational perfectly. I figured it was going to be aggregates and control decks, and I built the sideboard specifically for that. If people brought a combo or for that, I would have been dead in the water.
Yeah, and you made the right meta call again. The last 3 times you've won, or all 3 times you've won, you've made meta call in your decks. First it was Rakdos Pyromancer, then Blue White Spirits, and now Fires of Incarnation. So,
Yeah.
congratulations, Epic. You did it.
Thank you.
Great job.
I know this is a super long night, and I don't think you keep me here for long, as it's the 8-hour mark.
Yeah, I was gonna joke and be like, you get 30 seconds, you can get the fuck out.
Hey, Brad, that's the second one.
We're rated R now. We're past 2 a.m. It's like Adult Swim.
Okay, but to give you a little insight on how this deck goes well against control, it's actually the control matchup is actually a lot better than you think. The idea in this deck is just to 1-for-1 your opponent to oblivion, because every card in this deck automatically recurs additional value by drawing cards or doing something that enters the battlefield. So the worst thing that an opponent can do is like spend 2 mana on like a dig through time and draw and refill the hand, so they can consider 1-for-1 us. That is the strength of the deck.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it when your deck got beaten by control, it looked miserable for you to play. But when you're able to pull ahead, like you did in Game 3, and just grind them out and get your value, the deck can really show off definitely what it's doing.
Yeah, I was afraid of them. I was afraid of them having the approach in their hands, so that's why it a couple turns longer. Than usual.
Yeah, we saw the tapping the lands to like stall out the approach, force land drops into actually drawing the approach and stuff. So yeah, we thought that was a good play. We were memeing and saying the entire time that he's gonna get approach. He has to. It is the law of the way this is gonna work. And
It's
we're
the
going
law
in
that we're gonna have to go to like a 9-hour broadcast, and then the invitation season. Do you think it's like it's cursed and it's season 9, 9 hours, season 10, 10 hours?
Ooh,
I think we're gonna have to do a restart and go like back to season 1 and see what happens.
30-second. All right, my last question. For you,
Everyone
Epic.
playing Beaumont Courier.
Based on what you've seen today, your playtesting prior in the week with myself and anyone else, and what you saw today in the Invitational through all the games that you played, are there any cards that you felt did not hold up to snuff and you would replace with something else? Or are there any cards that you wish you had that you considered prior that you just didn't have in the 75 that you wish you put in today?
In the sideboard specifically, I was looking at Dolan's Veto on Modigo specifically. Those are two cards that I was debating about having, but ended up cutting them for the control package of Empath, Distended Mindbender, and Coma, all of which were all-stars today, which you saw multiple times on camera. In the main deck, I'm looking at cutting Annihilations for a Path to the Warpy. Specifically in this meta would have been great, because Path, Presence does fix the mana. Path it makes sure we hit our lands, which, if you saw the games I've lost, those are games I stumbled on my lands.
Yeah.
And
which,
granted,
as you would in a 5-color deck.
Yeah, I stumbled on my lands, and I wanted to land drops. I was behind for the rest of the game, and then I proceeded. Granted, last match, I kept the 5-land hand with an Incarnation hope to draw well, because I didn't want to go.
Any consideration for something like Sylvan Caryatid?
Sylvan Caryatid is interesting. Thing is, because it's a Fire's Invention deck, have 5 drops in your hand, you really want to be ramping with your lands. So while it is helpful, but if you decide to do like a Fires on turn 3, you can't do, if they turn 3 Fires through Caryatid, you can't technically play a 4-drop Incarnation.
Makes sense.
But yeah, this deck was heavily metagamed, so this is not a stock build. This is one I felt that was very well tuned as it was.
Oh, it is most certainly a pile.
Yes.
It's a good deck.
There is no dancing around it. This is a pile. You won with a pile. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Alex, do you have any questions?
Not really.
Okay. Epic, floor is yours. Plug away. What do you got?
Feel free to reach out to me on Discord. I'm Epic. I want a couple of people to help out with building a test in the deck. That included Self-Brad with the mana base, Giddy, Tyrant, the entire Incarnation Pioneer side Discord. Nameless helped, Risen helped, Gibby helped. And yeah, I think that's everyone. I shout out and say thanks.
Well,
yeah.
congratulations.
So, Epic, congratulations on your win with your peculiar deck. We definitely saw that you picked up like quite some intricacies of the deck in a relatively short time. I will never forget that Yorion is a serpent.
Yeah, I started building this deck like 2 weeks ago.
There you go. Well,
That's the prep you need, people.
that's going to do it for us today for the Pioneer Invitational Season 9. Thank you again to all the viewers that watched, whether you came in for 5 minutes, you stuck around for the entire 8 hours. Thank you so much. This could not have happened without you. Of course, special thanks to the Playaway Discord server for hosting this wonderful event, and we will see you all next
And
time.
Big thank you for Risen and Gibby managing the
Yes,
tournament,
of
doing
course.
the TO stuff, Gibby especially doing the stream stuff, making all our shenanigans work, pulling up rare obscure cards that we mention.
Yeah,
Wouldn't be half the broadcast it was without Gibby. So
100%. All right. Say bye, Alex. Say goodbye, Epic. And
Goodbye,
we'll see
everyone.
you guys later.
See ya.